what, this life ain't free, no. That's changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hidden with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, whoop, take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, whoop, take that shot.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling, I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left, talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew-pew. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Build different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'm trying to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah. You better renegade.
We coming for the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also back tendencies tend to get their heads spun. I done make the move. Real world problems they didn't teach in school.
Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. Accelerated courses when you in the field.
Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal.
I can't wait to do.
Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forces what you doing it for. You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. A lot more that you gotta endure. Alright, come let's set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s we was catch your face. Everybody got a stick, now they wanna spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to pray. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't breathe. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up, run it back, yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice, cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands, cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though, Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though, Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell 'em out of order. I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me fitting kinda cozy on a dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop me. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Texas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks.
What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had to run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Okay. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a wall can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. If you're on my list and you're finished. If I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that that thing that you're bringing. Like a virus that needs cleaning. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands like you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Through stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me, better run. Move, what doesn't kill me, better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put them up if your motive's corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. On the new monarchy, running knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me, better 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 run.
I'm in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. Don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. No. Slow. Oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride with a chauffeur. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quota. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run, I don't hide. No, I just do or die. No dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother. Came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them. Putting them all in the ground.
Prodigal child with a style. You'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith. Pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury. And I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking with joking. Stop all that talking, I told him, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The take what was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open.
I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running. 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 You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing your favorite song, but on radio. So when you like the sunrise, and you make me feel like howling out my window. Said everybody but my baby. I think you quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back. I'll just like the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back. I'll just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing your favorite song, but on radio. Tell me you like the sunrise. Tell me you like the sunrise.
watching y'all shaking and quake like a door to a mailman. Damn man, y'all got an ailment. Ew, call the doc with the deal, fam. Still me, still at the top, I'm a star, that's the real me. Big B, big on the bag and the brain and the buzz, that's the real T. It goes on and on and on. Ain't falling off, I don't campaign for a damn thing. Bitch, I'm a dawn. It's done. I won.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fam, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Keep doing right. Tonight is nice. Come alive. Tonight is nice. Come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not play with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Hey, keep coming alive. Keep doing right. Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Keep doing right. Tonight is nice. Come alive. Tonight is nice. Come alive. I feel alive.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying. But the fire that's inside
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Hand on my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war waged for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Yeah, yeah. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like a god. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Quick kick, ponder rhythm.
my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I think their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can know is that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know, mounting my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow, ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold, been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's, not about that, no don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me, one of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split, we get your pop hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. We up at the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. We gon' bring them back dead or alive. Plagued by the worst one. Voice in my head get me undone. Eyes in the sky can't be outrun. Wolves waiting on the midnight sun, yeah. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. We gon' bring them back dead or alive.
I think you need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just just entered the game, so first on my head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level, attackers up until I'm dead in a grave. Yeah, I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid, and they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made, forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain, tell everybody not to get in my way. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's low, then you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
Just how it's swimming. Been a bad man since Gateson's whip. Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows that we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole bit dripping in labels. Jacking out big on the tables. Hey, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them young. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Checking out big on the tables, hey, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Bleeding, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that girl turning. Add a little seasoning, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of the drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole bit dripping in labels. Checking out big on the tables. Hey, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole bit dripping in labels. Checking out big on the tables. Hey, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins.
Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three gone beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. To the country club, yeah, you never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man, so he wishes he was us. And my lady has no trust, so let me tell you that's the crux. So you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah, she on track, she spent a couple racks, some tats and a fifth, make it lame, let's smash. I'm on her ass, I mean, I love her ass. so you're back. I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me see you in a minute. I mean. But I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Hey, yeah. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, all one corner, I get the boy a hug. Three dumb beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please don't mess with me. I just have it up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Hey, yeah. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, all one corner, I get the boy a hug. Three dumb beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please don't mess with me. I just have it up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Hey, yeah. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance, pedal to the metal. We're setting fire to the system, yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Holding inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd, fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become.
come out number 10 to 1. Back then should've bit your tongue, cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what you do.
This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Heavy is the
Welcome back, everybody, to Worlds 2024. It is Swiss Day 6, and we are back in beautiful for the fall and for the winter. Hope they don't get too cold out there.
Does he just live out there?
Yeah.
Is he treated for weather?
Yes, of course. I'm glad you asked. My name is Shax, and I'm here with Jet. And as you have doubtlessly already heard, Emily has finally joined us. Let's go. Oh, we're really happy to have you here, Emily.
Yeah.
You missed a lot of action, but on the plus side, all the elimination games or the qualification games are now. So
You get to see
let's
it from 14
Yeah.
teams to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's a good ratio.
Let me just ask you, what have been your biggest takeaways from the Swiss bracket?
I think we expected Gen G to get out, right, as one of the tournament favorites. The thing that surprised me the most as an LPL enjoyer was the fact that LNG are the first team out for the LPL, right? This was a team where we weren't even sure if Scout would be able to be here with the team. We weren't sure what their meta read was going to be. I mean, a lot of LPL analysts, myself included, were thinking that Weibo might be even better than LNG coming into this tournament because of the way the bracket shook out for qualifiers. And their meta response was really good.
And the crazy thing is, they still might not be the best LPL team.
Yeah.
It's just they were the best LPL team to this point with how LNG has been able to perform and the meta that they had. There was, I think, a really big make or break game in day 2 of Swiss when LNG beat BLG.
Yes.
Because then that filtered into the BLG versus T1, who apparently is actually really good again, and here we are.
Here we are indeed. That means that the LPL does already have LNG in, the LCK has Gen G in already, and of course, Mad Lions Koi and Pain Gaming unfortunately are out. Moving on maybe to some of those regions where we lost MDK for the LEC, but yeah. We have G2 and Fnatic left, Emily. What are your impressions of our last 2 seeds?
I mean, I think G2 are good. Like, I am more confident in them than I am in
So say we all.
in Fnatic.
That's fine. You can say that. They're used to
I mean, I think the more frustrating thing with looking at Fnatic is you do see the talent and like ability in this team, and then their decision making is not always the best.
Absolutely. And on the side of G2, they are in a very similar position that they were in last year. Last year they were 2-0, but they've been in this 2-1 series before. They have 2 chances to win a best of 3 and advance. And I think just the fact, even if some people would say they like, I've actually heard people say, oh, G2 is better last year than they are this year.
Yeah.
I think literally just having the experience of what they went through last year will actually make them stronger this time around.
I think that is a great point. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like for us to get an LEC or an LCS seed out, they have to meet each other, or there has to be some civil war between other regions? Is that the only way, or do you think in a qualification best of 3, LCS or LEC beat the LCK or LPL team?
It's not the only way, but it's definitely a very likely way.
Yes.
and for G2 specifically as well, because they've beaten the LPL in a best of 5, let alone a best of 3, and they'll have 2 chances. So I think there's a decent chance.
We'll see. Same goes for LCS. Of course, Emily, what have you thought of your representatives? It seemed like FlyQuest is the one that's doing the best so far.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I've been, I guess, a little bit more of a FlyQuest defender on the LCS because I do think they often come into compositions where they will have an idea of like, this is how we want to execute this, right? They had some really good lane swaps specifically. They responded to TL's lane swaps very well in the finals as one of the reasons why they were able to come out ahead. But I also think they make individual mistakes in terms of execution. And that's why I think maybe people were a little bit more down on them coming in. Yeah. On the TL side, I've actually been a little bit disappointed with their performance. I know they are themselves too, right? Because this is a team that expected to look a lot better, and I don't think they've looked as strong as they did in LCS.
And I feel like they've had some nervy performances. I hope that their narrow 2-0 over Pain can help let them break through some of that nerviness and play a bit more like themselves in the future rounds.
I feel like it feels like that they just have to kind of break through that and get that momentum, and
there's
then
another
they
one they got to break through though, the GAM rematch.
The GAM rematch, exactly, just like last year. You know, had you on here and he said, well, I don't want to go through that again. Well, you have to. But we'll see. Then for the LCK, of course, they have been doing pretty good, giving the LPL a run for their money. All 4 teams have things to be happy about.
Yeah, absolutely. So last year in Swiss, LPL got 4 teams out, and that was seen as a massive accomplishment. But historically, it's been the LCK teams that almost never get eliminated in the group stage. So the fact that they already have Gen.G through, and then the other 3 LCK teams are all in the 2-1 bracket, just goes to show how dominant they have been thus far.
And the big team that I'm going to highlight here is T1. Their domestic performance, their qualification performance. Yes, I'm still sad as a KT fan. They almost made it. But T1 has looked so much better. From the first game they played, they had such a better understanding of the lane swap. They look so much more confident and comfortable in this meta. And that's incredibly, incredibly dangerous given the names on this roster.
Absolutely. And it's the thing that it keeps happening again with T1, right? They are experts at glowing up coming into Worlds. We saw it just last year. They also didn't come into Worlds as a favorite to win that. And they did as they did, so yeah, it was crazy.
They have the clutch gene, but they also just have so much experience.
They do.
Like I absolutely agree with all the pre-tournament analysis that this is like the weakest T1 has gone into a world championship as. Yeah. But it's also the most experienced a T1 team has ever been going into a world championship with how long this roster has been together.
Exactly. And they're playing G2 tomorrow.
So we'll see.
Let's do a little bit of a meta check-in. Jat, you took a look at some numbers for us.
Yes, and the thing that everyone's been talking about continues to blow my mind. It's the fact that Yone has a 81% win rate with a 90% presence rate. So it's agreed upon that he's an incredibly high presence champion, but he's not just getting permanently banned.
Guess who lost with it?
Oh, I mean, it's including play-in.
Fnatic, G2, and MDK.
Lovely.
And someone else.
And guess what? They would have lost even worse without him because he's been incredibly strong. So I think that's the one that's going to increase in presence and not so much in pick rate, just because like, and this is the weird thing about Yone to me. It feels like how could there be this massive level of cognitive dissonance where it's 22 games and he's getting first picked almost every time.
Yeah.
It's because it's only happened like once or twice to most teams. I know that sounds stupid, but people need to experience it themselves before they're going to permaban it. And I feel like everyone's had their Yone experience, so he's going to be gone.
Yeah, we can catch up with this as we go through our next best of threes as well to see if any of this evolves, because the meta does feel quite open. What does feel set is the fact that we're still going to be getting those lane swaps, Emily.
Yeah, so I'm here now on the World's broadcast, which means I am talking about lane swaps.
Okay, let's go.
Once again, to the horror of everyone. So this is a graphic that actually pulled up during MSI, and I think this is like the reason why we're seeing so many swaps is not because of turret plates, right? Like, I think teams' understanding of how lane swaps work has evolved so much. You want to pay attention to the swapping team. What side of the map do they place their jungler on? Are they weak or strong compared to where the swap is? We've seen ADs and top laners together. We've seen the duo lane mid with the support and mid laner to try to affect the mid matchup, because that's been super, super important. So I actually think I'm pleading with people to pay attention to the way these lane swaps are working, because I think we're seeing continuous evolutions, and I really like how some teams have approached it.
Could you add a column for when you have lane swapped?
Yeah.
How to do then for maybe MDK in the future?
Yeah, I can't.
Maybe
write
some
this
other
out.
teams.
Yeah, we don't have
what
room
not
on
to
this,
do.
but
Okay,
I'll fix it. I'll fix it for the next
We
time.
don't really need it right now. Anyways, so with that, and I'm glad we have Emily here to talk about all the lane swaps. We will be lane swaps. We will be seeing today. We do have D plus Kia up versus Top Esports for a spot in the quarterfinals. What do we want to focus on? What is going to be the central matchup we need to look at?
All right, I want to look at, so this is going to be a combination. So it's going to be the way that like Tien and Mako are able to affect the map versus Lucid and Moham. Because when we compare just generally these two junglers, obviously you have Tien on one side who's so remarkably experienced, right? Like he has had historically such like strong domestic performances in high pressure situations. He's talked about some nerve issues, which we've seen with this TES team already. Is kind of something that goes hand in hand with talking about them. But on the other side, we have Lucid, who we've seen kind of evolve. There were rumors as to whether DK would even stick with him going into summer. They have stuck with him. He has continue to grow as a jungler. So I think in this, we're looking at them combined with their supports and how they're able to affect the map, especially in a potential lane swap situation, which we might be talking about.
And I think the most interesting thing about all of that you just said, Emily, is the nerves on TES. Because I think if we were to look at these teams as if this was a scrim or like a regular season LPL game, I think they'd be massive favorites. But I think when you add in the history of what's happened to TES at MSI this year, or even Tien in his like recent international career, it gets a little sketchy of if that's going to impact them. And we know DK have the hands to be able to take them out if they get a little nervy and are afraid to make decisions.
Well, I think, yeah, the thing with DK is they're performing kind of consistent to what we saw from them domestically, right?
Yeah.
Like it's, you know,
what is it? Tell us.
They sometimes take some fights they shouldn't. They might not have setups, that kind of stuff. But with TES specifically, this team has had some phenomenal domestic performances, right? Just like lights out in terms of their macro understanding, the way they've been able to set up fights, and then they lose to Weibo and don't even make summer finals, right? So it's like, how are you looking at this team in high pressure situations, and specifically with Tien and Mako, and whether they are able to lead? Because I think they're both incredibly intelligent players.
Absolutely. And I also want to pull up the gold graphs from the games that these teams have played so far, because their paths and the teams that they've played against have not necessarily been equal. So we have the TES gold graph. They've only played 3 games, and the only game they lost was this one against Gen G. Otherwise, they beat T1, who we're talking up as being this team that has suddenly arrived on the global stage, through good mid-game team fighting, and they smashed Fnatic. On the side of D+, they had the 0-2 to LNG, but in order to get there, they only had to defeat Fnatic and FlyQuest. So in terms of the teams that they've beaten or competed with, they've actually shown a lot less than TES has up to this point.
And I would say even more, because you, even with the doubts for D plus Kia coming in, where you have that thought of maybe if the meta adjusts and the jungle mid synergy goes up, etc., they will be more effective than they have been. Those games have not strengthened my resolve in D plus Kia. I have to say it.
They're not even super clean. Like when Whippo went 0-4 and then solo killed Showmaker on the side lane, like that was nice.
Right, and I think that's what some of the doubts come in, right, Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I think you also have to look at sometimes the way this team approaches draft, where there are times when I'm like, you know what? Get Showmaker on Syndra. Get him on. I love the Silas pick from him, right? Like, that was great. Keep him off of 80 mids. We don't want to see any of that.
He doesn't want that either.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. But then it also, you have to look at the way the team will play around aiming too, right? Because they've defaulted to aiming Ziggs, which, you know, previously has been a champion that he's been really good on. He's also really good on a lot of things with escapes, specifically Kai'Sa Zeri. But yeah, it's about where they allocate their resources, and I would really love to see them take a look at what Showmaker is best at and really, really play around that.
Let's see what our fans think in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day and see if it's close. It's rumored to be close, in the fan vote at least. 57.7% for TES and 42.3% for D plus Kia. I don't know, man. And when you look at TES generally, despite we were having this discussion about kind of how their performances can look when the pressure is on. I don't personally feel that they should feel too pressured in this matchup. They would have another chance. They have been sovereign, right? I mean, when you look at how D plus Kia has played out their games, Jad, it feels like they should smash this.
That TES should smash them? Okay, good. I actually do generally agree with that, but if DK, to Emily's point, can actually build cohesive drafts around Showmaker, where I don't think he's going to be getting Yone, and if they're going to be playing AP picks, which I think is Showmaker's strength, then they can't combo that with Ziggs. That's the biggest thing for DK to me, but they haven't shown that yet, which would make me think that TES is going to be a pretty substantial favorite.
Yeah, and then for me, it's really, again, it does come down to Tian and Mako and how they're able to affect the map, and also just how TES have kind of been drafting as a whole for some of these teamfight compositions. I agree, though. Like, one of the more interesting matchups to me in this is also Cream versus Showmaker, right? Just because of the way these two teams tend to play around their mids and the absolute like high ceiling on both of them.
It's true. Cream did send out a bad signal in a quote saying, "Oh, Showmaker, you're so unfortunate that you have to meet us in this position." We'll see if it comes true. Of course, the next couple of days, only best of threes and only for all the marbles. Either you're in or either you book your ticket to the quarterfinal. And today we will have 2 more teams doing just that.
This next best of 3 is going to be one of the most important matches of my life. I put everything into preparing for this event. I feel like I played pretty poorly this game. I have no fear of making mistakes. I have no fear of disappointing.
What the hell is happening?
I just fear losing. And I will give it my all to try and win.
네, 저는 우승할 수 있다고 생각하고요. 우승할 생각이 없다고 생각하면서 임해봤자 좋을 게 하나도 없다고도 생각이 드네요. 항상 프로게이머 하면서 준비가 돼 있었다고 생각하고요. 그 기회를 꼭 만들고 싶습니다.
This is peak League of Legends, baby!
I'm never going to stop trying to fight. No matter how difficult the game looks, I want people to watch my games to be excited because something great is going to happen. I hope you can all look forward to that.
당연히 뭐 8강을 못 올라갈 확률이 더 높아진 건 맞는데 저는 저희가 충분히 올라갈 수 있다고 믿고 있고요. 저희가 끝난 게 아니고 아직도 유리한 고지고 아직도 기회가 많이 남아있다고 생각하니까 전혀 위축될 상황도 아니고 부정적으로도 생각할 상황이 아니라고 생각해서 긍정적으로 임할 것 같아요.
I hope we can have a fantastic match together that is exciting for the fans so that we can both be remembered as great teams.
화이팅!
이게 정확한 비교가 될지 모르겠지만 제가 22년도 당시에 DRX가 정말 누구한테도 이길 수 있고 누구한테도 질 수 있는 팀이라는 평가를 받았었거든요.
This year, no one was even paying attention to DRX. It's a roster of defying expectations.
그만큼 고점과 저점이 차이가 많이 난다는 건데 특정 궤도에 올라갔을 때는 그 고점이 터진다고 생각을 해요. 사실 지금 24년도 디플러스 기아도 저는 결이 비슷하다고 생각을 해요. 정말 그 누구도 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다. 저희 팀을 얕봐주셨으면 좋겠고 얕봐주신 만큼 저희가 톡톡히 그 대가를 치러드리겠습니다.
就在我刚打职业的时候，其实我的想法就很简单，因为我就想在舞台上展示自己嘛，我就想让自己就玩得比较帅。然后到现在的话，现在就更想赢比赛了，觉得就是队伍的胜利是更重要的。
사실 걱정이 안 된다면 그거는 거짓말이겠죠. 하지만 정말 저희가 높은 자리까지 갈 수 있는 자격을 가진 팀이라면 그런 걱정을 용기로 변환시키는 능력도 저희의 재량이라고 생각을 해서 그 부분은 저희가 이겨내야 되는 부분인 것 같습니다.
就我加入top之前，其实也没有更专注于个人发挥，只是，我觉得在团队里就给我更多指导方面的，就是天和 Miko 吧。相比现在，就对团队的专注就比以前高了很多吧。
저희 플러스 기아는 싸움을 정말 잘한다고 생각해요. 정말 싸움을 좋아하는 팀을 만나게 된다면 그 싸움에서 지지 않을 자신이.
我只有一句话想说，碰到我们算你们倒霉。
제 가족분들 그리고 제 친구들 그리고 한국에 남아 있는 제 팬분들 모두 저한테 하나같이 가장 늦게 돌아와라라고 말해줬는데 그 약속 꼭 지켜드리겠습니다.
야, 그래도 한 번은 아쉽잖아. 한번 우승해 보자. 가보자. 그래. 파이팅. 파이팅. 파이팅.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Welcome back to Worlds 2024. Welcome back to the second half of Swiss stage. And welcome to the answers y'all have been waiting for. Who is moving forward and who is going back home? I'm Captain Flowers, joined today by Azael and Vedius for these two best of threes, the first of which pits Top Esports up against D+ Kia.
I'm excited to see who's going to make their way through towards the quarterfinals. Expectations are that Top Esports should come in as the favorites in today's matchups, which is crazy to think, considering that D+ Kia was in that 2-0 bracket, I should say. They ended up falling short to LNG, but let's see if the same thing will happen against, in theory, a tougher LPL opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it is scary for them. I think they definitely had a good opportunity to try to go through in that 3-0 bracket, obviously, but they had some easier opponents to get there, right? They beat FlyQuest, they beat Fnatic, they were able to get some of those more favorable draws, and now it is getting harder and harder for them. It feels like you lost to LNG. There was a lot of questions about the drafting in that one, and then now you're going up against Top, which I think is going to be a very difficult challenge.
I think that's going to be our big question. How have D+ Kia adapted their meta reads? Because, as you said, you're on the analyst desk for those days, and I remember you saying that this is probably one of the worst drafts.
I think it's the worst draft of Worlds, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy how overstacked they were on the AP damage, and we'll see how they've adapted here as we jump into draft.
And I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because the expectation coming into this event was that Syndra was going to be S tier. Syndra was going to be getting picked every single game. It's only been banned against DK a single game of the 4 that they have played, but they're not playing it. Even though Showmaker has that legendary Syndra, it just hasn't been the meta that we've really expected.
And speaking of meta, chat touched on it a little bit at the desk at the top of the day. We've seen this insane Yone presence and teams refusing to ban him a lot. Everybody's at this point kind of already had their chance to say, yeah, nobody else can deal with it, but we can. Everyone's learned better now. Yone is the first ban on the red side, and boys, I love to see it. This champion has proved to just be S++ tier so far at Worlds, so that's going to be your first ban for DK. Renekton alongside it, Gnar, Vi, and LeBlanc banned out by Top.
I like these bans from Top Esports because I think that they are kind of the foundation of where D+ Kia have found so much success in the past. A lot of comfort for Kingin and the Gnar. Lucid so far at this tournament has been playing a bunch of Vi, being that early game facilitator, especially by playing through Showmaker, and they've taken his LeBlanc away. Does this now increase the priority on Ahri? Does this become the champion that all team... Oh, Aurora, of course, making its way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Aurora is up and available. I agree. I think they're smart bans from Top because you're banning out LeBlanc, obviously high prio for Showmaker. But I do think the Vi is almost like a pseudo ban towards the Ahri as well because you're taking away the best pairing with the Ahri. So you're also really kind of knocking down Showmaker as far as that goes. Aurora, we've already seen Cream play it here at the tournament. Has been getting played top lane a lot as well. But definitely has the ability to be flexed.
Yeah, and when you're looking at top lane, so far, 369 in the 3 games played by Top Esports has played 2 Rumble games and 1 Renekton game alongside the Yone tax. That's both of these first half bans from DK committed towards focusing on 369. With the Cassante locked in there, I'm assuming it is mid lane Aurora, and Cassante will be going up
Still just
into
being
top
covered
lane
for now, though.
for 369. If that does get locked in, oh, my bad, I didn't see the thing still flashing on my screen there.
Yeah,
The
it is
glare
tough
got
to
me,
see.
but results-based analysis, I was still correct. It ends up right at the end of the day, and that's going to be picked in as the response. We've got Jax and Skarner for DK. Skarner, another one of those champions, already been played by Lucid so far in the tournament, alongside that Vi that you mentioned that was banned out.
I mean, I'm not surprised, because when we look at Top Esports, 369 hasn't really showcased the proficiency for a champion like Aurora on the top side of the map. So the fact that they're just going to lock in the Cassante now, especially given that they've already seen the Jax, makes a lot of sense. This was a team fighting style that they used to take advantage of when playing against T1 to be able to out-team fight them with the Jhin coming in later from Draculove. But they're changing things up. That time around they had the Skarner. This time around they are going to be running the Xin Zhao in the jungle. One of Tian's all-time most played. A big comfort pick for him. And it's something that, well, I think there was some discussion around would it arrive here at the World Championship, but we're going to get to see it for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. The first pick, wasn't picked in play-ins or Swiss thus far. Obviously, very strong early game champion here. Can really skirmish well. And if you get ahead, the ultimate can create a lot of space in the late game. Can definitely be pretty strong, but it's going to be interesting to see how well Tian is going to be able to perform on this pick, because Skarner does pretty heavily, I think, outscale as far as the utility you have in those late game fights.
D+Kia prioritizing their support, basically saying that they're very likely going to give Showmaker the last pick, so we can see the entire draft. He may be thinking about a Silas once more, but you don't want to have to blind pick that depending on how the bot lane rounds out.
Boom, banned out.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing,
it's
brother.
smart. The Poppy ban away to, well, that makes a lot of sense. I think Poppy in general is quite good into Jax and Rel specifically, so that's going to be removed. They may look to get rid of Alistair. Alternatively, they could get rid of the Leona. Both very meta-engaged supports that also just work well with things like the Jhin. Potentially a Kai'Sa that could come out from Top Esports as well.
I like the Alistar ban angle too, considering your opponents have already banned away Silas. Normally that's something that you would love to pick into an Alistar, but no, it's going to be Renata Glass instead, wanting to make sure they don't have that powerful lane bully potential with a couple of aggressive early AD carries alongside the big counter dive in the team fights.
Exactly. I mean, you already have 3 melee champions drafted in here. You're talking about potentially even more going in if you're looking towards a Kai'Sa, if you're looking towards a dive champ for Showmaker. I think Renata is a really good answer. And I actually prefer this ban, over a lot of those melee engaged supports, because I do feel that there's so many in that pool that are pretty interchangeable. Okay. Yes, I think everyone agrees that Rel is kind of the S tier, but you have Leona, you have Alistar, you have Nautilus, you have all these champions that can kind of just be slotted in and really are fulfilling a very similar role, but clearly Top not wanting to allow DK to get them some of those prime dive champions. The Kai'Sa is going to be banned out, in addition to that Silas, which already was banned. So this might change things up, and we are going to get an Orianna here from Showmaker.
Ooh, Orianna.
First one of the tournament, so
I mean,
5 games, 5 different champs for him.
Yeah, when I think of Showmaker, I don't traditionally think of Orianna. He's always been that kind of...
Think of playmakers and aggressive champs.
I mean, he's Showmaker, playmaker. That's it goes with the name, right?
This is Showmaker, scale to 3 items and look for a shockwave.
Yeah, but you have to give the respect to him, even if it's not one of his most well-known champions. Against Aurora, it's a great matchup. She is so good at bullying a lot of champions, but Aurora really struggles to line up against the champion. So you're going to guarantee priority in that mid lane matchup. You're going to get to see the AD carry on the bot side of the map. And the Top Esports ran out with an Ashe Braum, a very defensive but also high pressure lane, just because of the range and training potential that Ashe Braum can give you. We'll see if DK can round things out with a draft that gives them a little bit more control on the bot side of the map.
I like the Ashe here too for Top Esports because it gives you a go button, right? When you look at the rest of the composition, there's not that huge hard engage. Cassante is good at isolating somebody. Aurora can catch somebody, but if she's the main engage, it can get kind of dicey for her as well. I like the ability to get the arrow in there, find some engage in a role that often doesn't have as much. Now let's see what DK wants to do here for this final pick of the draft that they did save for the AD carry role. A lot of the times you don't see this on Red 5, but it looks like DK wanted to save it for the hyper-scaling power of the Smolder.
I'm surprised, honestly. I was expecting something like an Ezreal, a little bit more defensively. When aiming gets a champion like that, he has so much agency and control later on into the game. But I'm
surprised to see Smolder return to the bot lane, because after the repeated nerfs, like the reason why you see it mid and top into these safe laners is because he has a rough laning phase. You want that time to be able to scale up, get to that point, but dives, lane swaps, I mean, playing into an Ashe, all these variables make it difficult for pro-level Smolder to get through a laning phase. But D plus Kia clearly have confidence in the pick. They have another avenue for strong scaling later on into the game. And in terms of their team fighting, D plus Kia have a great comp.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they scale insanely well on the DK side. Aiming, already played the Smolder once this tournament, was against FlyQuest, and was actually against an Ashe as well. So, is probably pretty comfortable in that matchup. This is the second time he's going to be bringing it into it. And it is going to be interesting. Sometimes in those 2v2 lanes, you can get some pretty good early stacks if you can hit those Ws, especially on a champion that doesn't really have a huge threat of hard engage like the Braum. Every time he's coming up, you can get some free stacks and look to play to scale, because their game plan is going to be slow. You have Skarner, Ori, Rel, Jax, and the Smolder. These are 5 late game monsters for DK.
Do you guys think we're going to see a lane swap here? Is that the play, or will it be standard stuff?
I think it's potential to be standard lanes. I don't think anyone has these massive advantages in the bot lane, but we'll see what they want to look for.
My instinct is that if someone's going to do it, it'll be DK. Because I think that the Smolder may want to get out of that bot lane 2 versus 2. We'll keep track of whether or not they choose to do it. For now, it looks like a pretty standard line of scrimmages. We have a look at the runes. Looking across the field, it doesn't look like there's anything too crazy coming out from any side. Prio is a super important thing to think about. The top lane is just going to be this back and forth flow between the K'Sante and the Jax, something that we've seen multiple times before. We're probably not going to pay much attention to that top side of the map. Bot lane, I'm expecting Top Esports to have that early push, and in the mid lane, I'm expecting it to go in the favor of Showmaker. The thing about these junglers, though, is that Lucid's going to prioritize just full clearing on the Skarner, and as we talked about the swap, you'll notice that Aiming is making his way up towards the backside of the jungle, heading towards that top lane, meaning that we're likely going to see the traditional form of the lane swap, but you can see Top Esports reading the play. They're already moving into the bot side enemy jungle, leveraging the Braum Ashe combo that they do have, knowing it's a strong level 1, but also likely expecting this lane swap to come through.
Exactly. They'll use the sweeper. They'll find that ward there in the brush. And unfortunately, we are off to a pause here at the very start. Not exactly certain what the nature of this one is. So we'll try to update you guys ASAP on whatever's going on. And hopefully we can get it back onto the Rift very quickly.
Yeah, it's also worth noting Lucid is playing Aftershock, which pretty much always means that you are going to be going towards those more supportive style items. Almost always you do see people going Grasp when they're going to go Heartsteel Sterix and that style of build. So it'll be interesting to see if he is just going to go towards Zeke's or Locket. But every once in a while you do still see people play Aftershock with Heartsteel.
Now the viewers at home can't hear this, but it's paused while a sweeper is going off. So we now hear that sweeper.
I really hope they can't hear it as well, because it's rather loud. It's the sweeper resonance noise.
It's
right here.
It's
with
just
us.
there.
That brush is very swept at this point.
That brush is controlled. The update that we have for y'all so far is that the pause is related to potential hardware issues, but we don't know anything more than that right now. So as officials are investigating and figuring out what is going on there, hopefully we can get to the bottom of it, see what's going on. The worst part is we haven't even got to see exactly what's shaking out yet in the game, except for the fact that, hey, the lane swap is on the menu, and that's how we're starting the series off.
And I mean, mostly when we've seen these lane swaps at Worlds, it's just to get a little bit of experience, get towards level 3, and then they just swap right back, and they play standard lanes after that if you think you have a really poor level 1 or some sort of problem from there. So that's kind of the expectation, I think, here from Aiming.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen... I would say, in my opinion, that the current iteration of lane swap is the easiest compared to many of the other versions that we've seen in the past, mainly just because you run a duo lane mid, you run a duo lane top, you get enough XP that you're level 2, and then everyone heads towards one side of the map.
The sweeper is
turned
gone.
off.
Yeah.
It's done.
Praise to the production team.
Thank you, production. We appreciate that.
We are saved.
The longest duration sweeper of all time in League of Legends.
It reminds me of the Corki E-bug.
Oh, God,
in a pause,
yeah.
sometimes you get it, but then you come out of the pause.
And it's still going?
And it's still going.
Yeah, you just hear the Gatling gun for the next 40 minutes.
Do you guys remember back a few years ago when Amumu's taunt or laugh or something was global for a couple of patches?
I do remember
so
that.
So even solo queue players, it wasn't just competitive pauses, it was everyone was just subject to an Amumu player's whims.
And Nunu used to be like that as well. And you could do the Robo Nunu or whatever and spam the laugh. And you could just hear it the entire game. Because you can't actually mute in-game. You can't mute the actual emote sounds.
No.
So It was an experience playing League of Legends back in those patches.
Darker times in League of Legends, but it sounds like we'll hopefully be hopping back into the game here real soon. And then we can get this game one underway, Top versus DK. You guys already talked about it a little bit, but DK coming into the 2-0 spot in the bracket. They started off with what I think a lot of fans, a lot of viewers would consider like the ideal draw, right? You get Fnatic into FlyQuest. A lot of teams are going to look at that and say, hey, this is a great matchup. We're feeling good, 2-0. Then you go into the best of 3 against LNG to get that coveted 3-0 spot straight into the quarterfinals, straight to Paris. And it all kind of fell apart. Isaac, I know you were very unhappy with the one draft, but honestly, it just felt like DK got outplayed a lot there. So you know they got to be looking to redeem themselves in that performance here a little bit today.
Yeah, one of the interesting things was, it was that Game 2 draft that you're referencing, where they were basically playing full AP into a team that could stack a ton of MR, including having a Galio on the team. I actually thought that was the best as far as gameplay that DK played in the entire tournament. Even though they did lose, they actually ended up making it a rather competitive game, which was pretty surprising to me because of the massive draft disadvantages. But that's kind of just the team that this team is. Like, they can be really, really good. When they're on, they are crushing it. Mechanically, they're very, very talented, but you just don't know what you're going to get from them. Even when you look towards their game against FlyQuest, they created this large early advantage and then gave some really big opportunities for FlyQuest to actually pull that game back and put themselves in a lead where, had FlyQuest played it better, maybe they could have even cleaned that up. So, DK is definitely a bit of a hit or miss team.
Oh, Mohan getting jumped on here by Tien as he makes that invade early on here. Mohan is going to make it back underneath the tier 1 turret, though. Level 1 with 2/3 HP as they are preparing to crash that wave into the tier 1 turret.
So to talk a little bit more about DK, they have some very interesting stats that we're going to bring up here as far as the gold leads throughout different times in the game that I think are very indicative of their level of performance. Incredible early game, and it really starts to struggle. That's where they start to be more difficult on the coordinated play, but we're going to see if they can pull off his dive.
All right, 4v2. Kingen and Mohan got to try to survive this one. Who's going to take the turret aggro here at the very start? Looks like Mako. TES walking back away, but now Tien with that 3-talent strike already primed. It's first blood, though, the other direction. DK doing a good job. Mohan surely has to die here. A 1-for-1 trade, but in a 2v4, DK is going to be all right with that one.
I mean, there's good news and bad news for TK. The good news is that Kingen doesn't lose his life, but the bad news is he's being denied a lot of farm, so he's trying his best to get back underneath the tower.
But he is stunned. 369 Mako and Jackie Love want to try to deny even more here if they can. Kingen popping the counter-strike, staying alive for now. Nice two-man stun coming out, but Kingen down to about 50 HP, still staying alive somehow, but the volley claims his life. Top Esports get their man.
Yeah, that was pretty well played overall by Top. They forced out the Counter-Strike initially, and then as soon as Kingen has that Counter-Strike down, they flash forward, they chase after him to go for that redive. And it was first blood that did go to DK, but Kingen trying to get back that tower was a bit too far. Again, this is after the initial Counter-Strike had been popped. You can see a good job there by Mohan, being able to peel, being able to keep them locked up under that tower to be able to get first blood. Then the kill is traded back, and Kingen decides, he's going to try to go for this, but this is very risky. You get tagged by the auto from Mako, and then the Q follows it up and procs that Braum stun. He's already so low.
Yeah, at this point, he's trying his best to leverage the counter-strike, but Mako with a great flash there, reading the stun that's going to come through from Kingen, and he's able to sidestep it, and then they manage the tower aggro beautifully. So Top Esports find 2 kills. They're happy ultimately with how the play works out. They deny a lot of farm, a lot of XP, and crucially, they get a kill onto 369 to help funnel more golden resources into him as well.
Yeah, and it's always painful, for Kingen when you use your TP prior to a dive like that. The TP's down, and you do get punished pretty heavily as a result. Mid lane, though, quietly going slightly in the favor here of Showmaker, has had the push as you were expecting, Betty. And jungle has really just been Lucid farming it up here. He is about that 1.5 camp ahead here at this point. Now gets another camp.
Yeah, exactly. He wins a little bit of a smite battle there for the Wolves as, again, he's invaded by Tien. Kingen's got to be a little careful here, though. Mako showing up to help Jackie Love, who puts plenty of arrows into the Jacks, but Kingen still healing up thanks to the potion, back underneath the safety of the tier 1 turrets. Tien still hanging around, but Lucid is also here farming up his own Grom.
So normally we see these swap backs, right? And the reason why the swap backs are quite important is because of the wave states after all these shenanigans happen. The problem for Kingen is that wave was bouncing away from him after that tower dive. And so usually you'd bring the bot lane back so they can at least contest the wave. But Kingen now finds himself trying to contest the wave, gets collapsed. Now look at the state of the wave. Jackie Love can freeze this here and be very happy, and Kingen is now just losing a lot of resources.
Well, and that's why they're going to swap back now. So aiming his base, he's going to head back down towards bot because they've realized that Kingen is basically in a no-win situation. He's not going to be able to fix that wave by himself. So Aiming has been able to get all the way up towards level 5. He's gotten a lot of solo experience up on that top side. He has a Sheen, he has a Tier, he's at a pretty good point in the game, so he's now happy to be matching up against this Ashe, and him and Moham will be heading out towards bot. They're being covered by Lucid, and they should be able to fix this wave no problem, but we can see JackeyLove already is starting a bit of a slow push here for himself.
Yep, and Mako just going to have to try to deal with this 2v3 situation now. Moham immediately in with a crash down, shattering strike. Mako at 100 HP, and Aiming is on the board.
A clean gank from D+Kia, and just well timed. Top Esports, rather than setting up for a freeze, they ran the risks of, okay, a swap is going to come through. If they have a stacked wave and they get in underneath this tower, they're going to dive us. So let's thin the wave, push it as quickly as possible, and then reset, spend the gold. But regardless of that, DK still found a window to find a gank. There was no vision in that tri-brush. Lucid was able to get close enough, and they knew that Mako had no flash. So just like that, D+Clear equalized the kills.
Yeah, and actually, we see the Showmaker use his Shockwave, got a really good trade on Cream, who doesn't have his teleport available, so did lose a couple of minions there as he gets shoved in. The wave isn't quite back yet for Showmaker to push, so it will be a cannon wave as well. So Cream's not going to miss too much here, but Showmaker definitely getting prio there, as we did have a Dragon for Grubs trade up on that top side.
Still very, very even in gold overall, with those neutral objectives being handshook, as you're talking about. Aiming 38 stacks, so pretty much exactly where you would expect the Smolder to be at this point.
And you've also got to say, JackeyLove now has to be careful for the next couple of minutes. Did lose his flash, obviously got out. It was Mako that gave his life. But now you're looking over, Moham has flash, Lucid has flash, and this is very, very dangerous for that Ashe. Even if you have the cleanse available, it's not necessarily going to matter.
So scary for a champion with no inbuilt defenses, no inbuilt utility for escaping, other than just kiting a guy so he never reaches you in the first place. Bit of a problem, though, with all of that engage, all of that gap-closing potential there. 3 minutes until their next set of grubs, 4 minutes until the next Drake, so not entirely synced up, but still pretty close. Moham flashing out of the way as the arrow from JackeyLove immediately flies out, forcing the summoner spell from the DK support. One more auto attack will also proc those concussive blows, and Aiming now down to about 1/3 life.
Now, JackeyLove as a player has evolved a lot away from this idea of the hyper-aggressive, trading his life for kills type of moniker. He's become a lot more consistent, and I think that was a great example of the controlled aggression that you often see from JackeyLove and Mako. As a bot lane, they still like to fight. They still like to go for those aggressive trades, and they recognize their strength. They know you're still a Smolder. How are you going to fight back against an Ashe Braum? And they just walk up, leverage the level 6 that JackeyLove has. They force Moham out, and then they get a really nice trade onto Aiming, forcing him back. So even though he loses his flash, JackeyLove's still actually not playing afraid, and with good vision control, they're getting advantages in the 2v2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've already taken 3 plates. They're very close to taking that 4th. They just denied an entire wave to Aiming off the back of that trade that they did push him back from. So it was a trade, of course, of that cleanse for heal. Mako used his heal to be able to catch up to Aiming and get that damage down. Tien in the area now will be spotted if he walks out of that pixel brush, and you can see Lucid is down on this side of the map. So we'll have a chance to respond here as Mako is going to get spotted, and now Tien seen there as well.
Exactly. Tien wanted to make sure that he was ready in case Lucid came down here to punish this constantly pushing wave of Top Esports. Lucid now hanging around the mid wave instead, as Tien will find another control ward and clear that one out. It feels good for Top Esports to be able to get this early of value out of those first 3 grubs too, since you often do have to trade those neutral objectives early on. Having both top lane and bottom lane colliding the waves into the turrets like they are, you're getting plenty of early value there.
You certainly are. And right now, it's kind of a slow affair, largely because of, well, the compositions. Both teams kind of waiting for those first item spikes to come through. Ashe Arrow.
Oh, nice
Nicely done.
shot there from JackeyLove, forcing a flash out of Showmaker.
And now they're going for the swap up to top side, knowing that the grubs are spawning in about a minute. Good timing for them, as they can allow that bot wave to be pushed in. They can even put some pressure onto those top tower plates and maybe catch DK off guard.
And it makes it so much harder now for DK to actually contest here if they want to, because Showmaker is now missing that flash. So if you show up to this objective fight, could be problematic. Aiming is able to get the push though, and at least does get 1 plate. We'll see if DK are going to look to try to challenge here. 6 grubs can be very problematic, especially when it has been top. That's largely been the ones on the push.
Yeah, and you can look, you still don't have the cleanse cooldown for Aiming, you don't have the real flash for Moham, and then over on the other side, it's only JackeyLove's flash that is down, but it'll honestly be coming right back up around the time that they've been wanting to contest for those grubs. So things are looking pretty good for Top Esports around that area. Mako and JackeyLove now also just gonna grab even more money from these plates. 10.5 minutes into the game, you can see on the left side of your screen, it's JackeyLove, 200 gold out in front of anybody else.
You can see King head down towards bots. They're gonna try to overload this side of the map. They're gonna try to look to farm a lot of these plates. So This is signifying I don't think they're actually going to contest here at the Grubs, and we'll see if it's going to be an immediate start for Top. They're already going to be able to take the Tier 1 top. They will win the race on this, and Top just playing the map really, really well.
Overall, I think Top Esports have just been playing the better macro game than DK have in the laning phase, and you'll see the little pink bars underneath the champion icons. Look at 369, a half a level up from Kingen, and that's just come from him moving around the map, being at the right waves at the right time, and Kingen has kind of been playing catch-up a little bit, as Top Esports have been the proactive ones when it comes to moving around the map.
Oh, another pause, and we will see. The one thing I will say is, despite the fact that Top has opened up a 1K gold lead, and it looks like they're going to be able to likely get 6 Grubs here also. The scaling for DK is really, really strong, so they may feel okay to be down a little bit in gold. The question is going to be, can you actually, keep it within reach? Over this next 10, 15 minutes, are they going to be able to, maintain this slight gold deficit, or is Top going to be able to really accelerate the game, utilize those 6 Grubs, constantly push these waves, and bring the gold to a level where you can't really compete realistically in the 5v5?
So since we have a couple minutes to talk about it anyway, because of the pause, again, not exactly sure what that is yet. We'll let you guys know when we figure out more. That 1,000 gold lead right now, just a little bit after 11 minutes into the game. What does the gold advantage need to be then for Top Esports when the clock strikes 20 for them to feel confident against this powerful scaling capability of DK, do you think?
That's a very specific question.
I know, we got to pause. I got to ask you guys some specific questions.
I mean, you can, if you have an answer, you
well,
can
it's mainly so that, I think that while I think DK have a scaling advantage, I don't think it's egregious enough that Top Esports need to have accelerated the game to a certain point, that's the only way that they can win. Because in my opinion, Top Esports' composition has great pick potential, right? In particular with Cream and Jaculov on Aurora and Ashe, you have that great assassination potential. You pick out a target, especially low mobility targets like Orianna. With all this potential collapse that you have, there's a lot of threat. So I feel like the Top Esports will always have options in the team fights. It just will get to a certain point in the game where the stacks on Smolder become so egregious, and I think the Jax on a side lane is going to be your other potential problem that DK can look to leverage. The next question then becomes, do you trust DK enough to execute upon their composition? Because I think in this tournament, they've showcased that their setups around objectives aren't always optimal. The decisions that they make on side lanes are a bit questionable. But that's a little bit more intangible.
I mean, execution is always more important than scaling. At the end of the day, you have to pilot your champions correctly. But to me, I do think there's a very significant scaling advantage for DK. I would kind of look at a 3-item breakpoint here. If DK are able to get their carries to 3 items and they're within a couple thousand gold, I feel like they have outscaled. As long as you are having, those well-executed fights, I think they are significantly favored at that point in the game. The question is, can you execute as well as Top? Because as Vetti's saying, there is always going to be those opportunities for picks and for outplays, for a failed execution. But I think it is almost impossible to fight front to back against Orianna, Jax, Rel, Skarner, and Smolder when you're at 3 items if the game is close. It just becomes so difficult. There's so many threats that the counter engage, I think, is going to be ridiculously tough for them to deal with.
All right, so as we go forward, then we'll keep in mind those big item breakpoints alongside the fact that DK's got to keep things a little cleaner than they have so far in the tournament from what we've seen up until this point. Still, just only a little over a 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports, 12.5 minutes in. There is that full second set of Grubs that went the way of Top as well as soon as we unpaused the game. The second Drake is live. The first one, remember, was claimed by DK, but now it's Top Esports jumping in after the second.
So the big advantage that Top Esports have right now is just the strength of their bottom lane. The fact that they can get prio pretty much wherever they move on the map is allowing Top Esports a lot of control around these towers and these neutral objectives. The fact that they secured the 6 Grubs, the only reason why they're down a Drake right now is because they traded the Grubs in favor of the Dragon, and now again they've leveraged their bot lane to secure that objective, and they're going to bring that bot lane back into the 2 versus 2 to keep putting pressure onto this bot lane tower. You can see this gold lead ever so slightly getting larger and larger, and it's a lot off the back of what is happening thanks to the bot lane from Top Esports.
And when you're thinking about the graphic that we showed earlier, it is concerning, as a nice sidestep there from aiming. They're going to look to dive anyway.
Ooh, Glacial Fissure. Nox aiming up in the air, but he and Moham honestly still feeling pretty safe underneath the tier 1 turret here. Even though Tien is around, that would be the proposition of diving a Rel with ultimate underneath the turret. Very scary stuff, so Top Esports call it off.
So DK, has been one of the best early game teams at the tournament. They have really struggled in those later stages, as Lucid going to have to run away here. And did, in fact, go Heartsteel, by the way, with the Aftershock. Definitely the less common. When you do go Aftershock, almost always people are going more of those supportive styles and largely playing towards Grasp when they do play Heartsteel. But is going to go for that scaling build, so even kind of more indexing towards what they do see as, I think, their win condition, which is going to be scaling 5v5.
I mean, I can understand taking the Aftershock sometimes with the big health stacking build as well, since you're just building these items that give you such insane health pools but no resistances, having that extra tankiness from the Aftershock proc, as long as you don't miss your E and your R. I mean, if you miss those, then I guess why did you take the thing in the first place? But bottom lane tier 1 turret in some serious trouble now, has a little bit more damage, gets it done. Moham jumps in here with a Magnet Storm, immediately trying to make the fight happen in the 2v2. Meanwhile, the jungler fight off to the side ain't gonna matter because Moham is already dead. The arrows fly, and DK dies. Top Esports picking up 3 as Showmaker and Kingen tried to join up to help everybody else, but now they're in a bad spot too. Cream and Tien chasing after Showmaker. He's trying to buy himself a little bit of extra time. Top Esports are on the hunt for the Orianna. Showmaker still trying to get away. 2-man Shockwave. It don't even matter, man. Showmaker is going nowhere fast. Top Esports, turret +4.
Top Esports, again, just wisely play through their bot lane. They know that they're the strongest part of the map right now. They set up a siege onto the bot tower, and DK say, we're going to try and hold this. We're going to defend. We think we're strong enough to try and fight you. Azale talks a lot about the scaling elements, but DK saying, we feel we're strong enough to fight now, and they are not.
And DK just waited too long. I mean, Moham, I think it's a good idea as the minion wave is getting cleared out to look for this hard engage with the tower still alive, but he goes in too late. All 4 TPs from the solo laners are used, but Showmaker and Kingen are TPing in way far away from the rest of the team, whereas the top solo laners arrive and are immediately participating in that dive, and it ends up being basically a 5v3 situation where they just slaughter the bot lane from DK, they kill off Lucid, and Showmaker and Kingen have nothing to do but watch the game slip away.
Exactly that. The Herald is now going to be converted in favor of Top Esports as well. And now they can move this bot lane into the mid lane and start sieging onto this mid tier 1, really unlocking the map for Top Esports and start threatening even the jungle of D+Kia.
3.5 minutes ago, we were looking at a game state where the neutral objectives were 1-1. Top Esports was about to make it a 2-1, and the gold was 1,000 apart. Now, only that short time later, it's a 4,500 gold lead. It's a massive advantage for Top Esports, having secured the Rift Herald now as well, and it feels like D+, their chances are just disappearing in a flash.
Absolutely. I mean, you're getting completely choked out off the map at this point in the game. It is going to be so hard, and it just becomes a nightmare. Like, Grubs is sometimes really valuable, sometimes not, but when you're already really ahead, it becomes so annoying because they're always going to get the push. Now they have the Herald. This is going to be 12 Void Mites popping out of this thing. It's like a clown car of Void Mites running out there.
Kingen jumping in though with a counter-strike for the engage. Tien is low, but Top Esports are going between worlds. Tien gets away, and a massive amount of damage pours into the DK lines. Jackie Love grabbing the first kill. Moham is down. Lucid jumps over the wall, but all DK can do is run. Top Esports are that far ahead.
Tien played that flawlessly. Bear in mind, he has no flash. He gets engaged on from a flanking Kingen. He then gets Skarner ulted underneath the tower, and patiently what he does is he ults, knocks, I think it was the Jax back, and then he uses that as like a bandwagon to then get back to his team to then turn the fight around. Just keep track of Tien in the fight, because as the initiation starts, they catch him coming out of the Rift Herald. They say this is an opportunity to fight. He then gets jumped on by Kingen. He's then going to get dragged underneath the tower. All of the CC thrown onto him. A nice Ash Arrow provides him a bit of space, and then look at that. The ulti onto the Jax allows him a getaway vehicle, and they turn a kill back onto Moham.
Exactly. If you haven't hit someone, that Crescent Guard does knockback, so he doesn't hit the Jax, knocks him back, then uses the charge over onto him. Really well played there by Tien. Knew he was going to be in some danger after driving it in, but Crescent Guard is so powerful in these situations. If you can just get aiming and Showmaker outside of that, they can't do anything to you.
Masterfully maneuvered by the Top Esports jungler in what looked like should have been a death sentence with that collapse. But the only thing collapsing now is DK's chances in this game. Still 4,500 gold down. There is another Drake live, but it's not going to stay that way for very long. Top Esports are already on it. There is no contest for DK. They know how worrying it is to even try to go out and contest anything in neutral territory.
Yeah, I mean, it's really problematic now, and not only are they just trading a tower for a dragon, because because Cream is pushing down bot side looking for that tier 2. It does survive for now, but that thing is about to go down to these Void Mites. That's 700 gold in the pockets of Cream there, which now puts him ahead of Showmaker. That was the only person when we saw the gold breakdown that was ahead for DK, and now he no longer is. Ash was already on 2 items, you know, before Aiming completed his 2, so they couldn't really look to fight. At this point, you're basically sitting back, you're praying that Aiming can actually get these stacks fast enough that you can maybe make something happen, but he's only at 147. He is very far away from that 225 breakpoint. And by the time it comes in, could be too little too late.
Tien over the wall, again, maybe looking for a fight. Kingin jumps in for the counter-strike. Jackie Love could be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets away for now. They're locking up the Jacks. Kingin can't do it. Moham's about to die here, too. Finally, they get one back on DK's side as Cream gets popped, but Moham's still getting away with only 100 HP. Lucid's here on the front line. Has to try to flash to get out of it. The Impale's going to be flashed back by Tien. As DK, they trade even, and that's about the best they could ask for.
It's a 1-for-1, but the player I want you to just stay focused on is Jackie Love, because they threw everything at him. Kingin was diving on top of him, the Shockwave was there as well, the Skarner was following up, and it still didn't even get his flash.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's crazy. The confidence that he has in these situations to just hold on to the flash. He really knows how much damage he can take, the limits he can play towards. It's pretty incredible stuff as Kingin came around on that corner and you think, okay, he is definitely in trouble there as he gets hit by the Shockwave. He's knocked back, but he kites out. Mako is blocking well for him. Tien is turning and peeling, and they just focus down Kingin. While on the other side, yes, Cream does go down, but Cream uses the ultimate to make sure that the rest of DK can never follow up. It's really well played there.
And credit to Mako too, the use of the heal as also just like that extra summoner spell that you often don't think of. Like Mako, I mean, the bot lane's just having an incredible game. And I think that as a Westerner, there is a perception around top esports that like they choke, right, when it comes to the international events. There's always that question mark, how are they going to perform? You look at their recent performance over the last few years, like they've struggled to get out of groups. They've had performances that you don't expect from them. But so far at this tournament, they've been playing at a very high level. We've seen their early games be incredibly strong, very consistent. Tien alone has been having a great game. His presence has been felt all across the map. But this bot lane in particular is really standing out here in game 1 of this series.
And now Top Esports have no intention of slowing down, invading the enemy red side jungle. Lucid and Aiming, yeah, they're hanging around. They don't want to allow the red buff to just be stolen away this easily, but Top would love for these guys to step a little bit too close, and Lucid does just that. There's no way out for the Skarner. Tien ends up taking the kill, and gentlemen, we're 21 minutes into the game. The enemy jungler is down. Top Esports have a ticket straight to the Baron.
Yeah, it's so tough, and Lucid had no flash, so being that far forward over towards the red buff is incredibly risky, and now it's going to be a largely uncontested Baron here as King is just going to try to push and grab that bounty off of the tier 2 bot, get a little bit of gold back for the team, but this kind of lead plus the Baron buff plus 6 scrubs is likely to mean nearly the end of the game, you have to think.
And you could even see the early TP from 369. Once Top Esports was confident they weren't going to be challenged at the Baron, 369 won't even allow the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane to fall. The tier 1 in mid is claimed by DK, but now they got to be careful because Kingin's in some trouble. Cream and Jackie Love in hot pursuit as Kingin wants to try to get away from this one, but they are sending 3 dudes after him. Jax, do we get out of these? I'm not sure. Maybe.
It depends if Mako flashes.
I mean, he has the...
He's flashing.
Okay, yeah. Mako flashes over. The counter-strike isn't going to block enough. Not here, not now, no way, not yet. Kingin is down, and Cream's getting a payday.
Yeah, he wanted them. Wasn't going to let him get away that easily. You've been chasing him for a while, so they get the kill onto Kingin. Yes, DK at least do get the tier 1 mid back, and it is an objective bounty, so it's a little bit of an injection of gold there. But Top have everything they need, I feel like, at this point to be able to close this one out.
You know what else is an injection of gold? Baron.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot. There's going to be a lot more gold being injected here soon from Top Esports, who are just in complete control of this game. 45 seconds until the next Drake spawns. You better believe there's going to be no contest for that one. They've got Baron for the next 2 minutes. All of Summoner's Rift is theirs, and DK have to just creep ever so slowly forward, patiently and methodically checking everything, or it might just be a death trap.
I think this game is just an excellent demonstration of how to play not only the lane swap incredibly well, but how to use an early advantage to snowball a game.
we talked about it briefly where like 369 was getting slightly more experienced than Kingin. We talked about how they were moving Jack 11 to the right lane at the right time, and just these very small things in the early game ended up building small enough advantages, but those advantages were enough when it came to the crucial moment in that bot lane TP play, because that pressure had built up to a point where DK felt like they had to do something to stop this becoming a bigger snowball. But unfortunately, that pressure, that decision has cost them so much.
Yeah, absolutely is. It is going to be the ult and the heal forced out there by Mako, as he was kind of left behind a little bit from the rest of the team. You know, and they used everything you're talking about, Betty, to create these kind of incremental advantages, but then they slammed it home with execution in dives and with execution in these 5v5s, you know, and that's really where you do create a world-class team where you can bring both of that together, where you're playing the macro well and you're playing the micro, the team fights, the individual outplays, and that has been the entire package here for Top. They have been looking very, very dominant in this game number 1.
And it's nice to see, because in the playoffs, the upset that happened against Weibo was definitely unexpected, and I think that this was the level of play that people were expecting from Top Esports, especially after their incredibly strong performance from the regular season. And he's hoping that they can continue this as they continue through the World Championship. Of course, this is only game 1, and right now they're looking like the favorites, but we've always got to come back to that scaling element, right? And if DK can find a miracle pick, if DK can slow the game down in any way, then there are opportunities and way for them still to come back into the game.
And I love that you bring that up right now, Vedius, because we just hit the 3-item power spike for aiming with the rapid fire cannon completed alongside the Muramana and the Trinity Force. 222 stacks right now, so just a couple more, and he will be online Smolder. Now, the problem is you're staring down the barrel of a 7,000 gold lead with a soul point status for the opponents. It's a really, really vertical cliff to have to climb right now for DK in this game 1.
Exactly, and Showmaker is a mile away from his 3rd item, right? You know, that's another big problem.
He's got a book.
Kingin doesn't even have his 2nd item yet, right? You know, I do think you need 3 items on all these carries, and, you know, I was kind of looking at that couple thousand gold mark where I do think scaling can take over. They are really far behind, though, at this point, so DK are going to need to have some of those X-Factor plays, see if they can make a miracle happen, find an incredible shockwave, find a multi-man Skarner ult, something like that.
Well, they're happy to see that arrow miss. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, 369 just trying to keep Kingin's attention here while the 4v4 continues up in the top lane. Without the Baron buff, though, it is easy enough, I would think, for Showmaker to be able to clear out most of these waves. Nice use of the Pathmaker from 369 to make sure that Kingin isn't getting the better of him. And when Jax is not winning the 1v1 against K'Sante, you are not feeling great with the Jax at this stage of the game. Almost 26 minutes in, 3 minutes until the Hex Soul spawns for Top Esports. But even shorter, it's barely over a minute and a half until the next Baron is around, and Top have total control over Summoner's Rift.
Now, the good news for DK is they have picked
best of 3.
You gotta do him like that.
Your quick wit, still sharp as ever, is that? I was going to say that Aiming is playing a champion of all time. And this champion not only has great scaling, but also exceptional wave clear. And as our observers just highlighted for us, waves just disappear, which is why you're seeing the progression of Top Esports' offense onto the base slow down, because the reality is that it's very difficult to siege against an Orianna and a Smolder, so you're kind of forced to leverage objectives. The Baron is spawning in a minute's time, and it wouldn't surprise me, like you're already seeing Top Esports do it, suffocate the vision, and you're going to force DK into a situation where you either come and fight or you concede the Baron. And in either situation, that's what Top Esports is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the map, and it's just kind of like this really shallow vision here along there that DK have. That is just about it, as they're going to look for a pick inside lane.
Yeah, it's a pick onto a K'Sante, though. 369, he goes for the all-out. It doesn't get through the terrain, but then he's immediately ready to flash over the wall to get to safety. So 369 escapes. The rest of Top Esports coming down to the area in case DK wanted to go for a very long chase. But now with the K'Sante safety secured and 15 seconds left in the Baron timer, Top Esports are right back to what you were talking about, Vedius. It's time to set up for Baron. It's time to force DK's hand.
At the very least, not only did they get the flash there, but they actually bought time for a Moham to move in and get more vision around this area. So they got a little bit better vision. They have one ward over into the pit. That's obviously going to be swept out, but you know, this ward over by Raptor is not bad either. And DK is going to have to make that really hard choice of, do we contest that Baron? Because you're very far down. If you lose that, it is game over. But by the same token, if you give over Baron for free, you're going to lose full map control. Your wave clear becomes much less effective. And then Top are going to have full run of the map to set up for this soul here.
Whoa, nice shot again. That is the second
so
time this game that Jackie Love has shot a long-range arrow to force the flash from Showmaker.
And I feel like when he's playing it in the LPL, it's the same story. It is ridiculous how good he is at timing out these cross-map arrows. He's so effective at it, just predicting exactly where they'll be based on the move speed. It's really impressive stuff, and now the job for DK gets very difficult. You check too far forward, you die. You don't check far forward enough, you lose the Baron.
All right, Lucid does have the flash back up here on the Skarner, but he still has to be so careful. They use Mom just because they don't know if they're already on the Baron, and as soon as the Dragon sees that there's just nothing there in the pit, it's always going to feel bad.
The power of paranoia is very effective, especially at the high level, because as smart as you are and as good as you are at League, the reality is that you can't see into the fog of war. And so you need that information. It's crucial. On Top Esports, they're very wisely, they're just starting the Baron. They'll like hit a ward, and then they'll back off a little bit, you know, and they're just like, have we started or have we not? And then DK feel that pressure. And it comes back to what we said at the start of the game, those pedals where you're just putting that bit of pressure on to force DK's hand.
DK were actually, pinging heavily over onto the Dragon. They're trying to get the inside track, but they've given up full prio in mid lane, and Kingen is not with them. There is a ward behind the pit, though, where he could look to TP. This is probably the game being decided right here.
All right, it's soul fight time. TP coming in from Kingen. Top Esports backing away, but continuing slow DPS onto the Dragon. Kingen on the left flank. Everybody else on DK here on the right. Tien going to be grabbed there by the Skarner. The objective bounty claimed by Lucid. DK getting it done, but now Cream's going between worlds off to the side while 369 and Kingen duel off on the left. It's going to be the first kill on Moham. Top Esports are about to lose their mid laner. He's down. Now they're going to turn right back over onto Kingen. The Jax goes into the Zonias. He's staying alive for now with another beautifully timed counter strike. He flashes back over the wall. DK's going to try to regroup, but the Ashe has the damage. Jackie Love gets it done, and it's a 1-for-2 trade, favoring Top Esports as the remaining 4 men head back over to the Baron pit.
Top Esports crucially got the kill onto Lucid. With the jungler gone, the smite is gone. D+Kia played a good fight. It was slow, it was patient, they leveraged their range, they got a good front to back. But when they overchase, that's where the Ashe becomes deadly, as she was able to use that kiting prowess and re-engage to turn the fight in Top Esports' favor.
Yeah, it just becomes so difficult, and now the Baron is going to be secured here by Top. Cream was not very effective on that flank. They were able to turn on him, burst him down pretty easily. His ultimate actually only connected on Lucid, unfortunately. He was looking for this big backline flank where he was going to try to get multiple members. And you can kind of watch Cream here at the top of the screen. He's going to look for this angle in onto the backline here. While on the other side, it's Kingen looking for the same thing. But Kingen is marked by 369, and watch this ulti only connecting onto Lucid. But Lucid immediately eases him into the wall, stuns him up, and Aiming is able to get a Q here, even with the heal and the flash coming out. That burn was still there to be able to finish him off, and it's from this point, as you say, Eddie, that the gold kind of starts to really show.
Yeah, once you kind of overchase, in a sense, towards an Ashe, especially with the Braum there, Braum lands a single Q, the passive then gets applied, and Ashe is like, right, okay, I know this combo pretty well.
Once you're in, you don't get out.
Pretty much, and the power of the Freljord ends up becoming very proficient there. So Top Esports, they secured the Baron. That's the objective that they need. They didn't get the Soul, so D+Kia at least have a small positive, but now the Siege will come through, and that wave clear that DK have is going to be less effective.
Yeah, Lucid may have died, which gave over the Baron, but he also secured the objective steal to make sure that they did not give that Hex Soul, so at least you can count that as a silver lining. But Top Esports are barreling down top lane now. You can see they've still got 369 over in mid for the split pressure. It's still going to take them a while to try to chip through some of this, except for 369 nearly killing. There it goes, the one in mid lane already down as that inhibitor is now exposed. Top Esports happy to wait for the next wave to arrive here in the top lane. Objective bounty claimed in the bot lane at the same time as the tier 2 is destroyed by Kingen, and now Top sees the opportunity to full send it underneath the tier 3 here on the top side. It's already gone. Moham and Lucid going to be taking a lot of damage as Moham's about to be killed. Lucid gets away back underneath the Nexus turrets. Moham's still alive somehow. Top Esports haven't lost a man, and the Skarner's also down. 3v5 for DK. Top Esports claim their first inhibitor. They claim 2 inhibitor turrets. They get everybody out, and 369 is ready to retreat and teleport back into the fight.
Yeah, Aiming got a lot of members over on the top side really low, but he just couldn't actually finish them off, couldn't chase in to be able to get those kills, and now the job gets so difficult. The TP's coming back in.
All right, Top Esports want to end it right here. First Nexus turret and second, both dropping at about the same speed. Kingen wants to keep these guys away with a counter-strike, but it ain't going to do enough. Both turrets already dead. 369 tanking it up on the front line as Kingen is already down. Aiming focused up next. He flashes back into the fountain, but it will not matter. Top Esports take game 1.
A clean game from Top Esports from start to finish. Very little to criticize as the bot lane, 6-0-7 for JackieLove, 0-1-14. Mako was only not involved in a single kill in that entire game.
Yeah, he barely stepped a foot wrong. Really well played game by Top.
Top Esports dominate the first game, and you can dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Get official league mods for your browser, access a dedicated Riot Corner and match schedules and tournament news, and enjoy a brand new co-streaming hub for live broadcasts. We're in best of 3 territory now, though, ladies and gentlemen, so don't you worry. We got more Top versus DK coming up after the break.
This is necessary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You wish.
In the dojo.
You wanna head high?
In the dojo.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew pew. Kill him in a new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since cradle. Build different, homie, you could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. I'm related, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain, you could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission, I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And it's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me trust me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade,
If they can, Kingen popping the counter strike, staying alive for now. Nice two-man stun coming out, but Kingen down to about 50 HP, still staying alive somehow with the volley. The 2v2 meanwhile, the juggler fight off to the side ain't gonna matter because Moham is already dead. The arrows fly, and DK dies. Top Esports. Kingen wants to keep these guys away with a counter strike, but it ain't gonna do enough. Both turrets already dead. 3, 6, 9, tanking it up on the front line as Kingen is already down. Aiming focused up next. Top Esports take game 1.
Well, the LPL and TES, they want to get a leg up over the LCK and hopefully get another team into those quarterfinals first. And they've started off on the right leg. Foot.
The right foot?
Whatever. Because they get the victory in this game. And I think there's quite a lot to talk about, even though it did only come down to a few fights. But there was an interesting discussion and discrepancy also in the way some people perceive the draft, right?
Yeah.
Because you saw, for instance, LS also commenting on like, oh, these are the elements in D+Kia's draft when we go into scaling, etc., that make this a winning draft. But you need a lot to go right for that to happen, it seems.
Well, and they also, so DK went through with the swap, right? Which theoretically is great for them, right? You have this scaling composition. You want to get the Smolder through the worst part of that initial laning phase, right? You don't want to go up against that Ashe Braum. So I actually thought, like, in terms of understanding from the point they load into the game, this composition, it was a really nice look from D+ compared to some of the compositions we've seen them bring out at this tournament.
Yeah, and even though this game ended with, I think, an 11,000 gold lead and 15 kills to 4,
Jackie loves Superfed.
I thought it was really close.
Yeah.
So I actually thought this was a really close game because I do agree that the DK composition outscales, and there was a few like breaking points in the game that if they go a little bit differently, I think like the threshold of the comps just switches and DK would have ran away with it. And those like thresholdy fights continued to happen throughout the game. And the biggest one was the bot lane turret failed defense where they effectively got aced and lost a turret. But like that's a situation, like everything that even led up to that moment was pretty hotly contested. We're gonna pull up this clip right here and you can understand why they don't wanna go down 2 turrets to 0 and they have a ward behind, so they think they're gonna pull off this double TP play. The execution is off though because the teleports come in late after the turret had already died.
Yeah, they don't sync it up correctly and they could, like, if you have this composition, you want to wait and scale. Like, ultimately, losing that turret and backing off does not cost you as much as what happens here. And the setup for this play going into it as well was kind of something that I like to call the TN special, which is they go for the 6 grubs, right? He immediately recognizes off of the bot prio or pressure that they've been able to put, goes down, takes that second Drake in the fight, which cuts DK's Drake stacking because they got first Drake. And then on top of that, Top Esports, so after getting both of those neutrals, go into this fight, then get Rift Herald later, and that really accelerated the game for them.
And it explains why D+ really wanted to defend that.
Yeah, and also, there's a lot of little things that even happened before that. Like at the tail end of that clip, you could see how TES's bot turret was like a couple of hits away from being down. I almost feel like if DK could have killed that turret, they would have been much more okay going down 2 turrets to 1 rather than 2 turrets to 0 because their side lanes at that time didn't have a good way of getting prio. But even another small thing is at the start of the game, like the fact that the lane swap could have gone a little bit better for them. They had like a 50-second dive where they ended up losing both of them because Rel didn't get level 2 before defending the turret. Like there were so many little things that I actually think make me very curious for how DK will respond in the next game.
Yeah, it's kind of like the knee-jerk reaction would be, oh, more of the same, but that's actually not reality.
Well, yeah, exactly, because DK, I just don't know how they're going to respond.
But you hate this.
Well, no,
you hate Jax.
No, I like this.
Oh.
I like this from DK because I think that game was really close. And I think if they defend the swap better, I think if they don't make that double TP play, if they execute even, like, okay, we had the last fight too, right?
Yeah.
Where they stole the Drake. So this is what almost worked, in my opinion, for DK. And this is, I know it's a little bit weird because TES did smash them, but like, Skarner being able to suppress, get the smite steal, but just like the overall structure of this fight. Remember, this team is down like 7K. They peel cream off the back end of the fight. They buy a bunch of time in the back with the K'Sante canceling out the Jax. And if Aiming and Showmaker are actually, you know, a little bit more fed and Jackie Love isn't actually just giga OP at this point, I think the team comp would have actually worked.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
And exactly. That's exactly the point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is why I'm super curious to see what draft comes through for DK, especially now that they're going to be going into it on that blue side, right? I want to see what their blue side draft is. Because, again, to your point, Jet, so many little things ended up accelerating, and you could even see the windows of where DK's composition could have taken over.
And by the end of that game, the reason why I said that about the draft is the Jax pick, right? Specifically, Jax.
It keeps losing.
You said you don't always like it, but maybe that's because it keeps losing, so maybe it isn't Jax's fault.
I still can't tell if Jax's atrocious win rate is a correlation or a causation. At a certain point, it will become the cause. Currently, I'm saying it's just a correlation.
Yeah, we'll see. Regardless, though, TES on a match point already. It is a best of 3, and if they win, they're going directly to those quarterfinals. But we're hopeful for seeing 3 games here. I don't know if our casters are ready. Ready. They are, and I love when Captain Flower says Jackie love. So I hope he does it again in this game.
Wow.
We'll see if I get the opportunity. Here's Shox. If they play like they did in game number 1, I'm sure that I will. Top Esports had a hell of a performance to start off this best of 3. They are now 1 game away from qualifying for the quarterfinals, from booking their tickets to Paris, from making top 8 here in Worlds 2024. And man, they were looking good in that first.
And it will be the last time they did that was back in 2020. Right, when they end that awesome quarterfinals against Fnatic at the World Championship. So, yeah, Top Esports very eager to get back to the quarterfinals at Worlds and to regain some hope for the LPL. LNG's already up there, but we're not going to hesitate. We're going to jump straight back into draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of additional pressure on the LPL teams because both BLG and Weibo are 1-2, right?
Oh, yeah.
The expectation is not just to do well at Worlds for the LPL, it is to dominate. The fans are not happy that they have 2 teams in the 1 and 2 mark. So Top has to do their part and look to advance.
All right, let's hop back into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, as the sides have swapped. Top on the red side this time, DK on the blue. The Renekton and the Rumble going to continue to be banned away from 369 with Gnar and Vi banned out by Top.
Does Yone get through here?
Please.
Let's see if Top are going to be banning it out or not.
Oh, you're a Yone hater.
Absolutely. Ever since the champion spotlight.
Yes. The thing is, I don't think Showmaker really plays Yone.
That's kind of what I was thinking. They might actually try to leave it up and force them to ban it on blue side or give it away.
Well, they're going to ban away the Ashe.
Daring.
Now, we know that Kingen plays it. We've already seen Kingen play it, right? But assuming that Jax is open, if they do first pick it, you just have to respond with the Jax at 369.
Exactly, and I do think it's a lot weaker in top lane simply because it's actually a long lane. You can punish this champion with counter picks. In mid lane, it's so hard to punish champions because the lane is very short and because the brushes got moved back this year to the sides. So it's so hard to actually gank mid lane. Top lane is way more abusable. They are just going to go for it here, though, and we'll see if they do regret it or not. I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Vetty, where I'm thinking this might be a Kingen Yone and not going to Showmaker. But we'll see if Showmaker does bring it out.
But they gave up the Jax. I'm actually very surprised. I guess from their perspective, they could argue, assuming that this is a Yone top, then we don't need to give over the Jax because we're going to be able to lock it in on 3.
Yeah.
And if the Jax is locked in, I think, like, for what it's worth, Aurora into Yone, very abusable matchup for the Aurora. You can be hyper-aggressive, and Cream already demonstrated his proficiency on the champion. So, we'll see. Sejuani going to round out, and there's the Jax hover. It's going to be locked in, so we are going to get to see Showmaker on the Yone. This will be his first time at this World Championship. He has played it before, for sure. But now Top Esports have the opportunity to counter. Will they just go for the K'Sante again?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, the K'Sante, that is very much kind of like 369 bread and butter here. You know, he usually is the tank guy. But the top side for DK is nasty this game. You have Sejuani, Yone, Jax. Like, that is really, really strong. And when you look over at the top 3v3, it's like, there's just no way. There's no 2v2 you win. There's no 3v3 you win up on the top side. So that is going to be a real point of power here for DK. And we'll see if they can get their early game going. Because, again, that has been the point of strength for them in this tournament. It's been later when they've suffered.
I'm genuinely surprised that they didn't prioritize the Jax. I think that by locking it in, it would have given you an answer in the side lane. Because now, like,
it's another intangible because on paper, I would argue that DK just have winning side lanes across the board, right? They will get to a point, I would argue even at like one item, where they just have pressure on sides and there's not much the top esports can do about it. But DK do have a tendency to fight. They do have a tendency to play the 5v5s, which means that top esports could just be relying on that. And I was going to say, Kaiserban should follow up from the Ziggs to limit the AP options so that you funnel them into a largely full AD comp.
Well, and I think the Ziggs ban especially is so intelligent because when you look at DK, it's screaming 1-3-1, right? It's playing the side lanes. And what do you need to actually enable that? Well, you need wave clear. You need someone that can park themselves mid, clear out these waves, not allow your towers to just get grouped and sieged on. So Ziggs definitely makes that a lot more difficult. I'm going to be curious here to see what DK looks for with aiming, as they're going to again be banning out that Renata.
Yeah, the Renata and the Poppy both going to be banned out second half here one more time.
Might be the Smolder again, you know? Like, we already talked about the wave clear that Smolder provides. Maybe DK is looking to lock the Smolder just so that they can keep it mid, provide that wave clear later on into the game.
I could see it, but then I just worry that similar things happen as last game, right? And it's like, if you do that, do you really want to have your Jax in a lane swap against Cassante, right? Like, the Jax, I think, is kind of in a disadvantageous position oftentimes in that. And we'll see, as this time, Mako going to be grabbing that Rel, so they are going to have some really powerful engage now. Obviously, Aurora can kind of set up for that Rel, but then you have an incredible follow-up with the Skarner, with the Rel also. Jackie Love, I feel like, needs some sort of a hyper carry, though, because as far as consistent damage, there's basically zero. Like, Aurora has kind of that shotgun burst that's up front, but you need a true hyper carry here. And the fact that they're leaving it to 5th pick does make me wonder, you know, if they're considering some more kind of risky options.
Well, MF will definitely provide you with some wave clear. The follow-up
every couple minutes.
Yeah, every now and then, admittedly. The Leona follow-up with the Sejuani means that you've got good CC on the side of D plus Kia. Ultimately, I like the direction of their draft. They are obviously very indexed towards AD.
That's what I was going to say. Like, how worried are you about that? Because it's Cassante, Skarner, and Rel. Like,
for sure.
Everyone just stacks tabbies, and it becomes very problematic. Like, sure, then there's CC from Leona and Sejuani to maybe try to force you to build Mercs, but it's like, if you're stacking armor, I'm really worried about that.
I still just feel like, though, that Yone just doesn't care. I don't know.
They have some mixed damage on the soul laners, to be fair. Obviously, like,
I mean, that's the thing, right?
And
Both Yone and Jax, I mean, they do magic damage too, right? Like, it's not quite a 50-50 split.
But they have some mixed in.
Yes. So the Kallista's going to be the round out. I am a little surprised, I will admit. When we were thinking hyper carry, like, I think Ashe would have actually been one of the better picks there in this situation, but I guess they want a champion that can deal with the fact that there's a lot of mobility on the side of DK, and Jackie Love can be very self-sufficient on the Kai'Sa. I was kind of expecting something like an Ezreal maybe, but I guess they want something that can get in the thick of things alongside the Aurora.
And it does feel like, if you're looking at compositions, I think on one item, like, top kind of blows DK out of the water in team fights. So I think, you know, what I'm expecting from this top comp is they play for bot prio, they play for dragon stacking, and they try to force this team that wants to play through sides to come and 5v5 them before they're really ready to do so.
Exactly. We were talking about the top side of the map for DK for the first half of this draft. So the answer then from Top Esports is, okay, we're playing for bottom side of the map. They did it last game to great effect, and if they can run it back here, they're in quarterfinals.
And one of the things that, you know, about Aurora, people always think about Aurora diving deep and catching out the MF and things like that, but you can play in these kind of compositions when there's 4 melee that are all diving towards one target. You just use your ulti to peel, right? Like, you get into the situation where there's these 4 melee running at your Kalista, you throw down the Aurora ult, Skarner is there, Cassante is there, Rel is there, all the counter engage is very powerful and can create that space for Jackie Love. We saw what he could do with that space in game number 1, and we're going to see if he can get similar things done here in the second game.
Exactly, and not just the ulti too. Remember that Aurora's weirding is an 80% slow for a melee champion.
I prefer not to remember that.
Obnoxious to do. You sound like a melee champion who has laned against Aurora before,
I am a melee champion. I played a Volibear top game the other day. I was like, this sounds fun. I was playing against Aurora. It wasn't fun, let me tell you.
Probably not very fun, my friend. All right, let's see if DK can have some more fun in this one than they did in game number 1. Even this series out and take us to a game 3, or if Top Esports is going to just sweep their way into the quarterfinals.
I think the answers to Yone have not been it.
Okay.
My opinion is that crowd control is the best way to deal with Yone, because he is a champion that is not allowed to build Merc treads, basically. So there's like a big opportunity that CC kind of has extra value in a sense, because how many champions can be flecked? Oh, hang on.
Mako face checking a brush, tries to crash down over the wall, gets frozen mid-air, but escapes. That's what matters. record scratch, freeze
You
frame,
may be
whatever you want to
wondering
call
how
it.
I got here.
But all that really matters is that I got out.
Yeah.
Now, I know some support players will sit there and go, worth, I now have Hex Flash. The point that I was setting up for was I'm curious if this is enough crowd control to deal with the Yone. Because I agree with your point about how Aurora's ultimate can be an effective tool. I think that Rel, with a good engage, can make it annoying for Yone for sure. And then also Skarner's target focus can be crucial. So they definitely have resources to make life difficult for the Yone. But the truth is that so far at this World Championship, whether it be on side lane or team fights, this champion has been problematic.
Yeah.
And he always finds a way to have an impact.
I mean, I fully agree with you, and that's kind of the same song I've been singing, is that CC is the answer, but I'm also of the opinion that it's not a good enough answer. And that's kind of the thing, is that it's like, at the highest level, there's so many ways to play around it for the Yone. You know, if you're thinking about like playing into a Rel or a Leona, you're like, oh, just stand on your AD carry, and then when he goes in, stun him. But then all of a sudden, Q3 knocks you up. The ulti then knocks you up. Like there's all this CC. If you're standing too close to your AD, it's looking to peel, then you can get caught in that CC as well. The E can be used as a CC immunity when you're snapping back if you time that. You know, so there's all these little tools that pro players at the highest level have to be able to answer with CC. And so it can be really difficult to deal with the champion even when you draft for these intelligent choices, which I agree, CC is kind of it.
Now, we're seeing push be gained by DK in both top and bot lane, which is a little different from what we saw in the previous game, where the pressure was being put onto them, which means that this gives Lucid a little bit more agency and options in the other game. Not that I expect anything too creative in a Sejuani versus Skarner matchup.
Ooh, immediate jump in. The Zenith blade from Moham is a mistake. He goes too far forward. A massive blunder from the DK support.
I mean, it feels like he just forgot about how Rel works, because Rel's going to flip you in. Like, yes, he maybe wasn't initially in the tower range, but he's just going to get dismount, flipped into the tower, stunned up, and Moham gives over a freebie.
That is rough. Ooh, nice engage coming up from Kingen here, trying to use that Counter-Strike to lock up Cream, who dies to the proc on the E snapback. Beautifully done there, comboing with Showmaker and Kingen to get DK on the board.
Kingen with good pressure in the top lane, finds a window to roam down to mid, and Cream, being a massive lane bully in this matchup, leaves himself susceptible to D+Kia finding at the very least a trade kill. Ends up being a 1-for-1 on the map.
And I just think it's so smart from Kingen, because he gets the push top. Sure, he could have based and just walked back to lane, but if you don't feel that you can really realistically pressure the K'Sante anyway, it doesn't really matter, right? If you miss a CS or two there. So the time spent is actually still beneficial. Even if they didn't get the kill and he just forced out a flash from Cream, that gives Showmaker so much more agency, so much more comfortability in this kind of a range versus melee matchup, where it's up to Cream to non-stop pressure and punish this Yone for every single CS. And you can't do that when you're missing your flash.
You're completely right, Azel. And like, I was gonna talk about how like you can see how oppressive it is, specifically because what makes Aurora brutal is her 3-hit passive applies on both abilities and auto attacks, right? So even if she has things on cooldown, she can still look to try and bully you. But now Lucid looking for a gank.
Cream trying to get away from that Sejuani, play towards the other side of the lane. Mako and Moham also both making their way up into the mid lane. Scrap, nothing really to come of it here for either side, as Tien now also showing up.
I mean, Top knows that Cream is really in a difficult situation now, and that is why they have 3 members here covering him, playing around him. They're clearing out vision. They're dropping pink wards. They know how he has to play the matchup to be successful, and they're going to try to enable that as best as they can, as just kind of trading back and forth here. But neither top laner has base, so there's not really a lot of oomph behind these attacks here.
There's probably not going to be some for a while. I mean, the trading in general between these two, it's going to be a pretty even lane state, I feel like, unless somebody else gets involved or Jax commits the cardinal sin of getting too close to K'Sante post level 6 near a turn.
Forgetting how K'Sante works.
Yeah, one of those tough ones here in League of Legends. But honestly, a very, very even early game. 5 minutes in here, very close goal between the two squads.
Now, we didn't see it, but the cleanse was burned from aiming in a little 2v2.
Whoa.
And look at that, nice. The mind games from Mako. Procs the Q, threatens the flash, and aiming says, I have to respect this, I'm gonna flash away, meaning both summoners now gone for aiming.
Exactly, without that cleanse, if you get Q flashed into the crashdown with Ignite there and everything, like you're just dead, right? So really smart play there from Mako, steps forward, forces the summoners, and now MF is gonna have to get out of that lane, so they're actually gonna send MF up towards topside, potentially look to try to play towards those grubs, as DK did give all of those up last game, and we'll see if top does match the swap here and look to brawl.
Ooh, Lucid. Nicely done there, stopping Cream's recall.
And look at the wave. The wave is so screwed for Cream right now, but he doesn't have flash and he has no TP, so it's very difficult because that's actually stopping his recall to try to fight for grubs. So that alone may mean top can't actually contest.
It's funny because if you were to just look at the bottom of your screen, the gold would be very similar to what we saw in Game 1, where the only advantage that D plus Kia have in terms of gold was from that mid lane, and DK have done a great job of playing around Showmaker to help him get through this laning phase, but now there's a brawl around the grubs.
Top Esports would love to at least just smite one of these down, make sure that they can secure it. There it is, 1-1 on the first set of grubs, but DK has a 4-man unit ready to try to play here. Nice engage coming out. They go for the slam into the wall. Between Worlds finds multiple targets as Showmaker now snaps back. A lot of pressure and damage onto Jackie Love, and he drops first in the fight. Tien finally gets a return kill here on a Showmaker, but now he's in a little bit of trouble himself. Mohan gets away with just 100 HP as Mako is slowed down by the Sejuani, and Cream continues trying to find a little bit more damage. The weirding has some, but is it enough? They finally end up getting another 1-for-1 trade with a 2v2 here at the very end. Cream has more health, but he has no mana. Lucid trying to get away, and he has to flash to avoid the 3-hit passive.
Cream coming up massive there for the team. Does arrive a little bit late, but got so much done as Jackie Love was focused down. Didn't even get his summoners off. Burst down very, very early, and you're starting to think maybe this could be a DK1 fight. Instead, Cream helps to turn it around. We can watch it one more time. I was thinking that aiming was going to be the one really vulnerable in this fight without the summoners, but it's actually Jackie Love that they land this targeting on here. They flash forward, look for this engage, and Lucid on the other side just finds him. Moham is there with the follow-up. Showmaker comes in as well, and DK are able to burst down the Kalista.
And now the fight becomes even more extended, so Tian's able to finally shut down Showmaker. The problem is then Tian needs to run away. Moham is tanking up with the W active. The top esports realize they need to disengage. And this is the slight overforce from DK because they sit there and think, oh, we can re-engage onto Tian. And they're able to get that kill, but then the re-engage comes back down onto aiming as well. I think the saving grace here for Lucid is that Cream literally runs out of mana. He is forced to flash away regardless, though, and it ends up being a 3-for-3 on either side.
I mean, Cream was just sitting on the Haunting guys. He had no mana items whatsoever. So, you know, in that extended fight, yeah, you do have that ramping damage, but at the same time, he goes fully that is the cost of this type of build.
Mako clearing out the ward in the Pixel Brush as Tien makes his approach. There is the ultimate available for the Skarner. You always have the extra ability to tunnel through these walls, get some creative gank angles, but Lucid is hanging around here too. Could be a full-on 3v3. Tien tunneling through the wall and then immediately backs right back out.
He's just digging his way through the wall, checking out, seeing what's happening on the top side of the map, realizes he does not want to unburrow and instead goes back to the safety of the river. 369 getting a bit of pressure onto the bot side of the map as Cream makes a quick base. I thought that he would have enough gold to actually get his item, but apparently not quite yet. We are, of course, only 9 minutes into the game. Dragon's still up.
I mean, 8 kills in 9 minutes is pretty bloody. That fight in the topside river had a lot more bodies on the ground than a lot of those fights usually will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a kill in the bot lane 2v2 as well, plus a gank mid, you know, able to get a kill there. So it has been pretty action-packed thus far. DK trying to utilize this triple melee topside with the Sejuani. They know it's a real point of power for them. They want to be looking to scrap and really force TES to try to outplay them.
And that's what we were talking about back in Game 1. That's what we were talking about in the Champ Select for this game. They need to take advantage of how good they are in the early game, how they can build these advantages with their mechanics, with their individual skill, and set themselves up for a better spot. Nice engage there. The lockup on Jackie Love. Moham needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Jackie's still kiting. He gets away with sub 100 HP back underneath the safety of the turret.
A nice engage from DK, but great peel there from Mako. You know, normally in that situation, you wouldn't want to be using your ult and everything on the support, but Moham would have been able to chase down and kill off Jackie Love there, so it's the only way to keep him alive. But still, good proactive stuff here from DK, just connecting on Jackie Love with the very edge of the bullet time.
You're seeing the strength of getting that BF sword in the 2 versus 2, but 369, this is a kill angle.
Yeah, he's going in, wants King in here, flash to follow, jumps right back in with a little bit of footwork, and the Intofo strikes, bury King in a 1v1.
369 with a very valuable 1v1, finds the outplay. Kingen didn't have the HP or the mana to continue the trades, and I think 369 did just come off the back of a base. You look at the item discrepancy, and yeah, it was an easy pickup for 369.
And had a really good Game 1. He had been getting a lot of criticism, especially from the LPL fans, about his performance at Worlds thus far. So important for 369, having a bounce back game. Not only does he get the kill, he gets a plate off the back of it, procs to demolish, already had the Sheen as well. And we may be getting another scrap here, but it looks like it's probably too late from DK.
Well, hold on. Cream could be And a little bit of a compromise
It's never too late
spot
for
here.
DK, Azale.
DK still on their approach. They throw out the Glacial Prison, but it ain't gonna find a whole lot yet. A lot of damage onto Jackie Love, barely staying alive here with about 50 HP. Showmaker gonna grab the kill, but TM with a massive 3-man ulti. No damage to follow it up. DK will get their single kill. They will take away the one Void Grub. Critically, gentlemen, it is 3-3 on Grubs. Nobody gets any Void Mites.
Yeah, and it's been a tough game for Jackie Love. He is just getting picked out time and time again. There is so much CC in this 4 melee squad. If anyone gets in on to Jackie Love, then all of a sudden the follow-up is always there. Showmaker came down from the top side, was able to pressure from that angle, and again, Jackie Love goes down without being able to contribute too much to that fight, and it's a big concern for Top and their composition going forward if Jackie falls too far behind.
For sure, especially when you kind of look at the damage threats. Cream and Jackie Love are really the core.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, so them falling behind is going to be a problem as DK, they're in a comfortable spot right now. We talked about the scaling threat they have on the sidelines specifically, just how much of a menace Yone is in the current meta. I think DK fans can be pretty happy with the current game state. The Andrews being finished for Cream is a nice spike to have, but this Yone set up a nice freeze on the top side of the map, and he's continuing to ramp up.
Yeah, if we're talking about item spikes, there's quite a few coming through right now. Hold on, we'll talk about them in a second, unless this turns into something absolutely crazy. There's your Wombo combo with the engage, the Ishtal impact from Tien, followed up with all the CC from Mako. Vedius, I believe you called it, my friend. Yone doesn't like CC, and Top Esports have figured it out.
I mean, that's the solution when you're having to deal with a 1,000-year-old samurai. Just impale him into a wall with a giant scorpion from 1,000 years ago as well.
Just 4v1 him under his tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Just be up his team.
Simple,
it's pretty
easy,
simple.
yeah.
Come on, guys. Why didn't anyone else think of that?
Top Esports coming out on top yet again. They're going to grab themselves almost a 1,000 gold lead here. We still have a little bit over a minute until we get to the Rift Herald and that next neutral objective spawning. The second Drake of the game, still first Drake of the game, I actually should say. I was expecting it to have been cleared already, but it did not happen. So that first Drake still live. Cloud Drake in the bottom half of the map. What I was going to touch on before we got the dive, first item power spikes are coming in for a lot of champions. You've got the Zeeks for the Sejuani, Heartsteel again for the Skarner in this game, along with that Bloodthirster for the misfortune of aiming that is 2-1-2, as Moham could be in a bad spot here. Crash down plus the weirding, a little bit of damage on that one as Kingen has to get away back underneath the tier 1 turret in the bottom side of the map at the same time with the bullet time flying in over the top. A lot of damage onto Cream, beautifully punished from DK as Top chased a little bit too far, but now what is this? Lucid nearly caught out there thanks to the Skarner ulti, but a flash into an Arctic Assault back over the wall, and now Jackie Love is once again in the sights of aiming, and DK, one more shot to the head, and Jackie's out of there. Aiming still fighting as Tien tries to get the last little bit of damage onto Lucid to make this one a 1-for-1 trade. While Showmaker chases after Mako up in the top lane. It is a chaotic game too.
The skirmishes are just going in the favor of DK across the map. I mean, Leona is annoying because even if she face checks, W gives you all these resistances, but then she holds onto the Aftershock until after her W wears off, and then she stuns you, and then the Aftershock procs, and it's just like, oh, this champ is way too unkillable. And then even though they thought they caught Lucid out, they also didn't have enough damage. Jackie Love is very far behind right now, and Top Esports going for these skirmishes when they're just not strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a bit of an overchase, right? They do catch out Moham, but at the end of the day, as you say, you know, he has so much resistances here, and Showmaker's able to come in from the top side. They turn immediately as Showmaker and Aiming do arrive, and then over on the other side, Jackie, not enough damage to actually finish off Lucid, and he just lays a trap with this ward. This is really nice play around that ward, just utilizing the vision as soon as he comes around there. He didn't even have cleanse available. It was up in about 5 more seconds. So great timing. They find the pick. And it's been really good play in this game, too, from DK. I think even though the gold is actually in the favor of Top, I think they are very far ahead. Just looking at the goal difference between these two AD carries, it's a 2-threat team, and you only have 1 threat.
Yeah, not a great sign for Top Esports with the current state of Jackie Love. As you can see, the Rift Herald is now on the map. MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot showing you, yeah, it's a huge advantage for aiming, but also a massive advantage for 369 in that top lane 1v1 that we haven't really seen a whole lot from after the solo kill. Now the Rift Herald is the target for Top Esports. Mohammed Lucid walking up. Lucid wants to be able to challenge here for the flip, and he steals it away. Beautifully done with a bullet time in over the top. It's not going to find a whole lot of damage as Showmaker tries to jump in. He resets his position and gets back away, but Lucid's going to be killed up first as Cream tries to disengage. Kingen in the middle of everybody with a counter strike, but he ain't going to find a lot. 369 is on the hunt as Moham and Kingen try to get out. Tien still chasing. Moham's about to drop. DK lose 2 men. Yes, they might have stolen away the Herald. They do end up being able to pick it up thanks to Showmaker.
Yeah, and this time, Showmaker actually going to TP back, and he's looking for Jackie.
He's ready to keep going. On the front line, though, with Kingen, they aren't going to find the target they're looking for. DK, though, they summon up the Rift Herald here in the mid lane. They claim the tier 1 turret, and now Showmaker is just going to take an Uber home. Or does he drive it up into the top lane instead? He might be able to swerve this one. Let's see if he can connect.
Yeah, we'll see if he can actually make it all the way there. It also might just expire. Cream. Oh.
All right. Unlucky.
Hit the curb, unfortunately, and it will walk in and just die, but good TP back from Showmaker. He barely survives and is able to TP back and make something from nothing there. They get the tier 1, and not only that, he forces out the flash from Jackie Love, because this is one of the first fights where they really couldn't reach the top 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, it was surprising to me that Top Esports turned this fight around, and I think crucially, I'm going to keep my eyes on 369 because there's this front line that kind of carry a nice ulti from MF, but it doesn't actually connect as much as I thought it would. The ulti came through onto Cream from Showmaker onto the back line, but you kind of look at who's actually in the fight, and it's really only Showmaker and Lucid, and so good target selection from Top Esports is now Cream.
Oh, Cream, they popped the tier 1 turret in time, and now with a TP coming in to reinforce him, it's Cream at 369 against Kingen and Showmaker. 369.
Long enough.
Still on the chase here, has the third in Tofo strike, looking for the knockback. Hits Kingen. Not really a whole lot more to get out of this one, though. They had Mako and Tien coming up around the side in case the fight kept going, but Top Esports not going to disengage it after having kept their mid laner alive. Hold on, Moham. Now the target. Tien ready to tunnel through the wall here to back up Mako. Remember, this Leona is very, very, very tanky. Still at about half HP. Impale to drag him right on back. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this dude, and he's still getting away. Cream finally takes the kill.
I mean, that was a lot of CC required. It's just like, we will hold you here until all of your resistances wear off. They eventually find the kill. Bear in mind that the dragon dropped eventually in all of that. The first dragon of the game going in favor of DK as Lucid ended up securing that. But I like the response there from 369. I was concerned heading into the mid game, because as you were highlighting as well, pretty much the gold was in the right places for DK, right? Your Showmaker's in a good spot, aiming is really far ahead, and you think coming into these mid game fights, as long as these carries are strong, then it doesn't really matter. But 369's presence is very much there in the team fights. This unmovable wall that is just being obnoxious and buying peel and time for Jackie Love, I think is crucial. And that TP into top lane, keeping Cream alive, is just another example of that.
And the itemization is exactly what we were expecting from 369 as well. You can see the Thornmail just now being completed alongside the Iceborne Gauntlet and the plated steel caps. Yes, you have the mixed damage from Jax and Yone, but it's still massively favoring physical damage overall, and this guy is just built to endure that.
Yeah, and it's so many auto attacks, you know, between these champions, right? And Tabby's are just going to be able to straight reduce that. You can see the armor is starting to get stacked up here by Tien. Did have to give some respect over to the amount of CC, obviously, that there is. Sejuani, Leona, Jax, there's a ton of CC there. So yes, Merc Treads are still obviously, you know, pretty strong, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him go into something like a Frozen Heart next or a Randuin's, and is going to be really difficult to actually punch through.
I like that you mentioned that, because as the targets that are likely to face check, sometimes that extra tenacity is just more valuable than having the armor reduction from Tabby.
Showmaker has already used his Soul Unbound, and 369 is still chasing. As Mako and Tien are ready to intercept Lucid, Showmaker needed to use the Fate Seal to get away from 369. As soon as he saw Showmaker use that E, that massive amount of Yone's power budget, he was ready to full send it.
It's reminding me watching Cassante versus Yone, just like, I was you before you were you, okay? Cassante, still doing Cassante things, of course. 369 with the lead that he does have is going to make it difficult for Showmaker without any way to shred through that armor.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult. And honestly, you know, from the position that 369 is in, if you can just trade ults with him, it's honestly really, really good, because Yone, without that ultimate, I think it's going to have a really hard time, you know, showing up to these team fights and threatening backline. And as long as Cream and Jackie Love are not threatened, they are going to be looking really good in these 5v5s. It's the Hallway Baron that's going to be spawning up, which you can play a lot of interesting vision games around this one, because there's those extra walls, which can make it, you know, pretty difficult to have kind of full ward coverage.
Yone ulti also completely goes down that whole hallway. So getting rid of the Yone. I said the Yone ulti also completely covers the whole hallway. So you've got to be careful about that hallway.
Yeah, and like Betty said, Cassante is also really difficult. You know, Skarner can pull off some good plays. So there are some interesting things that you can do with vision in this game and with these champions. A lot of players actually like to kind of play around, you know, this area where you're kind of playing in there. And if the other team ends up face checking in, you can be kind of setting up there for a trap, have an MF come out over the wall, that kind of thing, which I think think it's the most interesting of the Baron pit spawns, honestly.
Definitely had some cool opportunities. Top Esports still up about 2,000 gold right now, have a +1 advantage in terms of turrets, but there is one Drake for DK. Only one Drake taken so far in this game at 21 minutes in. It has been such a bloody game, such a PvP-focused game. We haven't had time for the objectives. The second Drake going to be spawning here in about a minute, a little bit under that now. We'll see if we get a fight for it or if it's just a handshake, somebody takes it, the other side happy to farm up instead. Looking at where the items are, Randuin's Omen now fully completed for the Skarner. The Malignant's done for Cream with the Aurora. You have 2-item power spike for Jackie Love now as well. We've already talked about how this game has been pretty rough for him. 3 deaths already on the Callista. Was focused pretty heavily in some of those early fights, but seems to be recovering rather well.
I mean, crucially, he's about to be 2 levels down as well. I think after this wave, aiming should tick over to level 13. And those 2 levels are going to make a big difference as we get closer to the big fights.
It goes stunned up, has to flash away as DK was threatening a full all-in on that support. With the Dragon about to spawn, it would have been a guaranteed objective over to DK.
I do wonder if Top Esports feel strong enough to fight right now. I mean, I feel like you could make the argument that if you leave Yone on the side lane longer, it's only going to get worse, so maybe now is the best time for you to fight. However, they don't have... Oh, I say that. They now have great position thanks to the push that 369 got on bot lane. Cream is catching that wave on top. He has the TP available. And when we see the vision, DK is largely starved of this Dragon.
And I think their top side is so strong right now. You know, 2 items across really the board here. You're looking at the jungle on the top from the other side, way weaker.
Showmaker over the wall there with the soul unbound, but he has to snap back. The Drake is going to be claimed before Lucid can try to show up and threaten a 50-50. Tien wants to jump over the wall. Lucid's about to lose the Arctic armor. They're trying to use a lot here on the Sejuani. The Impale only onto the enemy tank. Showmaker's looking for the angle here, but Lucid's going to be killed off first. Jackie Love taking the kill as Moham is isolated from the rest of the team. Jackie Love's trying to be protected by Mako and Tien. He needs to kite out away from the Yone, but a nice move coming out from Showmaker to take him down. Aiming is kiting it out. Tien is about to die. Kingen looking for a little bit more as Tien gets away, but finally Aiming getting the last auto attack and a double kill back over to the AD carry from DK, but he's the only one left standing. 7 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and Top Esports comes out +1.
It's an absolute bloodbath by the red buff. The follow-up fight there was massive as Top was feeling really confident to chase in. Kingen, though, made this a very difficult fight. He had a very good angle, as we'll go later into this. Obviously, Top is able to secure. Then we're going to see Top looking to actually force this, and I'll draw your eyes down towards this Jax. He's going to come around from below here and look to get onto Jackie Love. And Jackie Love very early on is going to have to actually flash over the wall into the pit as Moham and Kingen put that pressure on. Jackie Love, though, did a good job getting damage over the wall, and you can see that they make a full call to try to jump into that red buff pit and peel for him. Tien flashes over the wall. Mako's ulted over the wall. Cream is there peeling. Everyone is trying to peel for this AD carry.
And then Aiming, nice use of the ultimate with the flash there as well. Unfortunately, it kind of cuts him off. If he'd ultied across the red pit, I wonder how much damage that would have done, but he made the decision to instead shut down Cream to eliminate that threat.
Lucid could be in a compromised spot here, but he has enough time to get away before the rest of Top Esports show up. And it looks like Top is starting up the Baron. This
they want to force TP from Kingen.
A little dicey, yeah. They want Kingen's attention here. There is vision in that hallway near the Baron pit. Lucid is around. Top Esports now turning for the fight. Lucid's going to be the focus here at the start, taking a lot of the damage between worlds, ready to drop and try to keep DK in place, but Kingen has already killed Jackie Love. He'll be traded back. Lucid is very low. He's already going to be killed now as 369 goes on a killing spree. Over the wall he goes to bring back another one on DK's side. A double kill for the Cassante as he tries to get away, but Showmaker is making plays on Top Esports. DK is ready here in his second game.
Top Esports skipped too many steps. There was too much vision and angles for DK to approach from, and Kingen with a fantastic TP flank is able to come in from behind. And look, they're TPing back in. They're going to start this Baron off.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted the TP, and damn did they get it. Kingen came in and just killed Jackie Love off for free to start the fight, and now it's Cream versus 3 to try to stop the Baron.
Cream even flashing over the wall there to escape Showmaker's Yone. Top Esports draft hubris is being punished. Showmaker is showing them this Yone and why you do not let it through. They are focusing Jackie Love so well. Kingen on the Jax, always looking to isolate him, always looking to beat him down, and DK have earned themselves a Baron.
And you talk about CC, and one of the answers to Yone, well, he is a QSS now, and aiming has been positioning incredibly well. But look at this TP. No one is marking Kingin whatsoever. I thought they were going to look to turn on the TP. Instead, they try to engage down, but you're abandoning Jackie Love. That's horrible team fighting from top.
And Top Esports, they really funnel onto the front line. Boham and Lucid are the ones tanking up so much of the initial burst.
And watch aiming.
But the moment that you lose, Jackie Love, like so much of your damage disappears, and it becomes easy cleanup as aiming. Did he even take a drop of damage in that whole fight?
No, aiming wasn't hit a single time, and no one was marking the TP. I mean, they wanted to force the TP. I thought they were going to either force the TP and turn on the TP and try to burst down the Jacks, or force the TP and just try to get out, but they kind of did neither, and Jackie Love got left out to dry, and top make a massive mistake there with their team fighting. And that does give DK a really strong in to potentially win this game. Look at the carries, look at mid, look at bot. It's a 2-threat team, and they're down a combined 3.4, 3.5K gold just in those 2 roles.
Yeah, it is not a good game here for Jackie Love. 5 deaths now on the Callista. Good focus from the DK carries, diving him over and over again. You can see the damage recap from the previous team fight. Over 5K for aiming on the Misfortune, doing exactly what he needs to do, being the cannon for this team. You can see your goal difference over time was feeling pretty good for top for quite a while there, about 10 straight minutes where it was in their control. But now it's DK in the driver's seat. They've got these 2 great split pushing champions, and they've got 90 seconds to bulldoze some structures inside lanes.
I mean, there's just a lot of standing goals for DK to just grab, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Lucid continues to, like, it looks like he's getting caught, but he can tank so much of the damage up, and it forces Top Esports to overextend again.
Tien missing the Impale. That one's going to hurt as Showmaker has to reset his position with the Soul Unbound. He popped the QSS to get away. Moham's going to keep the fight going. Bullet time gets Tien very low, but he ain't dead yet. Still burning to the Ignite. Barely survives with about 50 HP left. Nobody dead on either side here.
So just a number of ultimates traded. Moham ended up losing his flash. Looks like that... I think Mako didn't have his flash prior to that fight anyway. He did end up dropping the Ignite. So a couple of summoner spells, but ultimately nothing too significant gained. At the very least, Top Esports could look at this as a bit of a stall tactic, so that the pressure from DK is alleviated somewhat. But you already look at the Jax. Returns to top lane, starts pushing in this wave, and now their attention turns back towards the Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this time around, DK has kind of reached some of those scaling breakpoints that they needed to. Top, though, going to be moving in as I feel like DK just thought top weren't going to even try to contest, and they're not in position to actually fight for this, even with the lead.
Yeah, Showmaker has to snap back, and top can claim themselves their second Drake of the game.
Okay, so we kind of get close now to the 30-minute mark. It's unlikely that DK can do much more off the back of this ban, so we're looking at another big fight. You talked about those item spikes, Azael, and ultimately that's what we're playing for now, where there's a window of about 3 minutes. Both sides are going to be looking to catch as many waves, kill jungle camps, get as much golden experience as possible, ready for this upcoming fight. But I want to draw your attention to levels. Like, levels are very valuable sources of damage. Yeah. And aiming has nearly a 3-level lead. It's about 2 levels, but yeah, he's going to tick over to 16, and crucially, that's 3 points in the ultimate as well. So aside from the fact that he has 3 items completed with a pickaxe on top of that, he also has all of these level advantages, which, I mean, he's the same level as 369. And so the levels alone, I think, already make things difficult for Top Esports, but there are certain breakpoints as well in the sense that Showmaker now becomes a lot harder to kill. Azel's already highlighted the things like the QSS. Jax is at a point where there's no way Callista can do anything against this Jax.
Yeah.
And while the Terminus has now been completed for Jackie, though, the question is it enough? On paper, I would say no, but that's kind of what you're hoping for.
And I mean, it's one of these things where the big advantages for top really were in top lane and jungle, right? But these kind of like bruiser tanks, your damage falls off heavily as you get later on into the game. You know, just your base damages is really what carries you because you're not building damage items. So in those early skirmishes, you really can be a massive threat, but you can't depend on 369 and Tien to be able to carry the damage in a fight later on. And Showmaker has the QSS, he has a giant spelt on top, he's got some HP with the Strikebreaker. Like, this is not someone easy to burst down.
Yeah, Cream. Talking about easy to burst down, though, Aurora does not want to get any closer to this Jax. Lucid coming in to back King it up. Throws out the Glacial Prison, but Cream just a hop, skip, and a jump away from death. He'll survive for now.
Top are looking to collapse potentially here. We'll see if they can chase anyone down.
Doesn't look like it, but 2 ultis invested. Fortunately, 1 minute and 15 until the next Baron, so that shouldn't cost DK too much. But funnily enough, I was just thinking to myself, okay, obviously it looks doom and gloom for top esports, so what ways do they come back? And I was going to say, I think they should be trying to look for picks on side, because that's what DK is leveraging right now. They have a Yone pushing bot, they have a Jax pushing top. Maybe you need to leverage Skarner's ability to go through walls to maybe catch someone off on a side lane, especially when there's nothing that really DK could cross-map for. But then it's DK to actually initiate the pick on the top lane.
And I think my biggest concern, like normally I would fully agree with you, but I just don't even know, like, do you have enough damage with Skarner plus Cream or Skarner plus 369 to actually kill off Showmaker or Kingan before they kind of just run away, right? Like,
yeah,
at this point in the game, it is really tough. Aurora is so front-loaded in your damage, and now there's, you know, MR on both these soul laners. There's a lot of HP on both these soul laners, and it's going to be really, really tough. They need to have that perfect fight where Jackie Love somehow is having a big effect, and they're looking for aiming.
Yeah, they want this misfortune if they can get him. Aiming slowed down, but the Impale has already missed. 369 one of the pincer attack, but it's Kingan coming around from the side now as Jackie Love is immediately locked up, but he's trying to kite it out to get away in time. Kingan down to 1/3 HP, but Showmaker's into the back line with a Fate Seal. Jackie still under pressure. Showmaker snapping back. Top Esports with an HP advantage, but nobody dead on either side. Third and Tofo strike comes out. 369 looking to keep the chase going. No kills, but Baron is available. Showmaker used TP and Flash in that fight. Kingan used a Flash as well. We'll see if DK can get back in position in time.
Showmaker's trying to heal up off the red buff. He's going to actually kill the red buff for his team. He's life sealing up off it, but here comes Kingan again, and Jackie Love is off to the side by himself.
Jackie Love at low HP, but the rest of the team is ready to try to turn. Mako with a shattering strike. Top Esports panicking to protect their AD carry. They're forced off the Baron.
So you could argue that that was a one-team fight for Top Esports in the sense that they got position over the Baron, but the health bars are now going back up for DK. The mid tower is going to drop. Top Esports need an opportunity for reset, but they're not going to be given one, as DK is just going to put the pressure immediately back onto top as they start the Baron.
Beautifully done from DK. Now they're the ones forcing Top Esports to respond. 369 against Kingan is not feeling good for the Cassante. 32 minutes into the game, not against the 3-item Jax. Tien wants to try to dive through the wall, but instead he has to flash away from the solar flare, worrying about getting bursted down himself. The Skarner not tanky enough at this point in time, but at least he buys enough time for DK to be forced off the Baron now too.
And again, that's the awkward spot. We'll see if they can catch one of these recalls.
This could be a little bit greedy from DK. Moham's trying to get out now. Lots of flashes being spent as Lucid also gets himself out. Showmaker looking for an entry into the fight, and aiming goes unstoppable. Bullet time cuts down Mako, and Top Esports are in a 4v5. Aiming with a single shot back at the Jackie Love. Tien coming in, aiming with a flash away now as the engage from Moham ain't gonna be good enough. He's down to about death's door, and they finally get him. Cream takes the kill. Lucid's trying to get away, and 369 goes all out, all in, all the way forward for Top Esports. Kingan swoops around to try to cut the wave, but Top just found a miracle.
It's all nines for 369 in this one. Taking over on that fight, gets in on aiming, flips him in, gets the 1K showdown, and now they're going to be looking for Baron here. Lucid is without Flash, and he's in a 1v5. He needs Jax to help him out.
He's got Kingan here to try to back him up. Kingan is very powerful on this top lane. Jax 32 minutes into the game. Lucid at about 1/3 HP. Cream wants to keep the Jax away. 369 barely hanging on. Very small health bar. Tien wants to guarantee he can secure this objective for his team, but Lucid goes over the wall ready to jump into the pit. The Baron's going to be claimed by the Aurora of all people. Cream's living the dream. Kingan has to try to get away. Cream still in hot pursuit. The Jax will live, but Top Esports get another kill, and they get the Baron. Game number 2 is delivering.
In an unbelievable turn of events, Top Esports find an incredible fight. Crucially, look at the minimap. Recalls coming through. They don't have vision on them, but they find a way to spot them out. The ultimate is available from Cream. He's able to force the flash out from Moham. They engage onto Lucid, and the Jax is still pushing top. He's saying, DK, disengage, disengage, let me push. And as long as DK do disengage at this point, they're fine. But aiming over steps. He steps too far forward, and Top Esports find a window to engage.
Yeah, the early Ren there, you know, from Jackie, slowing him down, forcing out the flash, and then 369 gets in with the Pathmaker. The third and Tofo strikes, knocks him up, knocks him down. That is a huge play there from Top, and honestly a great read. You know, they saw them walking through the river. It just had the read that they might be going for a recall in that brush. If they're not, it costs you nothing, but they were, and they get that catch, and they turn the game around, and now they're on the push.
All right, back to live. We'll see if Top has the firepower to keep this going. Jack Show completed for Jackie Love will help him against this Yone and Jax trying to dive onto him, but it's still just a single tank item against two very fed divers. Arm guard now completed for Kingan's Jax as well. Top Esports still looking to push onto the tier 3 turret. Mako on the front line, got to be a little bit careful. Jackie Love saves him. Top Esports backing away for now.
And Cream has his death cap now completed. He is solo AP on that team, so he is going to be a massive threat.
Okay, tier 3 turret, just about dead here in the bottom lane. Just about dead over in the mid lane as well. Lucid's gonna be dragged back by the Impale. Cream goes between worlds, and Lucid is down. King into the back, trying to cause some disruption, but he's gonna be hurt next. Moham about to drop. 369 here in the front line. Needs a little bit more damage, and again, the Cassante will not stop. Kingan's on the run. Top Esports looked like they had no shot left, and now they are pushing into the DK base. Showmaker, Kingan, and Aiming all still alive. Top with all 5 men still ready to go, but they gotta be careful with some low health bars. Showmaker goes in for a fate sealed. Big bullet time of the 369. Cream has already killed Showmaker. Aiming is about to be caught. Kingan jumps into a 1v4, but he will not find his hero's moment. An ace for Jackie Love and a sweep for Top Esports. DK tried and they could not do it. Top will rise to the occasion and make their way to the quarterfinals for the first time since 2020, and they will do it with a 2-0.
Incredible team fighting from Top Esports. I mean, they just played so many of those fights so well.
Man.
Jackie Love was shut down from the start of the game, but I mean, you highlighted it, Azale. We need to bring attention once again. 369
He is different.
With a phenomenal performance. I mean, incredible stuff from him, and credit to Top Esports.
Damn, what a show from Top Esports. Desk, break it down for us.
Well, it wasn't as much Jackie Love. It was 369. Wow, unbelievable turnaround. I mean, I did not think they were going to win this game. It came down to some of those final skirmishes and decision making, and obviously the guts to make the plays that they did.
Yeah, the big thing for me is 369 in this, right? Yeah. Because Jackie Love, for a lot of this, was not allowed to play the game. They were not warding for the flanking Jax. He got absolutely destroyed in a few of these fights, and it was 369 creating space, especially in that mid lane fight.
I also, the Showmaker, Cassante, copy pasta.
Which one?
Well, he started it at the start of the year. They're like,
oh, right.
And it just happened to him again.
And he played Yone.
They did it to themselves by picking all physical damage into a full team of bruisers.
It's risky and it did not pay off. I will say they had the tools to win this game, but it was TES in the HyperX Reflex replay who pull off the game-winning, series-winning, and quarterfinal locking in pick on Aiming.
Yeah, I mean, they go in for this pick, and you actually think because Aiming is untouched, he's going to be great, right? Like, he immediately takes out Mako, but then he steps so far forward here that they are able to jump on him. And then watch 369, because 369 hasn't been having the best tournament. I'd argue he hasn't been having the best year, but the way he's able to create space and then this Cassante able to jump onto Aiming immediately, like this is the vintage 369 that we really want to see from this TES squad.
Creating space mentioned. He did great on the Cassante.
Just take that off the checklist. Was it Vedius that put that as like a check mark?
Yeah, he absolutely did. I will say Cream had a much better second game on Aurora than he did first game, and I think that's going to be something that they want to build off of. I absolutely do. Look at the damage.
Yeah, okay, you can't mess with the damage.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you look a bit closer at those first 20 minutes, who knows? Who knows? They won, so who cares? And it's Laura who's standing by right now in the Verizon post-game interview.
TES advance to the next stage, and I have Tian with me to talk about this amazing series. And Christina, of course, thank you so much for joining me. You've been facing off against LCK teams mostly, from T1, the loss against Genji, and D plus Kia today. How has it been matching your playstyle to the LCK teams?
好的，恭喜你们滔博成功的晋级到了8强。我们邀请到的是小天来到赛后采访。那在目前为止瑞士轮赛的你们所遇到的对手大部分都是 LCK 的队伍。那首先是赢下了 T1 之后，可能有点遗憾输给了真迹之后，今天呢又赢下了 DK。所以总体来说，你觉得你们的这样一个游戏风格和 LCK 赛区相比起来是怎么样的呢？
我们队伍的话就是比较偏向于打架吧，然后我们。也不是不擅长运营的队伍，所以我觉得我们还是在某种方面来说还是比较全面的。相比于 LCK 的话，我觉得我们的选角可能会更进攻一点。
So first off, I think we tend to take team fights, and I don't think we are a team kind of who excelled at playing around macros, and also in terms of the Bampian strategies and the champions we pick, I think actually we are kind of all-round teams, like that.
And you've all been playing super well, and you especially, Tian, not only during this series, but during Worlds and throughout the entire season. And when people talk about you, they say this might be your best season yet for your entire career. I know that consistency is something that you've struggled with in the past. What has been different for you this year? And do you feel like it has been your best season?
那小天选手一直以来都是一个发挥比较出色的选手，但是这个赛季，特别是人们对你的期望是很高的，大家都会说，现在这个赛季会不会有可能是你最好的一次的，包括今年的表现以及整个世界赛的发挥？那你现在觉得今年以及世界赛上会不会是你将有可能是最好表现的一年？
无论大家怎么看吧，就是我一定会拿出我们最好的表现来，在这个赛场上留下这个回忆。
So no matter the other people's how they, what's their opinions on us, and this year I would like to try my best and try our best in terms of my playstyle and also the whole team. We are going to prove it and show it.
Absolutely. Here. And moving forward, you're going to come back to the place you found the most success, Paris 2019. What are you anticipating for quarterfinals?
那接下来你们将要进到巴黎去打8强的比赛了。那巴黎这个地方也是小天选手曾经留下过在世界赛上最成功的记忆之一的地方。你捧起了世界赛的冠军，那对于下一个赛段去到巴黎有什么期待吗？
大家巴黎见。
See you at Paris.
See you in Paris, indeed. Thank you so much, Xian, for the interview. Christina, thank you so much as well. Top Esports advanced to quarterfinals. We'll be right back in a few minutes for Hanwha Life Esports versus FlyQuest. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on the air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, I'm saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. Now it's so on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all. Yeah, this fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. Now it's so on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it
Next, we have a clash of two very different jungle styles between Inspired and Peanut. This Worlds, we have seen Inspired act as a reactive safety net for his team, allowing players like Whippo the opportunity to thrive in his aggression.
Whippo going in again. Sterix is a very good item, and Ivern backing him up means he's gonna live. He should be dead.
I can't believe that he lived that, but you're really seeing the value of this Ivern.
Meanwhile, Peanut's creative pathing and his ability to read the enemy is a huge test for any jungler taking on Hanwha Life.
Peanut's now walking down G2, it's all falling apart. They've overcommitted in the bot side, and with concussive blows, they've got nowhere to go. Han Summer first, Viper kiting back, but Minky is about to be clapped.
Both have found success during 2024 Worlds, but who will come out on top in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz?
Who will it be? Indeed, fantastic piece by Azael there, really laying out, I think, the battle lines in this matchup. It is for qualification to the quarterfinals immediately for FlyQuest and for HLE. Here is your reward, FlyQuest, for going 2-1. You get to go up against the LCK first seed.
I mean, listen, the reward is they get 2 tries, as well as having a chance to really test if they have any unique picks or strategies that can work against them. FlyQuest's strength definitely being a team fighting team, and I'd say Inspired's strength is being able to adapt his game to the environment, because even if he's played a lot of Ivern here, he played a bunch of Lilia in the finals of the LCS and was 100 CS up on his opponent.
Yeah, and I think that flexibility is going to be really interesting going up against Peanut, who I remember last year there was an anecdote talking to someone from Gen G where they said if you could hear Peanut's comms, you'd never call him bad again, just based on how much game knowledge he has.
Me too, by the way.
Awesome. I'll have to play with you next. But I think like Peanut has such a great understanding of where to be on the map. And then crucially, a little bit kind of how we talked about Tien, right? It's his performance at internationals specifically that he's looking to defy.
At like these key rounds, right? Now they're going up versus FlyQuest, and it's quite interesting. We did see a lot about the coaching staff from FlyQuest saying, hey, we are probably going to reach for some things that we have prepared that you haven't seen yet. We, in fact, on purpose, haven't scrimmed versus the LPL and LCK teams yet in order to do that. What do you think about that, Jet?
I mean, it's fine. Because we've tried both. We've tried scrimming, we've tried not scrimming, and especially if they're trying to actually have some level of surprise, I can respect them actually holding off on it from the people that they're actually going to need the surprise against. The Bwipo and Inspired dynamic, though, has been inconsistent internationally. It feels like Bwipo's always trying almost too hard to make something happen. And in that last game, it was really just Inspired bringing him back just barely in so many crucial moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, we have the Ivern like highlight reel that we've seen from Inspired in terms of how he's able to help out with these crucial shields. We saw it coming in with the B-roll. I think it's can't overstate how much of a massive upset this would be. Yeah. Like, Hanwha Life has been second only to Gen G, and even they are first seed coming in. People are still talking about them like they're the second seed, a bit like FlyQuest and TL. But this is an incredibly strong team, and FlyQuest has put all the stops to beat them.
Absolutely. I don't know if there's a correlation, but whenever I open LoL Esports, on my phone, it goes to the page of FlyQuest every single time, and I haven't put anything in to get there. Is that a sign that magic is in the air? I would definitely like to believe it. It's time to send another team to the quarterfinals and FlyQuest versus HLE.
Welcome back to Worlds 2024, everybody. We got another team that has secured their spot in the quarterfinals, and now we got two more hungry for the same opportunity. It's time for a head-to-head of #1 seeds in Hanwha Life Esports versus FlyQuest, both of which kind of spent the time in another team's shadow throughout the summer, then soared to victory here for Worlds.
Exactly, and then it felt like went immediately back into that shadow, right? You know, it's one of these situations, and Emily was touching on the desk, where they have a very kind of similar story about them, where, you know, all year long everyone's thinking TL's going to win, all year long Gen G's going to win, and then these teams actually take them down in the finals, and then immediately after it, that's like, congratulations, you're the champion, but also Team Liquid and Gen G are the best teams from our region. And, you know, they're teams that I think are, as a result, really fighting to reprove themselves, right? And it can be that tough spot where it's like, hey, I literally just won the championship, by the way, but you're still out there trying to prove that you are the best team from your region.
And I mean, for Hanwha Life, it's even more of a fresh wound, considering I feel like most people would probably say the only reason they're not already in the quarterfinals is because the team that they drew when they were 2-0 was Gen G, who did end up defeating them 2-1 in that best-of-3. And now they're here against FlyQuest, and pretty much everybody out there who has followed any esports so far this year is going to tell you
is going to win.
This.
Oh, I'm wrong?
I mean,
this is going to be a tough battle for the
I'm
FlyQuest
excited
boys.
for you guys because, like, as a European fan, we've gone through this ringer before, right?
Yep.
We only had to do one game, though. And it was a crazy back-and-forth game, and I'm hoping that we get to see some innovation from FlyQuest. The Ivan respect ban already, the Renekton respect ban as well. Hanwha Life not showcasing any ego against FlyQuest
Surely
today.
we ban Yone against Zeka. Come on.
Surely.
Oh, no.
They don't.
All right,
What is
well,
this dark
it is a
technology?
best of 3, so, you know, we have to talk about what they can do for game 2.
I will not speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. Big trouble.
I'm just here so I won't get fired.
Yone locked in for Hanwha Life Esports.
I have some thoughts.
You would have to expect this to be exactly
Look,
what they would do.
That's a man of confidence. That's Bwipo's face, stern look, confidence.
So there have been rumblings, you know, from the FlyQuest camp that, you know, they're cooking some crazy stuff up, that they're looking to surprise some teams. So, hey, if you have something that you believe to be a true counter, maybe they believe Cassio is that counter. Obviously, the miasma can be pretty strong. You know, if you go in, you can't snap back if you are on that W. Quad already did bring it out, you know, once so far this tournament. It is a pick that he's very comfortable on. So it could be pretty exciting. We'll see if I can actually make that happen. But I am definitely really, unsure about if you're going to be able to shut down Zeka on the Yone. In fact, there's only been now, I think, 4 losses actually on Yone, in the main stage. And it had only been the LEC mid laners that had actually lost on it until Showmaker just lost once last game. But you're giving a guy who won a world championship playing this stuff. Like, this is his style. This is how he dominated. This is how he was showcasing himself as the best in the world at that time. And so it is going to be really tough.
The funny thing to me is we just saw DK's version of Yone Sejuani
and they
Jax,
lost.
and they did lose. That is one takeaway. Another one.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
Isaac, your responses to what Thaddeus and I are saying in this draft need to be studied.
I thought we were on the same wavelength here, boys. We don't have the synergy from the first game.
Well, with the Amumu locked in
point,
and the
Thaddeus.
Casio
They are doomed, you're right.
the FlyQuest draft is, again, one that we saw from Top Esports, which is heavy revolving around crowd control. The Miasma you already talked about from the Casio, the ultimate that provides from Amumu, and it's just also another comfort pick, I feel. I feel like FlyQuest right now are drafting towards comfort. I don't think that they're showing anything new, because as you already highlighted, we saw this a lot from their domestic performances as well.
Yeah, Casio definitely, he didn't play a lot domestically, because obviously it was AD carry meta, but he did bring it out already at Worlds and Quad. When he was first signed by FlyQuest, people were looking at it like, okay, you're kind of just like a similar Jensen player. You are a guy who plays a lot of the control mages. That's really what he was doing in Academy. So, he had kind of branched out a bit from that. But obviously, Mumu was a big pick for Inspired in the playoffs. And when you think about the shift for FlyQuest, from regular season 2 playoffs, it was very heavily about Inspired playing for himself, playing to carry on these hyper carry AP style champions. In playoffs, he became more of a guy who was playing for his carries. For Quad and for Masu, he developed a lot of faith in these players that if he sets them up for success, they were going to get the job done. And that's where he was playing a lot of Ivor, and that's where he was playing a lot of Amumu. And in this case, I think it's going to be all about that counter engage.
And if we're talking about engage, lots of engage supports banned here in the second half of the draft. The Rakan, the Alistar, the Leona, also the Poppy taken out there by HLE. Let's see what FlyQuest wants to go with here. That Kalista loves to pair with somebody who can be aggressive in the lane.
I'm a little, I was thinking to myself, Garen could be really good here.
Urgot is a Whippo special.
It definitely is.
When I heard they were cooking, I was kind of thinking, okay, well, you're probably just going to pull into your bag of tricks that you've already kind of shown. When I think of Whippo and I think of some of his unorthodox picks, I think of Urgot, I think of Garen, I think of, things like Olaf. He does have those sort of styles. And so this could be pretty strong for them. We'll see if he's going to be able to lane up against Doran on this Jax.
That is a quick
That was
lock-in.
fast.
This is full dive.
Yeah. And I think
Renata's up, man.
Kai'Sa's just really good because of
I want Renata so badly.
Kalista Renata also a very strong bot lane 2 versus 2.
And just look at it, it's 4 melee champs and it's full dive. Like, Renata is the best pick here, and so I am glad that they're going to lock this in. I do think the draft is strong from FlyQuest, but at the same time, if things start to go bad at all, they are going to go really bad. You're going to get run over by a comp like this that can, win out in both the side lanes. I do think you get outscaled in the side lanes pretty heavily. The 5v5 on FlyQuest so is strong, and the counter engage is going to be difficult for HLE to deal with. If you're trying to go for this front to back fight, you dive in there, all of a sudden you're a Mumu ulted, then there's a hostile takeover coming out, you're a Miasma. You can't really, have a lot of mobility in those situations. But at the same time, HLE have the ability to just individually outplay in 1v1s, in 2v2s, to win those skirmishes, to play the map better, and I think that's where FlyQuest could really struggle.
Yeah, my instincts for the FlyQuest comp is a little low range, right? But the advantage is that HLE will want to come to you. So there are ways to take advantage of that. Yeah, yes. Right, when you're playing when you're playing 3 melee range champions and you're playing a Kai'Sa that inherently has a relatively short range, but also uses her ultimate to close the gap between you and a dive opportunity. I think things like Amumu, Urgot, and Casio welcome you engaging onto them, especially when you boot with a Renata. So I think the idea from FlyQuest is promising, where you're trying to dive, we have a lot of counter dive measures, and then we'll leverage that to try and outplay you in the team fights. It ultimately then just becomes a question of laning, because Hanwha Life aren't just famous for their team fighting, they're also famous for their individual players.
Yeah, exactly. They are really, really good at basically every aspect of the game, which is why they won the LCK, and which is why it's going to be really tough for FlyQuest. And I think, honestly, as much as I was kind of memeing on letting the Yone through, I respect throwing out something like this that has such strong counter engage, that really has the ability to potentially lock down and burst down someone here if HLE does, drop the ball. And I think for game 1, makes sense.
All right, as the champions head out onto the Rift, a reminder, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, capsules, all sorts of good stuff. Log in there and get yourself some of that, as it looks like nobody's doing anything super out of the ordinary, super unexpected here early on. We always have to keep our eyes open for lane swaps or...
right now, you can
okay.
see that Kai'Sa.
All right, all right.
Like you said, not out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I know. At least Emily's
I loved
having
your
fun.
enthusiasm and optimism. Though. She's like, yeah, we're going to get a standard. It's 2v2,
Yeah.
1v1.
Come on, give me some skill expression and a head-to-head.
Yeah,
okay.
no, Hanwha Lab's going to be like, oh, God.
Best I can do is 2 people leaning against a tower.
Yeah.
Well, and then it'll be 4 guys leaning against 2 guys in a tower.
It's so funny, though, because I remember, shout out to Kadro, but someone asked him, like, well, what could they do to nerf lane swaps? And he's like, it doesn't matter how much you nerf it, they'll just find a way around it because it's what pro players do. Soon they'll start sending their bot lane mid, for example, or they'll do other stuff. And it's pros, man. They always try to find the most optimal way to break your game.
I mean, the reality is, like, there's ways they could do it, but you have to do it, you know, it kind of have to be very, very extreme, right?
Yeah.
And then it's things that then can bleed over into solo queue, which can make it really a difficult problem to solve. Because I mean, you could just make it that the bot lane tower takes triple damage, and if you swap, then well, guess what? They get first tower in 2 minutes, right?
Yep.
But well, it turns out that would be pretty tough for people who are playing Vayne into Caitlyn Syra in solo queue. So it's definitely, you know, there are ways you can fix it, but maybe not without causing other problems. Smart stuff though here for HLE, as obviously they have a losing lane bot, they have a losing lane top. Turns out, you lane swap, don't have to deal with either of those.
Yep, and for HLE, you guys were already talking about it during the draft. We're looking at them and the power of the split pushing, the power of the side laning against FlyQuest's teamfight draft.
It is just Bwipo top. Now, the reason why this strategy is typically avoided is because you can slow stack the wave and you can dive in level 1, and that's why we saw that adaptation of, you know, supports or AD carriers laning with the top laners so they can get that XP. But FlyQuest just said, you know what?
Whoa, flash disdain from Bwipo, immediately going after Viper. Flash for flash, summoner spells up there, as now HLE making their play here in the mid lane onto Quad. He'll get stunned up, gunned down, first blood, HLE.
Nicely done, didn't even need Zeka to get involved in the play. Delight and Peanut group up and knock down Quad. He tried to get some vision down towards that bot side, and they were there waiting for him.
Peanuts, he's not going to slow down with his aggression.
And a duel between our junglers here. Reminder, this is your Mercedes-Benz featured matchup for this game. Inspired versus Peanut. That smite fight already starting them off here in the head-to-head.
I think Peanut just barely didn't have his smite in time. It was coming up as that red buff did go down, but Inspired going to be pretty happy, clears away his topside camps, and it's just going to be power farming on this Amumu. And now we do have these 2v1 situations, and the question is, you know, which top laner will get pressured more heavily? Definitely the expectation is that it would be Doran, but already has a few levels here and definitely not in any sort of threat to get dove.
And you know, with Hanwha Life already on the board, with Delight and Peanut working together to get that kill in the mid lane, I feel like if you're FlyQuest, you have to be thinking about the fact that Delight has already made what has been the play of Worlds so far on this exact champion. Yeah. You've got to be respecting this guy and what he can do on the realm.
I mean, he is just insane playing these engaged champs, you know, finds these angles, these tiny opportunities, has no hesitation, instantly goes for it. You really do need that killer instinct and that ability to evaluate plays at such a rapid level to be a top-level engaged player like Delight.
Yeah, and all I can think of in my head is when he made that play, he's on a horse. Like that.
Like, I like horses.
Yeah. Anyway.
Did you notice it's metal? Wow.
Peanut sending his sights on mid once more.
Right, Peanut for now, though, just going to steal away that chicken camp. Quad still doing whatever we can to try to farm up against this Yone. There are a couple more minions for him to farm, but Zeka enjoying that early little bit of a CS lead thanks to the kill that they got on Quad.
Exactly, and not only did he died and lost Flash, and Zeka didn't even have to participate, so he still has his summoners available. So now again, when you're playing range versus melee, the way you create advantages is you push and you poke and you harass, but you can't do that without Flash because you're exposing yourself to ganks into these setups so easily. So, you know, getting that early kill, not only is it just good to have that gold over for HLE, but it really shuts down Quad, even in the 1v1.
Now, I will say that when I kind of look at the minimap, I'm keeping track of... That is a loud dragon.
Loud dragon.
Remember that Viper doesn't have Flash, so I was actually expecting Inspired to maybe consider hovering around bot lane, maybe looking for a play, a potential gank. They've also got good vision coverage around the bot side river, but his pathing is taken up towards the top side. Now that does allow him to cover for Bwipo to push out that stacked wave and go back to base safely, but keep your eyes on Peanut. I feel like that the great thing about Peanut and why he's so
regarded for his jungle pathing is that he's always in a good position to play around his laners. And again, he's in a position to make sure that bot lane has that good coverage. Also, his camps are now re-clearable on the bot side of the map, so he can start pathing his way to top. And as he's pathing now, this gives the opportunity for Viper to go back to base as well, even though his flash is down. Inspired now making his way back out. If they can keep Viper here, this could be an opportunity for Inspired for a nice game.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can find that opportunity. Inspired, though, is going to be working towards an AP build here. It should be that Leandri's first item for the Amumu, and is going to be starting up the Dragon, as they do have Prio on that bot side. You touched on the missing flash. Obviously, Renata Kalista really strong in that 2v2, but Doran just wants this fight.
Yeah, Doran hitting level 6 first. Bwipo not quite there. You can see the EXP bar in the top right. He's about 90% of the way, but it does not round up. Peanut making his way up to that top lane. If they can get this dive before the Urgot hits level 6, surely there's no threat at all on these guys. Bwipo finding his ulti now. Doran be taken a little bit low, but not low enough. Bwipo's down. Nicely executed by the HLE top and jungle duo, and the massive minion wave now just being eaten up by the turret, as at least Inspired claims the Drake. A little bit of a silver lining here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's really tough. Bwipo will be able to TP back and get a good chunk of that wave, but losing a lot of minions there. And it was just that early chunk from Doran. Had the XP advantage, immediately jumps in, pops the ult, chunks down Bwipo, and you can see Bwipo tried to bend that ulti around to not hit Peanut and hit Doran, but couldn't actually find the right angle there to do so. Inspired up here will at least be able to take a grub or two away.
Ooh, Zeka taking a lot of damage there in mid lane, but not enough. And the problem too with the Urgot is, remember, even if you hit the ulti on him, it does have a couple of seconds that the guy is stuck in the grinder before the execute happens. So if you're already super low on HP, sometimes you'll die in the animation and you still can't get the kill. Void Grubs will be mostly secured by Inspired, is the 1 for HLE, 2 for FlyQuest.
And at the end of the day, it's still quite a close game. It is just that 500-600 gold separating the two teams right now. Even with those early 2 kills there for HLE. So FlyQuest are going to have their opportunities, and we'll just see. Oh, wow. Nice buffer there from Zeka. Anticipates the ult, snaps back. That's some of the abilities that Yone have that really make him so powerful at this level.
Yeah, you mentioned it in the previous series. If you can time that just right, you are immune to CC in that recall animation. Very powerful, very effective. As Doran now has the opportunity to knock some damage into this first plate here. Almost grabs it. Minions are going to do that last little bit as Bwipo approaches from the side. But there's nobody else around for FlyQuest, so I don't really feel like Doran's under any pressure whatsoever here, and Bwipo will just go back to shoving the wave out.
I guess I'm kind of looking at the map, and I feel like there were a couple opportunities where I think Inspired, like that mid lane in particular, I think he could have set up a dive onto Zeka there. And like, I mean, when Inspired was back in EU, there used to be the thing where, like, when he was on Rogue, the team played for him, right? It was very much a roster where they drafted pushing lanes, they leveraged their Prio to enable him to either steal enemy camps or play for Prio. And you've already talked about how, like, he's definitely evolved much more as a player. While this is usually his go-to style, he's still willing to play for the entire map, set up for those ganks and look for opportunities. The only concern I have right now for FlyQuest is that by prioritizing these neutral objectives, I think that their individual laners are, like, getting pretty healthy leads. And while Viper is falling behind, ultimately, like, I look at this mid lane, there's already about a 2-wave lead. On the top side of the map, because Doran has been able to get a play in top lane and in bot lane, he's got a healthy gold lead. Peanut is very healthy, and so FlyQuest are doing well on the objectives, but the gold advantages are slowly starting to build for HLE.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And that's kind of the expectation, though, right? You know, these players are so talented individually. You're expecting that they're going to get more done in those 1v1s, in those 2v2s. See, Quad in trouble.
Nice engage from Zeka, going in for the Fate Sealed. One little bit more damage on the Quad, and the minions finish him off. The minions betray FlyQuest at last, and Zeka takes the solo kill in the mid lane.
I mean, yeah, just a flat-out solo kill from Zeka. Azael, you highlighted the risk of giving a player like Zeka this champion, and you're seeing firsthand the consequences.
I mean, he won a world championship playing these melee champions. You know, even when it was full-on AD carry meta in the LCK, still one of his most played champions was Yone, right? And it's even better now in this meta, so it is very difficult. Nice sidestep from Masu.
Yeah, Masu staying alive for now, but the hostile takeover just misses everything. Masu and Busio trying to fight back, but Masu's bailout isn't going to be enough. Peanut ends up taking the kill, and now Busio has no way out. HLE, the easy 2v2 here, gets Doran paid back in the mid lane. Zeka's trying to get out. FlyQuest are finally on the board, but HLE are still doing better.
Yeah, that ultimate from Busio was just awful, though. If he actually connects a good ulti, even if he had to flash reposition, if you hit both there, that is a very very playable 2v2. Potentially you force flashes out or maybe even get a kill. Instead, it cost them so much on this top side, but we're going to watch and see how FlyQuest did get a kill here on Zeka.
Whippo down at levels. Oh, but a nice punish. Flashes in, connects the E, the follow-up from Inspired. The chain CC doing its work as Zeka really doesn't get an opportunity to move. And that could be a preview of what's to come for Zeka later on into the game. But right now, Zeka finds himself in a very... Always looking at the bright side, Azael. That's me. Now FlyQuest are going to move their bot lane in towards mid. With the Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds, they can leverage this to try and get prio. But notice once again, Zeka now off in a side lane, very close to that play to the Ruin King spike.
And it's also just so problematic because Doran, obviously, when you pick Urgot into him, you're trying to win that 1v1, you're trying to get ahead of the game. Doran has been so accelerated because he's been playing with Peanut very, very well. He's picked up 2 kills, he's gotten assists, he's gotten multiple plates. And yes, Whippo is at a pretty strong point right now, but Doran is going to be such a problem in those side lanes. Yep. If you ever go for an aggressive disdain on the Urgot and you miss, you're just going to get run down and killed here by the Jax. So, you know, already it feels like only 11 minutes in, Whippo's going to be kind of on that back foot, and Quad has been put very far behind by the early gank, put him in a tough spot, and then Zeka finds the solo kill. So your carries aren't really in that spot that you wanted them to be in.
I mean, I think that Peanut has been the star for HLE so far in this early game. Just he's basically been sacrificing these early objectives to get his laners ahead, and now with the strength that they have, it allows them to better contest these next objectives. So now they're the ones with position over Dragon. They've already secured the grubs. They've gotten themselves 4 to get that small grub buff, and now they should be able to rotate over to this Dragon, and it's going to be a difficult contest for FlyQuest. The Leandries is finished for Inspired. That top tower is getting lower.
Right. Hanwha with control over the bot side river. Whippo trying to put that last little bit of damage into the top tower, but Doran fighting tooth and nail to keep the thing standing. Hanwha Life still up about 1,500 gold compared to FlyQuest, up 4 kills. I think it is pretty important what you mentioned, Betty, is critically crossing that threshold for spawning the little baby grubby things. I can't remember the name off the top of my head for some reason right now. Void Mites, that's what it is. That's what it is, yeah. Baby grubby Void Mites.
Little baby grubby things worse too, though.
Yeah, for Hanwha Life. So they're going to have that extra pushing power with this comp that already has 2 incredible side laners who are both doing great at this point in the game.
Well, it was Hanwha Life that have, I mean, Azeo, you can bring up the minimap for me and you can just showcase how much vision Hanwha Life have. That kind of suffocation around this bot side. There is that one deep ward near the red buff that FlyQuest could potentially use as a TP option for Whippo. But yeah, it's so difficult to approach this, and Inspired's not even going to try. He's going to go back to clearing. And Amumu with a very fast clear speed, getting to a good point. But again, it's still Peanut that has the gold advantage for now. They set their sights on a potential play on top side. But again, like, God, this vision from Hanwha from start to finish has just been so good at keeping track of exactly where Inspired is and what options Peanut has.
And I think it's just Peanut kind of picking up where he left off in the LCK. This guy has been so good for HLE this year. And we do have Busio reading that there could be a potential dive here, so is going to cover Quad, and I think that's a tough dive into the Renata with the bailout. You know, won't be likely to look for that. So FlyQuest are going to be able to get something on the top side of the map. They do get first tower there for Whippo, and that is going to pull them back within 1,000 gold here, but we'll see if FlyQuest can really match up when it matters at these objectives, because it is just kind of this slow-moving game that it feels like HLE are winning out in, and they're not necessarily going to give you those 5v5s when you want them. They can just play through side lanes. You haven't stacked early dragons to do anything to force HLE to fight. They can just play the game on their own terms.
I mean, we were talking back in the first series about the difference between having enough gold to just brute force the game versus the burden of execution. And I feel like for FlyQuest, if you tell me, oh yeah, FlyQuest is going to be only 1,000 gold behind the LCK #1 seed with even Drake's 14 minutes into the game, you're all right with that. But then you still have to
Sorry,
pass
it was just
that
a delivery.
test.
It was just like, it was
I'm serious. They're a good team.
I know.
Thaddeus, we are North American commentators. We have been conditioned to
Thaddeus, your team lost to the
really
minor
be
region.
fighting as the
No, sorry, we're
just trying to fight.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't mean to offend. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
He's not good. Don't lie to him.
The Herald is not good either. It is claimed now by HLE. Peanut going to pick that one up. Another objective going the way of HLE as Busio's going to step forward here a little bit, just try to get a little bit more vision, have some control over the enemy jungle. He'll sit down that ward, and Delight will immediately clear it back out. Quad on the Cassiopeia, 2 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Zeka happy to just keep playing this side lane game, now pushing onto the tier 1 in the top side. Only turret in the game claimed so far was the tier 1 top. FlyQuest killing that from HLE, but now it's going to be traded back for the tier 1 mid, as that one will die to the Rift Herald, thanks to Peanut, and he will now steer the Herald.
Wait, we saw this
Let's see if he can make it all the way.
earlier. Can he drift around?
Can he make it all the way? It's a tight turn here.
Oh! It's literally the exact same corner.
It's the exact same corner, yeah.
That corner is wider than it looks. There's like a little bit of invisible wall next to it.
But not as wide as this man.
Yep, Whippo is wide enough to stop the Herald from walking slowly towards the turret.
A dominating 1v1 there by Whippo.
All right, HLE.
I think that was Worlds 2021 where that started.
I have no idea.
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember the origins of wide Whippo. I just know that it is now.
Maybe even been earlier than that.
He was back on Fnatic. I feel like it was even earlier.
No, it may have been Worlds 2020 actually. He was on Fnatic when it started. And it was because every time when he went over to shake the player's hands after a game, exactly.
Yeah, walking over.
Yeah.
It was an absolute aura.
Aura is exactly the correct word. Anyway, Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes time. And the kill score can look alarming, but as my commentators alongside me have highlighted,
We've got him right where we want
the gold is still in a comfortable position. And my biggest concern is the man in the mid lane for Hanwha Life, the guy right here, as earlier he did a Q, W, Q, E, and that took half of Quad's HP. So
that is concerning.
Yes,
I agree with you.
So he's becoming stronger, but inspired.
Oh,
okay. Ooh, flashing forward for the Curse of the Sad Mummy. They immediately throw down the miasma to stop Zeka from being able to get away. Nicely done from Inspired and Quad working together to guarantee this one. But now Bwipo's going to be the target for HLE on the other side of the map. Viper flies in with that killer instinct, but it's Bwipo who still falls. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, the tier 1 turret is taken down as Inspired goes back in for another bandage toss. Ucio not there in time to follow it up with an additional CC. So Body's going to be traded back and forth across the Rift.
Yeah, good kill from FlyQuest on the bot side, but it does cost them quite a lot. It's both flashes off of Inspired and Quad, and then Bwipo just lost his flash on top side and died. He did thankfully at least force out Viper's flash, but it is going to mean coming up for this next fight, it's going to feel pretty hard to play. I don't think that FlyQuest can actually contest at the next Dragon here with no flashes on your entire top side of the map and flashes on all of the engaged champions over on HLE.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, Doran, he was the one that was a little bit behind Bwipo because of that first half blood that he got, and now you can see that he's regained a gold lead thanks to the kill that he was able to secure. And you're completely right, Azale, that it feels like that even though FlyQuest found a good pick, Hanwha Life is just getting more, and speaking of more...
Inspired, about to get crashed down to Pawn. He'll try to get away, but the CC is too much, combined with Doran's damage. The Hanwha Life top laner now on a rampage, but Quad's trying to follow it up here, goes in for the Petrifying Gaze. Hanwha's getting locked up. Peanut and Doran both trying to flash back away as they put the damage into Quad, who's barely staying alive with an extra 100 HP. The bailout can't save him, and Hanwha Life is out fighting FlyQuest. Bwipo's still trying to escape, and Doran re-engages with a counter-strike, leap strike combo. HLE don't lose a single man. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was worried about. Even if the game is close, Hanwha Life have incredible skill at fighting.
I genuinely thought that Hanwha had overextended in that play. You saw a nice ulti come through from Quad. The chain CC onto the top side of Hanwha Life was going to come through, and there was a great opportunity for FlyQuest to turn this around, but they just don't quite have the damage.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the damage. They don't really have the summoners, and Inspired is dead for free at the very beginning. Quad TP's in from behind, wants to join at that tier 1. All of FlyQuest is going to collapse, but you still have to remember, it's a 4v5, right? So as these extra members do come in, they don't quite have the damage to actually burst them down. The Locket comes out, Doran kites back, then Peanut is able to jump out, and they just can't actually finish any of these kills.
Yeah, I didn't see it live, but that crucial Zeka ultimate onto the backline hit both Masu and Bwipo. So the damage dealers and the target focus coming out from Hanwha Life was great because they shut down Quad first, and then the other two damage dealers tried to come in from the flank, and then they get CC'd up. So just a well-executed fight from Hanwha.
Bwipo lying in wait as Zeka tries to shove up another wave. I don't think Bwipo wants this 1v1.
He does not. He's decided against it. We'll go back to base, look to try and catch that wave on bot. Right now it's FlyQuest setting up control around the top side of the map. Baron is now alive. I can't imagine Hanwha Life are going to start this one off immediately, but they don't really need to. They're in a good position.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of the outer towers have fallen, and now they can start pushing their advantage even deeper into FlyQuest territory.
And Doran's getting so strong now, you know, 4 kills, obviously their entire top side, just anyone any 2v2 involving Sejuani and a Soul Laner, I just don't really think FlyQuest can win, right? Unless they get a huge jump and are able to kill someone off right off the bat.
And that someone would have to be the solo laner, because there's no way you're going to instantly kill the Sejuani as Bwipo tries to get away from this. Peanut missing the Glacial Prison means that Bwipo survives.
Zeka missed his ult as well, so both those whiffs do allow Bwipo to get out, but no opportunity for them to fight back, even with Inspired in the area. Obviously, still full health bars over on the HLE side, and they can just continue to split the map, play through sides, look for these skirmishes. They're going to continue taking over Vision, which they've done such a good job of. You can see all of these wards that they're placing, this entire line really across the middle of the map there has just gotten deeper and deeper and deeper into FlyQuest territory, and is making it so tough for them to actually be able to look for any sort of proactive plays, because you're always spotted before you go for it.
All right, Hanwha Life getting this wave shoved up. FlyQuest was positioning some troops nearby to maybe punish if they kept on pushing, but Hanwha's not interested in that in the slightest. Peanut just going to sit down a little bit of vision here, sweep out whatever FlyQuest might be using, and this is kind of the name of the game for HLE. They haven't felt any real pressure from FlyQuest. I feel like they can play it slow, choke the LCS #1 seed out of the map as they slowly creep forward and control more and more vision, and eventually they're just planning on FlyQuest making a mistake.
Exactly, and I mean, bad goes to worse when you realize it's also a Hextech Soul, and they're going to TP in. They're just going to start up this Baron potentially here.
I mean, it did look like that, didn't it? Yeah, it
just
looked
TPing
like...
in, I guess, going out towards top, just get the waves going.
Yeah, I thought was maybe he didn't want to reveal they used TP, but he did it on a control ward, so
yeah.
they know that that's happening. So either way, he catches the top wave, starts to put pressure on, and you've got this 1-3-1 setup with Hanwha Life leaning towards Doran, trying to provide that cover. And again, look at these small pockets of wards that they're able to find. They just, it's so good from Hanwha Life. They consistently do this throughout the game to just keep track and provide safety. The first time that they didn't do that was when Zeka gets caught in the bot lane.
And now they actually are starting up this Baron here. FlyQuest has really been stymied by this ward. It caught them on that last play they were looking for, and they sweep out the brush.
I think it's
but
gone.
They just don't realize it's there.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they're way too late. Inspired, he even gets caught with a Glacial Prison and the Magnet Storm, so there's no chance for a steal. Now Zeka tries to jump in. Delight surely going to be caught out here. Inspired with the flash over the wall, tries to get the damage he needs. Bwipo flashing forward with the Fear Beyond Death, chasing down Viper. Bwipo's going to grab that kill. It's 3 dead on HLE. It was a Baron for the Korean team, but North America takes 4 in trade.
Yeah, 4 for 0 off the back of that. FlyQuest heavily commit to this, and they could get even more here. Zeka is going to be spotted by Inspired, has to run, but they're going to be able to get this tier 1. They're pushing up top lane as well to try to get some damage down on that tier 2. FlyQuest making a very decisive play off of the engage there from Inspired. They flash into the pit, they find a great ulti, everyone flies in, Quad's flashing in, and we see the TP as well from Bwipo, so they lose the Baron, but they commit to the fight and they play it very well.
Yeah, I was surprised to see them commit to this. When Bwipo flashed in, I thought it was a bad choice, but Inspired was there to follow. Quad then follows up. A beautiful ultimate comes out from the Renata to really help cement that kill onto the Jax. And crucially, so many shutdowns went over to FlyQuest. Gold being funneled to Quad, Bwipo getting a lot of gold as well. That's going to complete a lot of their second major items, and crucially deny this Baron. Minus 1.9k, the Baron power play.
And the gold is really now within striking distance. But again, the question becomes, can you win the next fight? Because again, you look towards these summoners.
Uh-oh, that's not a fight, man. That is an execution for HLE. They catch Inspired right there near the Grump. They pick him off, and it's 10 seconds to go until the Drake spawns. That'll move HLE to Soul Point.
Exactly, Soul Point for that Hextech Soul. Very problematic. I don't think FlyQuest would have been able to fight for that one either anyway. You know, without flash on Bwipo, without flash on Quad, they won that fight, but it cost them a lot. There are no summoners on HLE's Viper, though, so maybe can look for an opportunity there, but for now, FlyQuest have just got to try to hold the base.
But look at how the pick has allowed them to siege bot, and then Zeka, who still has the Baron pressuring in mid. He doesn't overstay his welcome, though, because they're just trying to force FlyQuest back for that dragon that you were just talking about.
Exactly, and how big of a gold swing it was. You know, it was a negative 1,800 Baron power play, and that just went up to a negative 400, and now it's negative 600. Yeah, sure, that's not great, but that was just a swing of more than 1,000 gold off the kill on Inspired, the taking camps, the pushed waves. HLE, again, you know, getting that edge and going right back into the driver's seat.
What this should tell HLE is, first of all,
taking a fight against this FlyQuest comp is dangerous, right? Especially in an enclosed space like that, where they're able to land the multi-man Amumu ultimate combined with the multi-man Renata ultimate. And I think that HLE is going to be a little bit more hesitant to take the full 5v5, but ultimately with their comp, they don't need to. They can continue to play the sides, and they can look for picks similarly to what they've done, and this will force FlyQuest to spread out, where they're not as strong in the skirmishes, the 2v2s, the 3v3s, where Jax, Yone, Sejuani really thrive.
And that's where it's so hard for FlyQuest, right? Because as you say, they thrive so much in these 2v2s and 3v3s on HLE's side. So FlyQuest, they have to overload one side of the map, try to really force, and if they can't get that, well, you can't really send two that win this fight against Zeka and Peanut.
And unfortunately for FlyQuest, because they didn't really have, yes, they got the first dragon and they got the first few grubs, outside of that, they couldn't really control objectives, so they don't have any pressure or setup to force HLE to fight on their terms. So basically what FlyQuest is looking for now is Sol, 4 minutes away, Baron, 2.5 minutes. These are the objectives that FlyQuest need to find purchase on to stand a chance to turn this game around.
But that being said, honestly, I'm pretty happy with how FlyQuest have played. They are within striking distance in this game. Yes, it is going to be very difficult for them to win the next fight. Yes, HLE is positioned to do, enough damage to potentially end this game in the next 5 minutes. But if FlyQuest are to win a fight at this next fight, Baron, at this next Dragon, it could be anyone's game because they've shown that they can win 5v5.
Let's take a look at some item power spikes as we are anticipating this next big fight. You can see Kai'Sa at the 3 fully completed items now. You've also got 3 full items completed for quads. Cassio, there's your Glacial Prison. Zeka wanted to jump in and follow it up, but Inspired chases him back to the Soul Unbound. TP's about to arrive from Bwipo. Zeka with a flash away, barely staying alive. Hostile takeover forces out a couple of flashes, but doesn't get a whole lot. Delight's now going to be put into the grinder. Fear Beyond Death finds him. Inspired, and the rest of FlyQuest chasing after Peanut now. Masu, spear after spear, and he's ready to go. It's 2 dead on HLE. FlyQuest with another big fight.
Masu with a beautiful cleanse there as well. On the ultimate from the Sejuani, instantly is able to cleanse out of that, sidestep the follow-up play, and they get the kills. They're pushing the tier 2. They're trying to defend the base on the other side, though, as Jax is pushing here into quad.
Crucially, we once
Viper
again...
with the killer instinct, he goes in after Masu. The bailout is not there in time. Viper with a 1v2 shows his fangs.
Wow, incredible play there from Viper. I was just about to highlight once again how FlyQuest team fighting is something that Hanwha Life have to respect. They tried to force a pick onto mid. It turns into a bigger fight than they were expecting. But in the individual skirmishes, if you can find those, Viper proves how Hanwha Life are able to find those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, that is just huge for HLE. When you get a big play like that, you start to build some momentum, and then it's a bit of a backbreaker to have an outplay like that coming through from Viper. Finds the angle, gets in, is able to finish off Masu even through that bailout. And Masu quite behind now individually as far as the gold is concerned. We can watch this fight one more time, though. Look at that cleanse. That was instantaneous there from Masu. Is able to sidestep the ultimate as that follow-up from Zeka. Really well played. And it allows FlyQuest to just pile in here, go for that first initial kill there, on to Delight, get the Fear Beyond Death, and the Fear on a Peanut.
And then they turn it onto the Sejuani. Now, though, as we cut back to live.
Back to live, and Bwipo is in a 1v4. Sterix Gage to try to keep him alive. Inspire jumps in. Hostile takeover forces HLE back the other direction. Peanut now in some danger himself. Right back into the grinder.
Oh, he went through the portal. They're trying to flank them.
But now, Bwipo trying to juggle Viper back around the other direction. Viper's in a bad spot, trying to use the stasis to stay alive as Bwipo gives him the thumbs up. Bwipo stays alive. Inspire and Quad now looking for a little bit more. Back into Doran, who goes for the flash counter strike, but it ain't gonna work out so well. Doran dies to the petrifying gaze. It'll be Baron for FlyQuest.
Bwipo survives. They kill Peanut. They get Doran. They take down Viper. They lose no one, and they're gonna get the Baron as well.
Once again, Hanwha Life overforced the play. They think that they can get a quick and easy pick onto Bwipo, but the play turns on its head. With the Baron secured, FlyQuest can reset and look to contest the Dragon.
And I really underestimated how tanky Bwipo actually is at this point. He has Jaxo and a Sterix.
Sterix is
He is very, very tanky. Goes with his name. The E shield is big. The Sterix barely keep him alive. And look at everyone coming in here. The Guardian shield from Busio. The ultimate, the bailout, everything is there. Viper tries to go for the hero play here. Has that plasma onto him. Goes in, but everyone from FlyQuest immediately turns. The flash forward from Busio. The flash forward from Masu. They all pile in to bail out their top top laner.
Yeah, the shielding there was fantastic. Whippo almost lost his life at the very end, but it was enough. The dragon not stolen. Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut wanted to jump over the wall. He has no flash. Peanut trying to flex there, steal away, earn the soul, but instead it's just another death for HLE.
Things are quickly falling apart. FlyQuest need to remain calm, though. In a situation like this, you're poised to turn this game around, and you don't want to be overzealous. Recognize your strengths on the map. They're sending 5 members to the top side. I think they need to catch mid-wave. They need to control mid and top. Leverage is bound to start threatening on Hanwha Life side of the map.
This feels like some disrespect from HLE. They win in these side fights, but they're throwing everybody into the same big battle. You saw 4 bodies piling in trying to take out Whippo, but as soon as everybody's in the same spot on the map, FlyQuest sees a green light.
And really, teamfighting has been one of the big strengths of FlyQuest in the LCS. This is something where they're really playing towards the strengths of their composition. They're finding these opportunities that HLE is giving them, where they get a little bit cocky, where they go a little bit too far, and they're all instantly responding and looking to punish. And now FlyQuest on the push here, trying to get more done.
It's a 3-man push from FlyQuest, but you can see Doran on the other side of the map in the enemy jungle. Whippo's going to be the one marking him right now. Quad joining up with the rest of the FlyQuest players up here in the top lane for the 4-man move. Both top laners not here. Both top laners with their teleports ready to go. Doran only level 17, Whippo level 18. There's your Glacial Prison on Masu, who's got to try to get away now. Zeka looking for the follow-up, finds some good damage here on Abusio, who's now down to half HP. HLE force FlyQuest back.
Yeah, and the poke there from Viper becoming pretty problematic. You can see Quad was kind of trying to clear out vision with Inspired on the side, but he gets tagged by Void's Ear. He's getting a little bit low. And then Masu gets tagged, and he's getting sectioned off and getting a little bit low. FlyQuest have got to be careful about how they play this out, because you could still easily get pulled apart by HLE.
The problem for FlyQuest is they had Whippo bot catching the wave being pushed in by Doran, and their stacking is 4 versus 4 in top lane. And even with the Baron, if it's a 4 versus 4 with a tower at your back, you have the tools to wave clear. We talked about how for both sides they're relatively short-range compositions.
Exactly.
But it's a situation where like you can't, as Master, just walk underneath that tower against a Yone, Sejuani, Rel, right? So if you're just overstacking, you need to be playing through multiple lanes. But again, there is no tier 2 in mid lane. So they only have the tier 2 in top, the tier 2 in bot, and so their resources end up a little bit scattered. Ultimately, this Baron ends up becoming an equalizer, helping FlyQuest neutralize the game state and reset on the map, but now we're getting closer and closer to the respawn of the Hextech Soul, the 3rd Baron of the game. Whippo needs to be careful.
Yep, Whippo's gonna get jumped on here yet again. That is their target. Hostile takeover comes in from Busio. Whippo's still barely hanging on. Sterik's finally gonna proc. There is the bailout, but it won't bail out a damn thing. FlyQuest gonna get caught in their own jungle. Masu's already almost dead, and Doran swoops in to guarantee it. HLE finally find the angle they're looking for, and FlyQuest are lambs to the slaughter. Viper's got a triple kill, and Quad's the last man standing. HLE beat him down into the dirt. It's a quadra kill for Viper, an ace for HLE, and a victory march down the mid lane. It was a lot closer than a lot of us were expecting, but the outcome stays the same. HLE, 33 minutes in, will barrel straight to the Nexus and a 1-0 lead.
As hope was at its highest, Hanwha Life find a single pick, which they convert into a crushing end. FlyQuest denied that opportunity to turn the game around, and they found some incredible team fights, at the very least raising promise for this series.
Absolutely, but it's a disappointing end. At the end of the day, Whippo gets caught out there, and they don't get that final 5v5.
That game definitely provided us some entertainment, some flexing of muscles, a little bit of ego there from HLE to give FlyQuest an angle back into the game, but still a victory for the LCK #1 seed. Desk, tell us what you think.
After the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start here running, I'll bite like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start here running, I'll bite like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Slide like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play.
Zeke, in trouble.
Nice engage from Zeka going in for the bait seal. One little bit more damage on the quad. The minions finish him off.
I feel like if I ult flash him and caster has W, he will die.
Their ball lane is going to be there.
They are killing, they are killing. Actually, wait, I think they're going top purple.
Purple, we didn't see them on this.
I'm gonna clear the wave. I have Star Axe. Yeah, play for fight, play for fight.
I'm going on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he has no cleanse already. Nice.
Nice. We want them.
crucially, we want to
Viper
get...
with the kill instinct, he goes in after Mazu. The bailout is not there in time. Viper with 1v2 shows his fangs.
They tried so hard and they got so far, but in the end, it did not really matter. Linkin Park is supplying us with the anthem this year, and I gotta say, this is kind of the perfect way to open up this segment.
It's strange because it looked like they were actually going to be able to pull the comeback. The thing that I'm happy about is that we do actually get to talk about the draft without feeling like massive cope.
True.
Because, listen, they picked a great counter-engaged team composition into the meta champions, and if they would have just been steamrolled, it would have been super easy to flame them for saying, oh my god, look at the giga comp they left over with Yone, Jax, Kai, Sorel. But you could tell it was actually very planned for FlyQuest, and they almost executed it well enough to win.
Yeah, and it touches upon something that we brought up at the very start of the day, right? When we were talking about, well, FlyQuest won finals, why are more people not talking about them? I do think they do have a really good idea with compositions like this of what they need to do. And then it's a matter of, okay, execution, and you're going up against a team that's so mechanically strong.
Absolutely, but I will say, even in some of those skirmishes then, like, I was really surprised that at some of the fights where FlyQuest seemed a step ahead. There was one in the mid where HLE thinks that they have the advantage, which they do. They are trying to push. They catch out, I can't remember who it was, and Zeka goes in. Yeah. He knows he's going to snap back. FlyQuest also knows he's going to snap back. They're already in position, and they win that fight. And I thought that was a great example of something that we've praised FlyQuest for also in that game versus PSG, right? But we can't go too far into the rabbit hole because they did lose the game.
They are planned, and they win in the most unimpressive ways because I think the majority of their team compositions have been crafted around countering what the other team's strengths are. But the way you actually like hard win draft most of the time is you just pick better scaling. So if it never bounces over the threshold, you just lose by 10K, and in this case, they actually just made some hand-stiff problems at the end of the game.
They did, and also at the beginning, we did highlight the jungle matchup coming in, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Peanut got all his timings, Emily.
Yeah, this is, I was actually talking to Chronicler during this game, and he was like, this is vintage Nut God in terms of just Peanut's ability.
God, right?
What? Yeah, so when we talk about Peanut and his ability to kind of recognize when he can go in, make these ganks, apply pressure, help push in a wave, he has a really good understanding of him in relation to his lanes. And I think we did see that in the early game, especially since HLE did recognize, like, okay, we need to get into a really, really strong position early with the windows that are provided to us.
Is it HLE standard to when they get off to such a good start with Peanut in the jungle and when they are ahead in goal to make some of the issues we saw in the mid game or not?
No, it's actually not, which is where I would give credit to FlyQuest. I think HLE definitely overextended in a few key positions against a composition that Jat already pointed out is very much designed to punish any sort of overextended dive. We might see them rein it in for this next game. We might not, but like here we see a fight where that exactly happens.
Yeah, and HLE did a bit of an engage into them to try and stop the Baron steal, and this is an extreme example of how well fights can go for FlyQuest, because if you're ever in the same range as that Amumu, Urgot, Cassiopeia, they will just out DPS and out like bruiser almost every champion in the game. And you can see pretty even damage spread for FlyQuest throughout this game and a very up and down gold graph throughout.
Yeah, and I'm happy we actually got to hear comms coming into this segment with like how clean they were in terms of, okay, Whippo recognizes when he can go in on Viper, right? Like they understand how they want to set up these fights. Unfortunately, HLE get a late game pick, and then, yeah, they're able to
and here's the inconvenient truth of this series. HLE is better. They are the #1 seed from the LCK. Even when it was an even game state with a worse team composition, they still found a way to win. So I think it's probably a 2-0. FlyQuest picked red side, which is a trend continued from Swiss. Every time they've actually had the selection of side, they've chosen red. They're the only team to do that, so I expect them to have maybe the same draft if HLE wants to go run back all the power picks they took, or a different counter, but not surprising by FlyQuest. Not a high chance they win, but I do think their strategy is incredibly strong with the situation that they find themselves in.
Yeah. I mean, FlyQuest have always been red side enjoyers too, even back in LCS, right? When it was to essentially save R5 for the weird Whippo counter pick that they wanted to lock in. So
it's Renekton.
We'll see.
Maybe it's not.
It's going to be
They
picked
picked
that
gonna be.
first.
I mean, it's still working in that first game. You know, repeatedly he did the thing. Whereas, oh no, you got me. Just kidding. So I do think that is working. Oh, it's so hard. I really want to see them win at least this next game.
We at least know that it's possible.
It is very possible. But the question is, does Azael believe?
All right, welcome back, everybody.
I always believe, especially when I don't.
I'm the king
what do I do with
believing.
What?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
I threw it out there, and now you can choose to discuss it, ignore it, whatever. Give me a sassy comment.
You know what?
The world is your oyster.
You know what North America threw out there in the last game? Some good team fights. And you know what? They gave me some hopium.
It's a team fight comp.
Yep, it's a team fight comp. Now, all we got to do is there's this dude who's a samurai, and he's got 2 swords, and he needs to stay off of Summoner's Rift. I feel like there's a lot of that.
2 swords is one too many. They need to cut him down. Give him a 1 sword.
Yeah,
you know?
that's called his brother. Do you really want second to play his brother?
He has to be the cooler brother, you know?
Gentlemen, FlyQuest have heard my prayers.
His parents
Aurora
only gave
and
his brother
Yone
1
are
sword? 2
both
swords
going
for
to be
this
banned
brother?
out. Oh my God, are we still on the swords? Aurora and Yone are banned away as Ivern and Cassiopeia are also banned out. HLE, although they got the win in game number 1, apparently they are not used to the Cassiopeia. They don't want to be dealing with that one anymore. They'll take it off the table.
Well, and I do think of the isolated 1v1, Quad was actually doing pretty well. Obviously, there was some pressure put on him, but it is a tough matchup for some of those melee matchups, not just the Yone, but if you wanted to go towards like Akali or Sylas, a lot of these style champions can really struggle in that isolated 1v1. And it's just actually really frustrating playing into the Miasma. If you get any sort of CC into that W, you can't snap back, you can't outplay. It feels like you're kind of playing in slow motion in a lot of ways. So we will see what the option is going to be. A lot of those big first picks that we normally see people go towards are banned out, and the Renekton's going to be taken away there from Whippo. That was banned out last game, was dropped for that Cassio ban, and it's definitely kind of considered to be Whippo's best pick.
I mean, he played it a lot in the LCS.
He did. It was like 9 straight games, I think.
Yeah. It was a lot. And
he was smurfing.
He values the pick. When we saw him playing it earlier in the Swiss stage, he had the Ivern at his back, so that when he was diving in, at first I thought, okay, he's ending. No, he had the tree.
I also thought he was ending.
Yeah.
His teammate also may have found out, but he wasn't.
But he wasn't. The great deception. Kalista going to be locked in for FlyQuest. I say, hang on. For some reason, I'm talking like Whippo locked in the Renekton. Of course, it's Doran that's locked it in. My apologies. For some reason, I thought the FlyQuest was on the blue side. Doran crucially taking that one away from Whippo because of how successful he was.
Yep, and he's going to lock in the Olaf, which was one of his answers into Renekton in the LCS. This is, again, one of these picks that I mentioned in the last game coming in that he does really favor. The one thing I will say is I think Olaf, you know, if you compare it with like Ivern or some sort of, you know, enchanter, it really can be quite strong. But if you don't have that luxury, which they don't this game, obviously, with the Ivern being banned away, then you really do have to get ahead of the pace of the game, or you can be so useless. And it is going to be Zyra, so a bit of a throwback to kind of the previous meta from jungle.
Yeah, very different style from what we've seen so far. If you look at the champions played by Peanuts so far in Worlds 2024, it's been 3 Sejuanis, a Maokai, and a Vi. So 4 tanks and a diver, but all still melee champions, all still engage mechanisms. The Zyra's going to be more of that summer split style that we saw being the meta-dominant version.
Yeah, and I mean, there's kind of 2 sides to this coin, because obviously Olaf, you know, you can go CC a Moon and just try to chase down the Zyra, burst her down, but at the same time, it can sometimes be pretty difficult if Olaf is going too far ahead of the rest of the team, the ulti gets dropped in between your teammates and you, the Olaf, from Zyra, and then all of a sudden there's these empowered plants, and it's very difficult to actually follow up on what the Olaf is trying to do.
I coined that the Jarvan effect, where I flash EQ ult and then I go, where's
no
my
follow-up?
team? Yeah.
Where's team?
Yeah.
And a perfect ulti here, 4 screens away from you. Why couldn't you get here, Ash?
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's why Victor used to be a pretty good answer to things like Olaf, because you put the gravity field between the Olaf who runs through it and everyone else who then can't.
Right, and then everybody just shoots Olaf, and all right, we've got a 5v4. But we are going to now get into the second half of the draft with the Ezreal being picked for Hanwha alongside the Zyra, the support
for FlyQuest this time around will be the Leona to pair with the Callista. Very tanky, very effective, just throwing her in there to be that disruptor, space creator, lockdown, whatever you need her to be. But now that we're looking at the second half of the bans, it's FlyQuest getting rid of the hyper-scaling Smolder, getting rid of the counter-engage of the Braum. Meanwhile, Hanwha Life are going to take out another one of the champions FlyQuest played in game number 1, and another one that Inspired has relied on a lot in the Amumu.
Absolutely, and I do think the Smolder is a pretty smart ban here because champions like Zyra really do bring some pretty heavy AP threat, so it is something that can enable a very heavily AD comp. So I do think it makes sense from this situation. Viper on this Ezreal, though, going to be so difficult to actually lock down and burst down. And I want to see what FlyQuest is going to do with their final picks here. If they're just going to fully commit to hard dive, obviously, you know, Mumu banned, Ivern banned. Those are the only champions that Inspired has actually played thus far at Worlds. And I'm curious to see with these banned out if he'll just go towards that AP farming style that he was so well known for in the LCS for most of the season, or if he'll go a very different route.
Nunu lock. It's a Nunu lock-in.
And he was, Inspired was laughing there. So I wonder if this is going to be like a really heavy gank style, because normally if you play against a lot of the Nunu one tricks and stuff in solo queue, they're just non-stop ganking, rolling snowballs through mid lane over and over and over, making it a bit of a nightmare to actually play against. I think it's more so that style than when you think back to the really old Nunu, where you think it's all about counter jungling. Most of what I have seen is more about fast pace in the jungle and then non-stop gank. So that's kind of what I'm expecting, but I'm going to be really interested to actually see, you know, what he brings out. He has not played this at all in the LCS in his time there.
I don't think he's played it
I don't know if he's played it in his career.
I don't think so.
And this is a pick that just like, it's for sure the first at Worlds. We didn't see it in the LCS a single time in the summer. I don't know if you did.
This might even be the first Nunu ever at Worlds.
I'm not sure. I'm really curious.
No. Maybe in season 2. Maybe in season 2. Maybe that's...
Oh, I've got it right in front of us here, boys. Look at the monitor. First Nunu at Worlds since 2017 play-ins.
I'm just wondering if anyone even played it in a major region in all of summer.
It's the guy with one sword.
Wow,
yeah. Well, when you can't have two swords, what are you going to go for? You got to settle.
Thaddeus, I thought we were just bantering earlier when we were talking about trade out.
We were having a serious conversation over here, Flowers, and you were just interrupting us.
I guess I'm the outside man here. Okay, so pairing it with the Poppy knockup. Remember the Snapcast of Keeper's Verdict can just knock the target up immediately. So there's your enabling for Yasuo on that one. Zyra ulti also setting it up for the last
I believe the E also works from Poppy if you insta-ult off of it too.
Any displace counts.
Exactly.
I don't know if I like Hanwha Life's draft, though.
Like Samurais with one sword?
It is a bit disjointed, I do think.
That when I maybe I just don't fully understand it. It's just that when I look at it like at its surface, it's like, okay, so you've got relatively short range Renekton, and Renekton Yasuo wants to go in. Zyra and Ezreal kind of want to play from range, so they kind of seem a little bit at odds with one another.
Okay.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest composition is very teamfight focused. Again, right? You've got a very solid front line in the form of Inspired and Lucio. You've got long range poke with the Hui, and then you've got backline access, also with potential side lane threat coming from the Olaf, who I think, especially in the mid game when you're at about a single item, should definitely be able to outduel things like the Yasuo inside.
I mean, honestly, for me, all eyes for FlyQuest now are on top jungle. I think so much of this game is going to be dictated by how the early game goes for Bwipo as well as for Inspired. I really am interested to see how they're going to be able to perform on this. They talked about, you know, some of these drafts that they might be cooking up. There's a lot of rumors about, you know, them trying to prep these really sneaky plays, sneaky champions. They brought out some stuff in game 1. Honestly, it nearly worked. And in game 2, they are cooking once more. Let's see if it works.
The first Nunu at Worlds in 7 years.
It's a while.
And FlyQuest are locking it in a do-or-die game here for this series.
When was the Nunu rework? Was
I don't remember
because
that.
in 2017, I wonder if it was old Nunu or new Nunu.
I believe it is new Nunu.
In 2017? It's the new Nunu?
It's the new Nunu.
New Nunu? Not the old Nunu? Because it would have been interesting if it was pre-rework and this would have been the first Nunu at Worlds, but either way, very cool stuff here.
I sat there and said I didn't think it was maybe first time it was, but then I remember like old Diamond Procs Nunu, and I was like, that's the Nunu I remember.
Now you're throwing it back.
You know,
like, half the audience probably doesn't even remember
the old Empire strats where they sit in a brush. No, don't say that.
You're like, hey, take that back.
Yeah. It's easy to forget that I'm 31.
You're right, but that's wrong.
Yeah. God. All right. Well, we're jumping into game 2. Of course, neither team is eliminated here for viewers at home if you are a Worlds enjoyer. The winner will qualify for the quarterfinals. The loser will move into the 2-2 bracket, which will be the final opportunity to qualify for the quarterfinals.
So, Nunu was reworked in patch 8.17, which was August of 2018. So the last time this champion was played at Worlds was the old Nunu.
First Nunu at
yeah
at Worlds.
That's okay. Let's see what Inspired's got cooking up here. I'm excited to see how FlyQuest want to play this, want to pilot this. Also back in the mid lane, we're seeing the Hui here for Quad. This is a very traditional control mage type champion. Very little mobility, but a ton of wave clear and a ton of range. The Severing Bolt specifically being that long range execution spell that it's got a lot of skill you got to express to hit it. It's pretty difficult sometimes if you are not immediately accurate.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, but I think a lot of cases you're just looking to try to follow up on what Busio is doing. You use that point and click CC, follow up with the Severing Bolt. Of course, there is a tremendous amount of damage that can come out from Hui, but the wind wall can also be very problematic for you, right? So, you know, Yasuo only has one sword, but does have a wall to make up for it.
We're never getting past this sword thing.
Now, swords are pretty important.
It's true.
What if you drop your sword? Yone has a backup sword. What does Yasuo have? Nothing.
The wind.
Yeah, he's got a wind wall. You just talked about this.
Now, because we don't get to see Nunu very often, you'll notice that his clear speed is probably faster than many of you are expecting. Like, when we think about fastest clears in the game, Zyra is naturally the one that immediately comes to mind. Yeah. Part of the reason why she even came into meta was because of all those videos coming out of how quickly she could just steamroll her way through an early clear. But Nunu, I mean, still behind, of course, still a camp behind right now. Peanut still showcasing why this champion clears so fast. Already level 4, hovering around the bot side of the map. But Inspired, just a single camp behind and very quickly making his way through the Krug. Should be able to secure that top Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, immediately though. Busio taking a little bit of damage here. Peanut not wanting to allow that Leona to get away with anything. Showing up in the tri-brush to put a little bit of extra pressure on the bottom lane.
Yep, FlyQuest very clearly aware of the timing at which he would be done that clear, though, and they are able to back off. Obviously, Busio takes a little bit of a chunk for it, but they don't expose themselves to any sort of a gank. And on the top side, Inspired is just going to be able to take away that.
Right there you see is kind of Hui's only defense mechanism against the Yasuo. You hit him with a fear, point blank. Inspired is ready to make his gank in mid lane, but some nice jukes from Zeka get away from the snowball. He still has to flash out to escape the root.
Exactly, and this is my experience when I play against Nunu, is that they just farm the side camps and they roll through mid lane over and over and over. It's one of the champions, you know, I talked about it in last game, about how Yone is very difficult to punish ever since they actually, you know, move these brushes on side of mid lane out further. You have more and more time to react. Nunu is one of the only champions that it's still so hard to react to, because if he really gets that move speed going with that W rolling the snowball in, even if you see him, you still can't always back off in time.
And you'll notice as well, Zeka played it well by utilizing the E from Yone to navigate his way past the snowball as Peanut hovers around top. Ghost going to be popped.
Ghost from Whippo, but now he's heading back the other direction. That might not be the right choice.
Good
Whippo
shield.
down to 100 HP. He doesn't want to lose out on all this EXP from the minions. Picks up his axe, throws another undertow back. Doran flashing to guarantee the last turret shot doesn't fire off, but it's still first blood over to Hanwha Life Esports.
So Whippo does everything right, holding onto his W to provide him with the shield to help him tank the dive that's happening. And then with his Q, he tries to clear out as much of the wave as possible. Notice he wasn't that far off level 5. He thought maybe if you could get that level up, there's opportunities there for him to turn it around. But at the very least, he gets the flash out from Doran after applying the slow from his Q onto the Renekton.
And it's just really well played from HLE. And it's, again, last game to me was very much just about Peanut and Doran and how they played together, utilizing the Sejuani Jax. In this case, Whippo had the early push. And so all Doran does is when the wave bounces, he slow stacks the wave, pushes it slowly towards Whippo. Whippo is not going to be level 6, so he has no CC immunity. You have a point and click stun from Renekton, who he can't avoid because he doesn't even have flash. He's playing Ghost. Flash stun, obviously. In this case, they didn't even need to. But then the root is going to follow that up from Peanut. And they're able to get an easy kill and create a nice advantage there for Doran, who gets a much better buy here. You know, Whippo with no potion, and it is going to be the steel caps over on the other side for Doran already.
Yeah, kind of the ideal first buy for both the top and jungle of HLE, with the plated steel caps for the Renekton, the faded ashes for the Zyra. Everything there is feeling exactly what you would want it to be. You can see the highest level in the game right now is Zeka hitting level 7 first, but Quad, or hitting level 6 first, excuse me, with Quad right behind him, about to hit the ulti here on the Hui. As Inspired, again, just rolling that snowball around for some extra mobility. Going to make his way over into the Void Grub pit, but Peanut is showing up now to intercept him. Whippo only at half HP, turns back onto Doran, who, remember, does not have the flash. Inspired being first to this fight means that Doran doesn't want to try to jump on Whippo and burst him down.
The problem is the pressure in mid lane. It's Zeka that's always able to get that prio. He's kind of continuing to get the individual advantages over Quad in the way that he's trading. And with that prio, he's able to work with Peanut. I mean, the good news from Inspired is he's able to get one. Nunu, he chomps on camps very quickly. And he's able to at least secure for the potential 4-grub buff later.
And Whippo is just honestly getting kind of traded down slowly but surely. And now actually gets interrupted on that recall, which is really bad because the wave is bad for him. And he's down very low. So Whippo going to be stuck in this spot where he has to take a horrible recall and is going to fall further and further behind, which is, of course, that massive concern when you are playing Olaf. You need to be ahead of the pace of the game. This is a champion with essentially zero utility, or as close to zero utility as you can get. Yeah, you have a slow on your Q, but that is about it. So you have to be strong, you have to be able to charge in there, survive, and punish people. And look where Peanut's positioning. Peanut's already there to actually zone him off when he walks back. So if Inspired is not covering Whippo some more, Whippo is going to be completely out of this game. And even if the rest of the map goes well, it's not going to matter because you're playing 4v5 for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and now he's trying to make his way back, pops the Ragnarok, wants to turn it back onto the jungler, I would have to think, but it's so difficult to do. Finally using the W shield, just barely staying alive, but surely he's just dead now. Cole the Meek, Whippo is out for the second time, and Hanwha Life is doing a great job bullying this Olaf.
I mean, Azael already highlighted it, but again, the coordination between Peanut and Doran is just exceptional. The timing is good, the wave setup is good. 2 stacked waves now, they've successfully dived Whippo, and there's been zero contest. No support there for coverage, no jungle there for coverage, and he's just left bleeding farm. You'll notice now that he is almost 30 CS down, and he is a full level behind his lane counterpart.
I mean, he's completely out of the game, right? You know, from this spot, your only hope to be relevant is that you randomly get a bunch of cleanup kills in some fight later on that your teammates have set up for you. Right. But it's going to be so hard, and honestly, it's just a jungle gap from Peanut here. You know, Inspired playing this champion that is so well known for all this early jungle pressure. Yes, he did force a flash out of Zeka, but Peanut is playing the farm scale, you know, weak early game champion Zyra. He's already made 2 dives happen on the top side.
Look, man, if one jungler's getting a flash and the other one's setting up 2 kills, I'll take the 2 kills every day of the week. Peanut having an awesome showing early on here in the first 8 minutes. And the other issue is, if your top laner is completely out of the game just 8 minutes in, now we've got problems. 2 minutes from now, second set of grubs is spawning, and it's already a 2-to-1 lead for HLE with that first set. You're also going to have the Rift Herald showing up. What happens if Renekton is there on a full item power spike, absolutely running away with the game, and Olaf's still struggling?
It's a difficult early game.
Nothing good
for FlyQuest to find themselves in. And unfortunately, they don't have the same tools that they had in the previous game. Admittedly, I still think that their team fighting is good. It's just a question of how much worse can HLE make this early game.
All right, Inspired's coming in. Goes from Whippo, chasing after Doran, popping the Ragnarok, wants to get as much damage as possible. Whippo's gonna be the first one to tank the turret, and Whippo, with the help from Inspired, FlyQuest looking to bring him back into this one.
Yeah, that is actually really important. There is a TP on Doran, so we won't lose too much, but credit to FlyQuest on the timers there. There was 1 second on Doran's ultimate when he died. 1 second before that was about to come up. His flash was coming back up as well. So that really was the last possible chance they had to make a play happen. And it does claw some semblance of quality back into this game here for Whippo.
I mean, it was, as you rightly said, crucial. Gives him a nice base, gets a little bit more gold. And he's actually making his way towards the bot side of the map right now. As a swap seems to have come through as Busio and Masu. Yeah, grab a clock, as you rightly said.
But now the thing is, Whippo does not have an ult, he does not have a ghost, and Doran has his flash and his ulti both ready for this grub spawn that's going to happen in about 15 seconds, making it a very difficult situation for FlyQuest to try to navigate.
Yeah, it is going to be incredibly hard. And I mean, FlyQuest would need to take 2 of the grubs away to even deny a Void Might spawn. I think they're probably going to have to give it up.
Zeka trying to get away from another snowball. Ooh, Inspired slams that one into the wall. These wall angles are tricky, man.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, he just didn't want to chase that far. You know, I think he is just kind of canceling it out, basically. When Zeka got that far back, he was going to be under his tower if they went for the dive. Just knows there's not really an angle for the grubs when Whippo can't really respond.
Uh-oh. Speaking of not being able to respond, Doran going all the way in here for the slice, the dice, the dive. It's nice. Doran getting a solo kill now. He doesn't even need Peanut anymore. The Croc is all grown up and getting it done.
I mean, you want to talk about timing. 2 seconds until Bubbo's ultimate was about to come back up, and Doran, a crucial solo kill for him as he reasserts dominance over the top lane matchup.
And once again, it's Peanut just playing between the towers here, making it annoying. In this case, yeah, Masu will get back to the tower, but you still lost 2 or 3 minions there. These little incremental advantages that he's helping for his team to grow. And they have those 5 grubs. They have a 3,000 gold advantage, and it's going to be a hard one here for FlyQuest to claw back in. I mean, honestly, if you're FlyQuest, you're looking for 4v4s, and you're looking to be able to outplay in those 4v4s. You're hoping that there's...
Oh, the attempted engage from Busio, but the Zenith Blade is interrupted with a steadfast presence. Viper gets away, both summoner spells spent on that one. Flash, shielded Daybreak from Busio to try to lock up Peanut, but it ain't gonna work out so well. TP reinforcements from HLE. Busio stuck in the middle of 4 players, and he ain't gonna get away from this one. Peanut's gonna be the trade, at least a 1-for-1 here in the scrap, but Masu is on the run. The Mystic shot, but the flash from the Callista keeps him alive.
A very forced play there from FlyQuest. You could see that once Viper disengaged with the cleanse, they still wanted to chase for it, and Zeka TPing in response, noticing that Quad was on the bot side of the map. It ends up being a 1-for-1, and HLE don't really convert it into much as FlyQuest start off the Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, I still think it's very positive for FlyQuest. You went 1-for-1 when you're heavily down in gold. You got the TP off Zeka, you got Flash off Peanut, you got both summoners off of Viper, you got the Ignite off Delight. You know, they did force out a lot. Yes, it did cost them the Flash off Masu and the summoners from Busio, but still, overall, I think it's a pretty positive play, and they're going to need to make these incremental advantages and find these windows where they can make something happen. This was a very preemptive flash, honestly, from Viper. Just kind of didn't have the faith that Delight would interrupt the play, and with Delight being able to actually do that, you know, he wouldn't have needed to use it whatsoever. When the cleanse is forced then, Busio says, all right, Whippo's coming up. We're going to actually change the targeting here down onto Peanut. The TP's coming in from behind, which I don't think they actually realized as they just fully committed to the play.
Yeah, and it was... I think that even with Whippo's arrival, I guess they're saying that we want to make his time spent up here worthwhile. And as you rightly said, they end up getting a 1-for-1. And crucially, that top wave is still pushed out in favor of Whippo. And the Dragon goes down in favor of FlyQuest, giving them a 2-Dragon advantage. And crucially, Quad is able to pick up a plate on the bot side of the map. So you'll notice that mid lane gold discrepancy now barely anything after he completes his first item of the game.
So neutral objectives traded mostly evenly early on here in this game. 5 grubs to 1 favoring HLE, 2 drakes to nothing favoring FlyQuest. Cloud Soul, not quite as potent as some other ones could be, but on a champion like Olaf, it's really good. 2v1 here in the bottom lane. Spiraling Despair connects onto Doran. Do they have enough damage to take him out, though? It's just Busio and Quad's already used most of his spells. Severing Bolt doesn't hit the target, and Doran lives.
Look top, look top.
Zeka now in some trouble as the snowball's making its way in, but a nice flash away from it when Inspired can't make the turn. Whippo looking for a little bit more damage here to chase this guy down. The absolute zero isn't going to get a whole lot, and now Zeka can reset his shield with the last breath. Another kill for HLE.
Nicely done by Zeka there. Bought so much time, dashing back and forth, creating space, allows HLE to come in and reinforce, but still, it's a great play from FlyQuest on that bottom side. Even though they don't kill Doran, they force his flash, they force his ulti, they take down the tier 1 tower and get more gold in the hands of Quad.
Ultimately, the problem is,
another dive, this time on mid lane. It's Viper shot to pieces with the spears, the shutdown, but it ends up going over to Busio.
That's actually so unlucky there. The Ignite tick took it right after the Ren went through, so Masu rendered them down to a couple HP, and the Ignite is what gives that shutdown gold over. You would have really loved to get that in the hands of Masu. They're going to look again. No flash, remember.
All right, Zeka could be in some danger here, but he might just try to turn it around back onto Whippo with a redemption coming in, though. Whippo will stay alive, and the shutdown this time goes over to Quad.
So the problem I had with the play from earlier is that FlyQuest was trying to make too many plays on the map, and by making a play both bot and top, it was going to be difficult to respond to the response from HLE, who were able to find that kill. The good news for FlyQuest is they find another kill top, but by investing 3 members top, and including the TP from Quad, they leave the bot lane tower completely exposed for Doran to be able to secure, and the mid lane tower ends up falling thanks to the Rift Herald dropped by Hanwha Life. So they still hold on to about a 2.5k gold lead. They set their sights on Doran, though.
All right, that snowball will not find the angle that Inspired wants.
He could get rooted by the E.
Doran's trying to use his teleport to get away, but that is not how it's going to work. Nunu's shield to keep himself alive against some of Doran's bursts, and Inspired will just disengage it as Doran gets caught and wastes a very critical summoner spell in the process.
That is one of those advantages of playing a champion that people haven't seen in a while in action. He clearly does not know how Nunu works. When you spam out that E, you get a root. That's always going to stop the TP. There's no end if or but about it. It was always going to interrupt the teleport.
I mean, that's the only logical explanation, right?
He just doesn't know what champion does. Happens, I guess, but definitely not one you want to see, as not only do they get the kill, they make him waste his teleport. And FlyQuest are slowly closing the gold gap. It was an over 3,000 gold lead like 6 minutes ago, which is much more important than it is at this point in the game. And FlyQuest are the ones with the extra dragons here, and I think a composition that is amazing with Cloud Soul.
It's an interesting situation where, like, okay, FlyQuest are down 3 towers to 1, but by going for that play in bot, there wasn't actually anything for Hanwha Life to cross-map. So even though they've unlocked all these towers, they can't, like, extend that advantage any further because now you're pushing the waves far too deep, and the waves are in a fine spot for FlyQuest. So an uncontested punish. They now return to farming. They're now playing towards the top side of the map to allow Bwipo, because that tower is easy pickings for FlyQuest that they should set their sights on.
Now, the game state still does favor HLE more in this second game than it did at the same time in game number 1. Remember back in game number 1 when we were at a similar point, Isaac, you and I were praising, like, hey, if you're going to tell me that in this head-to-head, FlyQuest is only down 1,000 gold, that feels pretty good. This time around, even if they are clawing their way back, it's still 2,500 gold that they are behind. I feel like if they want to feel good about this game state, they need to win this next Drake, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it. And they're going to have to put a lot of faith in Masu, in Quad, these carries. Masu has been having a really good World so far, has been standing out. You know, these are his stats so far at Swiss stage. And this is a player who, you know, went from amateur to NACL to just LCS this year, Rookie of the Year, and is really standing out. And we can see Zeka on top side. This might be them just giving the dragon. We'll see if FlyQuest can secure it.
Zeka does have his teleport, and it looks like HLE are calling to use it. Busio eating a couple of shots here as FlyQuest is looking to DPS the Drake down. They've got Nunu and Kalista together. They should be able to secure this one, but they immediately get rid of the Nunu, and it's stolen away by Peanut. Bwipo's in the middle of everybody, but he's already going to be killed. They're trying to turn it back on the door on FlyQuest's side, but it ain't going to work. He survives the Spiraling Despair, and now Zeka's into the backline here as well, but he might just get killed. Quad grabbing the kill on that one as Delight tries to get away, but Masu is putting him like a pin cushion down here in the bottom lane. Quad ends up taking the kill, and FlyQuest, they lose the objective, but they come out +1 on the kills.
It's a nice start but from the fight by HLE just because of the Poppy ultimate knocking Inspired out. You highlighted it. The Nunu combined with Kalista makes the objective very difficult to steal. But then HLE tried to force the fight, and that's really where things start to fall apart.
Exactly. You know, they do go in, they get this rejection. Honestly, they could have comboed it there earlier. You have Smite, Devour, and the Rend from 3K. That should be dead. So a bit of mistiming there. But as they go, we're back to live. We're back to another fight. Peanut's caught.
Peanut on this Zyra has his flash, but it's the only escape mechanism available. And it looks like FlyQuest is ready to collapse. Peanut knows there's no point in even wasting the summoner spell there.
FlyQuest are really finding their opportunities. They're not just rolling over. They're playing to their comp's win conditions here. And honestly, if HLE didn't steal that dragon, you would start getting really nervous for them.
I will also say that the standards with which I hold HLE to, they are not delivering so far in this series. While their laning phase has been very promising, this mid game, similar to last game, they just get caught. And this is not something I typically associate with HLE. Their team fighting, however, can't afford to be underestimated.
Oh, nice lock up there with a solar flare from Busio, but Delight can still get himself away. Yes, Spiraling Despair connects, but there's no way they can do enough damage to follow up with the tier 1 still standing.
But still, that's Cleanse, that's Flash off of Viper. FlyQuest constantly taxing these resources here from HLE, not making their job easy in this game. Viper going to be under a lot more pressure now in these next fights, and you look over at the gold advantages for FlyQuest, it's right where they want them. It's Quad, it's Masu. This is the new generation of FlyQuest. They put so much faith in these carries, and you can see in the win probability powered by AWS getting a lot closer to parity here. Jumped up to a very heavily HLE favored game, but they are threatening this Baron. And this is Zyra. You can rush this.
Yeah, this is such a good Zyra tactic. Using the ulti, the Stranglethorns to force it down. Inspired and Masu know it's there. A nice sidestep on the Keeper's Verdict from Inspired. He's wanting to keep it leashed. FlyQuest is threatening to just try to steal it away. They even dropped the Redemption, but the burst already onto Masu. They're going to be able to kill him off, but FlyQuest claims the Baron. A little bit more more damage, might be able to kill Delight. They're trying to chase after him. Now you got the Ragnarok. Peanut trying to get away with a flashback over the wall. FlyQuest still in hot pursuit. Doran and Peanut looking to get away, but Viper is dead.
A massive teamfight win for FlyQuest as they punish the Baron for HLE. It starts off incredibly well for HLE as they target out Masu, but the rest of the fight goes entirely the way of FlyQuest.
Exactly, it's just so smart from Inspired. You try to rush that in front of the Nunu's face, he just doesn't let you leash it, and now they're going for Zeka.
Boostio wants in, they knock Zeka up into the air, but the wind wall is doing a ton of heavy lifting, keeping the Yasuo alive. Boostio has gone in too far, Spiraling Despair is there. Zeka survives the explosion, and Doran now chases after Quad. Inspired needs to get the hell out of town as FlyQuest overplay their hand a little bit here in the mid lane. Let's take another look at the Baron steal.
Exactly, just a heads up play here from Inspired. They use the Zyra ulti to try to burn this down, and he says, no, you don't get to leash it. I just need to get this thing down to about 3K, and I can actually finish it off. So Bwipo helps focus it, while on the side, Zeka gets in onto that Kalista, bursts him down, but Quad over the wall is just shredding them with the AoE, gets so many members down low. Then Bwipo is just focusing on Peanut, who came over to try to steal that Baron, wasn't able to do it. He's out of the fight, and FlyQuest run over him.
I mean, it was good. A response from FlyQuest because you could see the play from Inspired. I'm convinced that the shot calling was get the Baron.
Happy about that.
They were saying get the Baron, get out, and Inspired paths towards the wall. But I swear it was a con from Bwipo that said no, 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 we can fight. He hesitates, and then they turn back and for the re-engage, and you can see why Bwipo had that confidence because the damage on your screen showcases he was just tearing HLE apart.
And you know what? So much credit to Bwipo. Look at how hard this game was for how it started out. He's actually up in gold now after getting dove 2 times early on a champion that generally needs to play from ahead. He has found ways to be effective, found ways to get gold, and found ways to give FlyQuest a chance in this game.
He's also found a way behind enemy lines. Bwipo is on the flank. He's pretty isolated right now. Peanut is already down. Solar Flare sets it up for Bwipo to knock it down, and now it's a double kill, and Zeka is already dead here too. Doran running away. FlyQuest pushing again. They are out fighting HLE, and FlyQuest have a 5v3.
It's Bwipo on the flank after he forced Peanut's flash over by the Baron. They get in on the backline. They use the Severing Bolt from Quad as well to get the extra damage to finish him off. And they're going to have Prio on this dragon. They're going to be moving to Soul Point here with the Cloud Soul, with this team that heavily relies on movement. It's going to be strong.
Bwipo is a talented man, but I did not know that he was such a proficient gardener. The way that he just cut through that Zyra made it look seamless as they get themselves their 3rd dragon of the game.
That was Bwipo's stats in game number 1. Despite the fact that it ended in a FlyQuest loss, despite the fact that Bwipo getting caught at that Gromp at the end did end in tragedy, here in game number 2, Azael, I think you're putting it perfectly. The early game was the nightmare situation for a top laner. You're down 30 CS, you're down a level, they're constantly diving you, you've got no help, and Bwipo just widened his stance and walked into the mid game.
And I think what's crucial is the differences between last game and this game. In the last game, I felt like that FlyQuest were punishing the decisions by HLE, but when it came to trying to take control themselves, it was hard for them. But this time around, I feel like that they have a lot more tools to take control of space. They have the ability to force their way in, and a lot of it comes off the back of this Nunu, because you just start the snowball, you throw it down a lane, and immediately Hanwha Life always has to respect it.
And I have to give a lot of credit to how Inspired and Boostio are playing as a duo. I feel like they're really taxing the summoners here nonstop by pushing forward, by finding opportunities to really threaten these carries on the HLE side. And HLE is getting pushed back, but of course they do still have some really strong members on this team, and they could potentially just fight their way out of this. Peanut obviously at a really powerful point in the game. Viper going to be scaling up and really difficult to deal with as he gets towards his 3rd item too.
You talked about the value of Cloud Soul earlier, Azael. I mean, look at how speedy Inspired is already. This man is rolling his way across the rift. Doran will use the control ward, but they set the Soul Ball onto Viper.
Oh, Viper does get knocked airborne, but they can't keep on chasing. A little bit disjointed there as Inspired walks back away, but they still get the cleanse thanks to the Solar Flare. Although Viper was safe, he was still worried enough about this engage that he used the Summoner.
You'll notice though that FlyQuest, they're still overstacking on the top side of the map. HLE are doing a good job of catching waves at awkward times for FlyQuest, which means that they can't properly set up on 2 lanes. So FlyQuest are just constantly looking for opportunities with the snowball. Bwipo.
Yeah, Bwipo putting some damage into Doran here, getting a little bit of vengeance for the early game, but Viper is ready to back up his top laner. FlyQuest contesting for the enemy blue buff. There is vision inside this blue buff brush. True Shot Barrage shot out, but it ain't gonna matter. Blue secured there for FlyQuest, stealing away another mini objective from HLE.
Now, we don't want to see FlyQuest make the same mistake that they did before, where they failed the siege, and then they were just picking up camps on the map, because HLE, look, you can already see it. Peanut, in the window that you're recalling, moves out onto the map, getting vision control. He's using the window and timing that he has to get information and gather opportunities. And that was how FlyQuest got punished in the previous game, so now they need to focus and start pressuring through 2 lanes to gain more control.
But one of the massive differences between last game and this game is that last game it was HLE that were threatening Seoul. This game it's FlyQuest that are, right? So they have the ability to show up to the objective, force their opponents to come into them. And you look at all this supportive itemization between Inspired and Busio. They have double locket, they have a redemption on the Nunu here, and they're building for this style to really just enable their carries to try to stop that initial burst of damage that's always going to be coming out from HLE's comp, and then to allow them to take over. And Quad, it feels like, I don't even know if I've seen him use his flash this game. He's been playing so carefully, positioning very well, pumping out damage, and if they can enable him in these team fights, he is going to be such a problem for HLE.
Yeah, Quad 3, 0, and 5. 2 items fully completed with the Luden's Companion and the Horizon Focus. As the pieces of the next item, still just trying to combine that. We have got 90 seconds until the next Drake spawns. It is that very powerful Cloud Soul for this FlyQuest comp. When you have Olaf with Cloud Soul, he is just a ballistic missile in the fight.
And Quad just finished his 3rd item here, so he is ahead of the curve. Strongest member, it feels like, of the team. And you look over at where Zeka is, he is just at 2 and pieces. Viper doesn't have his 3rd item yet either.
If we're talking about items, we're talking about money. We should be talking about a 1.7 thousand gold lead for Bwipo. The recovery from the early game, we already touched on it, but it feels like it just keeps growing here for the Olaf.
And it might seem weird to you that he's got magic resistance. Oh, hang on
now. Inspired, eating a little bit of damage here, but they're going to stun up Doran instead. Spiraling Despair. The Sterix Gauge is not going to keep the Gator alive. Baron is up.
They're going to start the Baron here. They're going to try to force HLE into a 4v5 fight. Look at where Zeka is. He's got a TP.
The rest of HLE still has all of their resources, though. Keep it in mind. Looks like they're not going to fight for it. Zeka just trying to take the tier 2 instead.
They're going to try to play for the bot lane tier 2 and try to set up for this Dragon because they know they can't give Soul. So they're trying to play for the tier 2s. They're pushing up mid. They're pushing up bot. They're trying to get Vision here to try to play to deny Soul. They know if they give up Soul from this spot, they are very close to losing the game.
Big gold influx there with 2 tier 2s being knocked down. Zeka wants to use the TP. It's interrupted by Inspired. They found the Yasuo, but do they have the follow-up in time? HLE reinforcing their mid laner as FlyQuest cannot get the pick in time.
Bwipo is still threatening. Someone's got to go and answer him, and it can only really be Doran now because he's the only one with the TP, but he's going to be late to the play. He can't use his TP, so the tier 2 tower is gone. Bwipo can base, buy another item, and look for Soul here.
HLE, though, they're going to start up the Drake. They want to force this down before FlyQuest is able to respond. Busio and Inspired stepping up. Bwipo coming in right behind him here with the TP. HLE, they can try to teleport Doran in if they really want to try to contest this, but it looks like that's not the play. The Dragon Soul should be secured here, barring something completely wacky, and that's it. Soul secured for FlyQuest.
The interrupt onto Zeka's back was so important, because after getting those 2 towers, you typically have to spend your time pushing the waves back out, allowing HLE to reset, spend the gold, be in a position to contest, but they were forced to stay. And by being forced to stay, FlyQuest got to go back to base and was ready to contest. Now with the Baron buff, now with the Soul, they set their sights on the base of Hanwha Life.
Exactly, they can put this pressure on, and even if you're looking towards a potential bailout of an Elder flip, well, it's not a flip. You're playing against Kalista, you're playing against Nunu, this comp that has such powerful secure on these objectives. So if they can continue to extend this advantage, HLE can't just win through sides, and they can't really depend on just stealing an objective.
Now, we have to see if FlyQuest can keep this momentum up, if they can keep this late game feeling clean. It's almost 30 minutes on the clock. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron. Solar Flare isn't going to find anything, but it will create some space. Inspired still trying to frontline as Bwipo is ready to go. Berserk and dive right on in, but a Keeper's Verdict knocks one of the remaining players of FlyQuest away. It's already put trouble going over to Fly. Doran into the back line. Quad in some trouble, but he flashes away. Bwipo needs a little bit more damage, but he ain't going to find Viper. FlyQuest, though, still firing back into Doran. They don't have the damage for the kill here just yet. A flash forward from Inspired for a point-blank snowball as Masu rescues Busio, but he's caught by the Strangle Thorns, and Viper's got the damage to kill him. Busio's going to be cleaned up now as well. FlyQuest force hard, trying to look for the big moment there. It ends up being a 2-for-2, 3-for-2.
a bit of an overstep from FlyQuest, but they get the objective. They got what they wanted, which was the inhibitor. I understand the idea because a few more kills could have meant the game. And when the game is right before you against HLE, you have to take those opportunities.
And if it weren't for a couple of key plays here, the rejection on Masu, knocking him out of the fight was absolutely massive from Delight. And also, Bwipo just barely cannot actually finish off the Ezreal. So if Masu doesn't get knocked out of the fight, if Viper dies, this could be the game-ending play here. Bwipo decides fully commit to it. He thought he had the kill there, then tries to back off, mis-executed on the play, overestimated his damage, thought Viper was dead on that last E, doesn't get him.
If that axe hits Viper and he can't go back and heal, come back and contribute to the fight here, it might just be the end of the game. You can see the frustration on Bwipo's face, but he's got to get it together, got to keep his head on straight. The game goes on. FlyQuest still up a little bit over 3,000 gold, 2.5 minutes till Baron, 3.5 minutes till Elder.
I mean, this is huge for not just FlyQuest, but also for North America to put the pressure against the first seed from the LCK. Expectations were, I mean, like, you told the story at the very start of the series, Azel, which was that both of them were like, the bridesmaids, they were the brides, then they became the brides, everyone was happy, and then all of a sudden, nope, back to bridesmaids. And because it became the story of Team Liquid and Gen G are the return, like those were the stronger perceived teams. And then FlyQuest coming into this, we all agreed, expectations clear. Very, Hanwha Life should be clear favorites, LCK first seed, and like this should be a walk in the park for them. So the fact that FlyQuest are competing in the team fights, they're punishing the mistakes is huge.
Inspired rolling in with a snowball here, but not a whole lot to find.
Nice combo though. Snowball into the Severing Bolt. Chunks out Viper quite a bit, and they're going to threaten here.
Yeah, they want to fully engage this time. They've got a lot of damage onto the light, and that is an easy pick for FlyQuest. 5v4, now for the next 40 seconds. They're going to continue to push under the tier 3 turret. Stranglethorn's used to not great efficacy. Peanut still trying to get away back through the wall as the Ragnarocking Bwipo zones everybody else out. He's got to be careful about this when he's tanking a lot of damage here from the tier 3 turret. FlyQuest needs another wave as HLE hold on.
And they're just trying to force mid because there's the super minions coming in through bot, so they're trying to draw HLE back towards the mid lane here, but they get a little bit too low. Bwipo obviously not playing Flash, so Peanut can just utilize that base gate and just walk to the left, walk to the right there, forces Bwipo in a position where he knows, okay, I gotta back off, I can't actually get this kill.
I admire the amount of respect the FlyQuest is showing because they should be in a position to really steamroll, but HLE have demonstrated the individual prowess and their ability to outplay in the 5v5. So even though they had a numbers advantage, they used a lot of their tools to get that initial kill, and they wisely said, let's not overforce, let's reset. Baron is in 45 seconds. That's the easier objective for us to play for, so let's play for that instead.
Exactly, and when you talk about move speed, you talk about the advantage that Cloud Soul gives you. Playing a fight in an open map, it is way more powerful than when you're fighting your opponents by their base, by the base gates. So FlyQuest know, we have Nunu, we have Kalista, we have the advantage on the secure, and we have the soul to chase you down if you overstep. So it's not a bad decision here to just back up if it's not a guaranteed win by the base and play towards these objectives. Try to get Baron, try to play towards Elder, and utilize these super buffs to close the game.
FlyQuest now marching up towards the Baron pit. 10 seconds on that timer. Elder about 60 seconds away. HLE moving up as a 4-man unit. Zeka pushing out the bottom lane wave. He'll be able to join with a TP if that's the call HLE want to make. FlyQuest got the Baron down to about half, and the TP's coming in from Zeka. There's a lot of spears from Kalista in this Baron right now with Kalista and Inspired together. FlyQuest are going to try to secure it, and they've already got it. Whippo running into the middle of everybody. Doran trying to do the same thing on the opposite side. Keeper's verdict again going to find a single ejection as now Doran is already down. Masu's grabbing the first kill. FlyQuest is ready to keep going, and Bussio's got a lockup, but he may have gone too far forward. Bussio's going to be killed there by the True Shot Barrage. A 1-for-1 trade as FlyQuest claims the Baron.
The team fighting press is still very scary from Hanwha Life as FlyQuest overstep a little bit, but crucially the objective is secured. That is what FlyQuest wanted. The Elder in 10 seconds.
And part of the problem is Doran will have TP. Bussio will not have that teleport, and so they are going to have a potential 5v4 here. So FlyQuest have to make a decision. Do we actually go for this? I think they just try to delay. Look at the supers going bot.
The supers are marching bottom lane, but HLE has found their way into the Elder Dragon pit. TP ready to join. Delight is behind. A 4v4 for the next 15 seconds. Doran is still capable of joining. You got to be careful if you're on HLE. Zeka's here on the front line, but a beautiful True Shot Barrage. Quad's going to be taken down shortly. Zeka's going to find him with the last breath, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Whipple's still here on the front line. Viper running and gunning. He kites him out. He fights it out. Him against Zamasu and Inspired, but the Nunu and Kalista together will secure the Elder Dragon. Doran respawns, but he has to defend the base.
And now they can try to look to push here. They have the extra man. Buzio has respawned. They're going to try to go down towards bot. They're looking to see if they can actually catch Viper, but they're not going to be able to do it. So it is just the objective and a reset here for FlyQuest.
The fights are absolutely crazy. I'm genuinely impressed with how Hanwha Life keep these fights so close when they should be so far behind. But ultimately, it is the Elder secured for FlyQuest, and it feels like it's simply a matter of time before FlyQuest close this one out.
It's really just all on the back of Viper. It's so difficult for them to get to this Ezreal. He's so evasive. Delight finds a really good angle, though, here, and credit to him. Gets into towards the back line, slams Quad against the wall. He gets knocked up. Zeka flashes in on him, is able to finish him off with his dying breath.
And look at Bwimpo on the back line. He's able to take out Peanut, but he doesn't quite have any resources left. And you talked about the positioning of Viper. Elegantly dances around the fight, dishing out as much damage as he can. At the end of the day, though, the Elder secured. FlyQuest have all of the tools that they need to get a big win against Hanwha Life.
It's a 1.5-minute window here. They've got to get something done now. Only 45 seconds on the Baron, a 1.5 minutes on the Elder. If the Baron expires, HLE can just go into wave clear mode and let the Elder expire too.
Remember, the Elder is only active on Kalista, Leona, and Nunu. You don't have it for the Hwei, you don't have it for the Olaf. FlyQuest now grouping up here in the top lane. Bottom lane inhibitor exposed, but respawned now for HLE. FlyQuest ahead by about 7,000 gold, but really it's all just about execution now if they want to try to force a fight. Inspired, rolling in with a snowball. Baron's got 10 seconds left on it. FlyQuest knows if they want to try to hard force, it's got to be now. The top lane tier 3 turret is down. Top lane inhibitor is down. FlyQuest marching towards the Nexus turrets of HLE. Inspired throws a snowball, but he doesn't want to overcommit here just yet. Elder is still active. They're diving in towards HLE. Delight's going to be here on the front line, already executed by the Elder Dragon. Doran's going to be killed off next. They're doing it! Already dead for HLE. FlyQuest going for the throat. Zeka will not survive. A double kill back over the Quad. Nexus turret still standing, but they're the only damn thing. FlyQuest, they've still got everybody. It's only Viper to try to defend here at just a barely hanging on second Nexus turret. That one's already down. Nexus turret number 2, it's on its way into the rubble pit as well. FlyQuest defying expectations, taking us to game 3.
What a performance from FlyQuest, stepping up, making it competitive in game 1 and taking over in game 2, coming out with clear ideas of how they want to play the comp, of how they want to be able to make this happen, and being able to execute on it beautifully.
FlyQuest injecting more hopium into North America than I have seen in years, man. We're going to break, but we'll be right back for the conclusion of the series.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am
FlyQuest are one game away from qualifying to the quarterfinals of Worlds 2024 in their 2-1 matchup against the first seed of the LCK, and they beat them with Nunu. Did you think you were ever going to hear this sentence?
I mean, what can I say? The #1 seed of LCS, just maybe 2 years in a row they're going to make it in from the 2-1 match.
It's crazy. I would argue that this one would be more impressive, and I think you would agree. Yeah. I know you can't help bringing it up, but this is crazy.
I mean, listen, especially, they're the most unserious, serious team that I've seen maybe ever, because, like, Nunu aside, Whippo was in a hole that game. He got 2v1 dove at level 5. He got killed again later in the game, and then he was the first one to level 18. It doesn't actually make like that much sense, but the way that, and Emily and I were talking about this during the game, the way that FlyQuest actually play side lanes and get experience for Whippo, like from 20 to 30 minutes, it's incredibly good.
And Whippo keeps doing it. It doesn't matter if it is a suboptimal pick or he's in a suboptimal position or something happened in the game that isn't really that great for them, right? And it's not all him, of course not. It is definitely a group effort, but I mean, he's playing out of his mind in these team fights.
I think it's absolutely a group effort, right? Because we talked about, again, top of day. We talked about it in the previous game with the composition they brought out. This is a team that it's their own individual mistakes versus they have such strong ideas and identity around the compositions that they draft. And I've always really appreciated this about FlyQuest, is that they seem so unified in terms of here's what we have, we're loading in, this is what we're gonna do. I did not expect the Nunu, maybe none of us did, except for FlyQuest.
And isn't that exactly what they wanted? Because we were talking about it before the series, right? Jad, I asked you the question.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about this? The fact that they are keeping things close to their chest on purpose because they feel like they have an ace up their sleeve, and the fact that it is working, I think that is so commendable.
It is. Masu needs to eat the orange rather than holding it in front of his nose. That gives him no benefits. But I will also say,
maybe it just smells nice.
Maybe it does. It's paying off. You're absolutely seeing it's paying off. There was a very big moment in that game where Doran channeled TP in the face of Nunu while E was on him. And E's just going to root him and interrupt the teleport every time. That was mind-boggling that happened. And
okay, so here's what I think, okay? Obviously, HLE have done a great job of banning out this, right? But little did they know that this is essentially just Ivern.
He's just going to build the same items.
Yeah. Exactly.
But they don't know exactly what it does, so it works.
I mean, there are high elo Nunus. That's the weird thing about this, but not necessarily that are going to play in an organized team environment. So, I mean, I've loved what FlyQuest have done in both drafts. I actually really liked the first draft. I understood the first draft a lot more than I understood this second draft.
But it's amazing to watch. I will say 2 things can be true at the same time, which is that FlyQuest is coming in here absolutely prepared to play their own style, holding their nerve in these long games that are hard to finish out. And there are some things from HLE that we have seen that some decision making, I'm going to say, that I feel like is out of character at times. 2 things can be true at the same time. Or you could just say they're just so tilted because they're losing the Nunu.
I mean,
which one is it?
I don't think they're tilted.
Yeah.
I do think they have been a bit disrespectful, I'd say, of like how they've been playing. They really do believe that they are better mechanically, and I would agree with them in that regard. But I think you see that here, right? With a lot of the way that they've been over chasing and over diving in a lot of fight setups.
Game 1.
Yeah, and behind us we actually have game 1, and you can see how it looked like FlyQuest was actually going to win when that goal graph just like dipped down right there, because they had this great counter-engaged team comp into HLE, which was full dive, even though they had all the meta S-tier champions from this Worlds patch so far. I really like this. And then if we cycled to game 2 here, this was them taking that team comp all the way to victory. They played it a lot smoother, they had better control, and they were able to avoid getting picked off throughout pretty much the entire middle late game.
And twice, early game isn't like perfect, I would say. It's not that good, right? But the fact that it doesn't matter is so valuable. The fact that you have shown that in the face of these players that everyone thinks that are mechanically stronger, that should be better, you hold your nerve in the most important team fights. I mean, Viper was a machine also in that last game, right? These are not easy fights to fight out. I think we have an example of some of them, one where they lose the Drake, but they win the fight. And this has now happened enough for me to think that perhaps they could be the better team in the series.
I think they could be the better team if they keep getting these strange matchups. Like, one thing that we didn't talk about as much as we're talking about the Nunu is, like, what is this Yasuo doing in this team composition? It doesn't really make any sense. And as this fight plays out, even though Nunu got knocked away and couldn't get the Drake, you see the Yasuo fly in and really do absolutely nothing as we cut to Bwipo on stage.
Why not?
Shocks?
Yeah, it's
I don't know how you and Emily feel, but I'm suddenly nervous. I came into this with very low expectations. I was thinking, okay, maybe FlyQuest can put up a fight, maybe they can cheese a win, but because game 1 felt so winnable and game 2 was actually a win, now I believe that if they have a third strategy, that they could actually win the series.
I mean, a couple of things. We brought it up in the beginning, and Emily only touched on it briefly because I don't think, you know, when you talk about Peanut and Doran and Worlds last year, but also in general, what is haunting them and what has been haunting them, which kind of puts a blemish on their achievements, is the fact that when the stress is the highest and when they need the top performance, you know, they are in these games where if it's them or if it's the team, it doesn't work out, right? And you can say what you want, that's in their head now, going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say less of that here and more of I do think they fully believe that they're the better team. I also don't think they've been performing super badly individually. Like, Peanut has had a really good early game in both of these games.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, is that not haunting you going into a game 3, losing the way you have, where specifically that late game and the last one, and I don't know, man.
It depends on how you approach it, right? Because on the one hand, you could be like, well, we kind of drafted this like all hands composition and we're going to, you know, retool our draft and figure out what we want to do for this next game because we still believe we're the better team.
Yeah.
But I will say the most concerning thing is that in both of these games, FlyQuest has seemed to have a much better understanding of how they wanted to execute the champions that they picked.
One more win for FlyQuest and one more red side win for FlyQuest. It's actually super interesting that HLE decided to stay blue when FlyQuest has a strong preference to red, and I think has outdrafted them both games.
Oh, I asked him before, but I'm going to ask him again. Azael, do you believe yet?
Of course I believe. You have to. I feel like after those first 2 games, FlyQuest were really competitive in game number 1. And in another world, they could have actually won that first game, you know, had they not gotten picked, had they gotten another 5v5. But going into game 2, you know, you're just hoping, hey, maybe they can be competitive again. But game 2, I think, was so impressive. And now you're coming into a final game here where, you know, even if they lose, this was such an impressive showing from FlyQuest.
So let's go ahead and do a little bit of a history lesson here. The last time North America beat Korea in a series at Worlds was 2018 quarterfinals, Cloud9 versus Afrika Freaks. It has been 6 years since that has happened. This is the LCK's #1 seed, and they are now in a final do-or-die match in this best-of-3 against FlyQuest. Winner goes to quarters.
And honestly, it's a really exciting time to be an LCS fan because TL got close against T1 twice this year. Now we have FlyQuest pushing HLE to the limit. You know, this is something that is very rare to see. And we'll see if FlyQuest can keep on cooking with these drafts here. Nunu not going to get banned. Cassio ban was dropped. So instead, they're actually banning out the Kalista that Maso has been performing very well on.
I think that the things that have stood out to me is Hanwha Life's Barons. They've been forcing them. FlyQuest have been responding well, right? Now, I wonder if HLE is going to put a higher priority on the Smolder. Because in the previous game, they early picked Zyra, then they picked Ezreal, but then they allowed that pool to be pinched in mid, forcing him into, he didn't want to go Trist, so he went for the Yasuo instead, which resulted in them having a bit of a disjointed comp, where if they'd had a Smolder, I think that comp would have made a little bit more sense. This time, though, I'm expecting a higher priority on that as the Skarner now locked in for Peanut.
Yeah, Skarner going to be first pick. It'll be really interesting, right? Because as you say, you know, they didn't first round it, and then FlyQuest just banned it, right? So they're obviously pinching that pool. And this is a discussion we just kind of started to have before it came back to us. But, you know, the question about, you know, what is Zeka going to move towards when some of the primary champions that he likes to play are banned out? Obviously, he has really developed as a player and moved away from that reputation of being a melee-only guy. He played AD carries very well in the LCK, but those are not nearly as viable now on this patch as they were before. So if you are just going towards melee-style champions, Yone is the clear S tier, and the question is, are the ones below it, like the Akali and the Yasuo and the Sylas, going to be enough to get you across the finish line?
Okay, so we've got the Renekton banned out by HLE alongside Masu's Kalista, Inspired's Ivern, the Jax and Yone, those two powerful split pushers from game #1, removed by FlyQuest alongside the general ban of Aurora. FlyQuest, without having the Kalista that they've played the previous couple of games, they're going to lock in the Kai'Sa for themselves. They'll lock it in right next to the Vi, two very powerful divers right here at the very start.
Oh, this could just be Xayah Rakan, honestly. Delight's Rakan is absolutely insane. I would be pretty terrified, even just after these first 3 picks, if that is going to be the response, because FlyQuest are already showing the pretty heavy commitment to dive. Masu sometimes does go the full AP build, and you can kind of say, all right, you know, just kidding, we're going to play poke. But it is very tough to be able to dive in onto a champion like the Xayah, and if you do go Rakan, that's Delight's best champion in my opinion. He is incredibly good at it. But it is instead looking like they might go towards a melee pick, and it is going to be a Sylas, so it is going to be another one of these melee-style champions. And I wonder, could we just be getting Quad going back to the Cassio and trying to play one of these abusive matchups into a melee champion?
Okay, so remember, back a couple of years ago, 2022, when Zeka won his world championship, his muscles were being flexed. The left bicep was Sylas, the right was Akali. These were the champions that he earned his name on. And so now with this Sylas, it also makes you respect that champion in terms of the ultimates you're drafting for yourself on FlyQuest's side. But Quad is saying, okay, Cassio's the call.
Yeah, and Cassio, obviously a solid ultimate to steal there, but it's not like these are the best ultimates ever. Killer Instinct, not that useful. Vi is kind of so-so. The Cassio ult is kind of so-so. There's not any of those S tiers for him to take away. So as long as FlyQuest aren't just randomly drafting, you know, Nara, Mumu, these kind of champions that are giving you the really powerful ults, I actually feel like Sylas can struggle in these situations. So Zeka definitely defaulting to comfort, but the question is, does this actually fit well in the context of the draft?
Well, if we're talking about things that fit into the draft, you guys were talking earlier about Xayah Rakan. Rakan, the first ban for FlyQuest. I think that's exactly the right choice. Keep that away from Delight. Keep that duo from the Xayah. And immediately, Hanwha Life paying some respect towards Bwipo's Olaf. Even though they set it behind so massively last game, it still showed up huge.
And I think that was so impressive from Bwipo to be able to battle back and make something happen on that. But I do kind of wonder, you know, why you wouldn't have just gone Rakan on 3 when Sylas has not been prioritized or banned at all in this series. You probably could have just gotten that later in the draft. So I do think, you know, it is worth questioning. Why not just go support on 3, get this incredibly powerful duo, and your support is best champ?
Well, the problem is they're going to concede the Rel, and I mean, what do you even bring? Maybe Braun? Maybe Braum?
Yeah, I think they'll go with defensive champion. I think it'll be Braum. I think there's the other possibility is like, I mean, you could go towards Nautilus as well, but I think Nautilus could really struggle in this draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they banned the Leona away themselves.
I think it's Braum or an Enchanter. But we'll see where he wants to go. I mean, you can still go just towards engaged champs and say, you know what, I'm just going to kind of like outplay the Miasma. I'm not going to really have to worry about that. Poppy obviously was pretty effective last time.
It's
and
also
there
good
is,
into
you
Vi.
know, Rel, Vi, and the ultimate, the Killer Instinct as well from Kaisa can all be interrupted. So definitely a lot of playmaking there. Yep. Oh. It's a dash. It's just a very long dash.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very fast too.
Yep. Yep.
Fair. All right, well, let's see how Hanwha Life ran out their top side with the Jax ban. I think this was also smart from FlyQuest, something that we've just been seeing at Worlds be a popular safe blind top. Maybe the Cassante is the answer, in which case Bwipo will have something
He'll go
to
Garen.
it.
He'll go Garen if he goes Cassante, because Cassante, I think, really struggles in that matchup. You know, you go all out, you put yourself low. I think Gnar is way smarter as far as like a safe blind pick that can't just be abused here. The question is, what would Bwipo go towards? When you think of a lot of kind of the standard picks that are considered counters into the Gnar, it's not really the things that are in Bwipo's wheelhouse. If you're like, oh, you're going to go Aurelia or you're going to go Kennen, that's not really what he likes to play. So Sion, I do think makes a lot of sense here. This is just a really beefy champion that can kind of get in the face of the Xayah, of the Sylas, and really make their job difficult. And we'll see what they can get done.
So, important things to take into consideration here. Hanwha Life have taken an approach of comfort, right? Zeka on the Sylas, you already talked about it, Flowers. It was something that we saw very prevalent in his World Championship run. Doran is picking his most played champion throughout his entire career. Like, he has to blind pick something. It's something that is very safe. And also, when you kind of look at their composition as a whole, it's very well-rounded. It's got good skirmishing. It's got solid team fighting. There are decent ultimates you can steal, disengage. It's good against the anti-dive. Oh, sorry, it's good against the dive that's coming through from FlyQuest. So kind of like, it's very broad and covers many aspects, even if it doesn't necessarily excel in one specific way.
But you know what? The more I look at these drafts, I actually think FlyQuest draft is enormously better. I don't even think you have to play dive. I think you can play for counter engage. Right. You have 4 of these melee champions into a Cassio here with the potential counter engage from the Rel, with the Sion that's just kind of creating space and making it so the Xayah can't really easily follow up. I actually think FlyQuest have a very heavily winning draft here. Of course, HLE could just out-execute, you know, find these multi-man flanks, but I think FlyQuest have done a very good job.
Well, this was going to be my follow-up point in that I think FlyQuest have gained an appreciation for how the series has been playing out. And the biggest value I see of Bwipo is that he is getting camped by Peanut. That has been happening both games now.
Not wrong.
And he has not really been in a position to get proper support from Inspired. And one of the best ways to deal with that is, okay, kill me, I'm still going to farm. Right? Sion is such an effective lane swap champion. This screams to me that FlyQuest is once again going to look for a lane swap in the early laning phase, and they're going to try and leverage the fact that Bwipo can soak this up, will have value later into the game, and they're going to trust in Masu and Quad to be the carries and step up in this game.
And even if they don't go for the lane swap, this is just absolute comfort for Bwipo. He has not been playing it a lot this split in the LCS, but if you've been watching his stream, watching his champions queue, he's been spamming a lot of Sion. He loves going these more kind of bruiser aggressive builds with things like Sterix and sometimes even Titanic he'll go towards. We also saw him play it in their first game of Worlds against Gam, where he dominated. He was, you know, very, very effective in that one.
And if you guys are talking about, you know, if you're this FlyQuest comp, you don't have to play the dive, you can play for counter engage. Sion, I feel like, can be a very effective champion at that, because not only are you the brick wall, but once they finally punch through you, they have to disengage again just to get away from the dead body because it's so powerful.
Exactly. I mean, it's really tough, right? Because when you're looking at the comp, you know, damage profile-wise, you know, from HLE, it's really just kind of this 2-threat comp. It is about Zeka and Viper. And sure, even if Zeka gets in the backline, that's great. But if Viper can't access because the Sion is standing in between you and the rest of the team, it becomes very, very difficult. And you called it, Vetty, it is going to be the lane swap here.
So the thing that I'm really curious about here, and I'm sure something a lot of viewers are also wondering, HLE has been playing a lot more fast and loose, a lot more disrespectfully than I think people would generally expect them to play. Does the fact that you have now completely lost a game and you are on match point against FlyQuest cause their thought process and their decision making to change drastically?
I mean, I'm of the opinion that they aren't really playing, you know, super disrespectfully. I think that it's just more playing the style of champions that they're playing, right? When you play Yasuo and stuff, you have to play very aggressively. You have to play in your opponent's face. And generally speaking, if you look at the expectations for the series, it would just be that they'd pick these mechanical picks and they would just heavily outplay FlyQuest and dominate you in the 5v5. So I feel like they're going to play the similar way to what they've been playing.
I agree with the sentiment that FlyQuest, if given enough time, have drafted today in a way to outscale HLE, right? I think the reason why Hanwha Life has kept it as close as they have in many of these games is because of how excellent they are at team fighting. I think the way in which they were able to overcome Gen.G was they're truly phenomenal team fighting. We only have to look back at their series against Gen.G just here at Worlds to think back to the Delight engage, right? And the way they navigate. Like, you looked at Viper in the like, they have so many talented individuals that really understand the limits and what they're supposed to do in a fight that they become terrifying that even at a deficit, they can find ways to outplay. But the reality is that at a certain point, comps just beat talent. And FlyQuest are consistently drafting in a way that allows them to have that advantage in the late game. And Azael is talking about how he has confidence in their late game prowess. I completely understand where he's coming from. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not they can get through this laning phase and get to those late game fights and how HLE will play around the Baron.
Delight in some trouble here, though. He's level 1, Busio level 2. Masu with the flash over the wall to chase after Delight. Once the last auto attack doesn't find it, Masu just a little bit late there with the summoner follow, but Inspired showing up down here in the bottom lane. Whippo's down to 200 HP. Oh, the attempted flash after the Vault Breaker to connect on Viper. So HLE coming out on top in 2 different flash-for-flash trades.
Yeah, nice attempt there. He has to predict, right? You can't obviously always be able to respond there. Viper flashed very late, which means he just has to guess where he's going to flash to. Throws that flash out to try to redirect, can't quite get it. Masu, definitely a bit more of an unforced error there. Thought he could be able to get back in range to get a Q off, but couldn't quite do it. You know, had Delight incredibly low, would have loved to grab that first blood, but at the end of the day, not able to do so. It is just trade of flashes, though, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can... I would say that FlyQuest feel very comfortable on stage now. You know, like in game 2, I could see moments where they were being like really respectful to HLE. They weren't overstepping their bounds in the late game fights. But here at the start of this game, you can feel that they're warmed up, and the fact that Masu and Busio sit there and go, no, we can flash for this, we can go for this kill, we can. You can see now that like I feel like they're playing with the weights off, and they're riding that momentum off the victory of the previous game.
And one advantage that we haven't really touched on yet, though, was Peanut being able to actually cross-mapping, steal away some of these camps. So he started on his Wolves and then was able to cross-map, take away the blue and the Gromp there from Inspired. So Inspired really had no job. He had nothing to do on the map, so that's why he looks for this early gank down towards bot lane to try to actually punish Viper. So at the very least, he was able to trade flash for flash there, but you can see he is down quite a few camps, you know, has been put behind by Peanut's pathing, and his early game has been excellent in all 3 games. Peanut really being a difference maker for HLE so far.
Whippo just continuing to farm down here in the bottom lane with that Scion. Just wants to make sure he's stacking up as much extra health as possible with the Soul Furnace. It's something that you got to keep in mind too. The ability for this champion to generate so much free stats with the health stacking can turn him into an absolutely unassailable wall if they can scale to that point that we're already talking about. As Doran has to hop away, Busio again threatening that Gnar, making him back up, making him play respectfully. Still a slight gold lead for HLE here in the early game. Quad continuing to farm up, has not been pressured on this Cassiopeia in the early game like he was in game number 1.
So we're off to a slow and steady early game. No major advantages gained on either side. And interestingly, it was FlyQuest that kind of maintained the swap for the longest time. They've still got their bot lane on the top side, but now Hanwha Life, knowing that the grubs are spawning, have swapped their bot up towards top. You have to be careful playing against Xayah this early on. Those feathers pack a serious punch. And so I wonder if FlyQuest is going to respect that and instead prioritize the dragon. Keeping my eyes, it looks like Inspired is heading towards the bot side of the map.
And honestly, for FlyQuest, trading is the right choice. If your gold is even, you're winning this game. You heavily outscale, I think, in the 5v5, and I don't think there's massive side lane threats unless Zeka or Doran gets super fed. So for FlyQuest, you don't need to risk going into a dicey fight. You don't need to go for a 50-50 fight. Just play cross map and trade objectives.
Exactly. That's what they're doing right here. They know that Hanwha Life is more interested in the grubs. They will concede that entire trio, but instead Inspired immediately ready to jump into the Drake pit, claim that first Drake, Hextech Drake, so it means there won't be that super valuable Hextech soul, but Zeka now has to retreat away from Quad back here in the mid lane. No ultimate expended for either champion, but Zeka does lose out on the HP trade as Peanut is again working his way into the FlyQuest jungle, steal away this buff from Inspired, steal away these camps, make it harder for Inspired to find something to do.
Great play from Peanut, just good awareness, knowing that the dragon indicator showing where Inspired is on the map, and a stacked wave means that this FlyQuest duo can't contest the red buff, means it's an easy steal for him.
And Peanut did just hit 6 there as well, so Inspired will come up, be able to clear his Krugs, but then he's going to get the bad news. At least they do have a ward spotting him in Tri-Brush, so they know he's around, and if Peanut were to look for any sort of a dive, Inspired is close enough to respond, so I don't think HLE will go for anything. Again, Peanut just taking this slight advantage. Is going to be ahead from that early game, obviously gets more experience as well from the Grubs, and is pretty happy with how things are going, but Whippo definitely in his comfort zone here. If Doran is not ahead on the Gnar, it is very hard to pressure Sion.
Yep.
You get enough levels, you get enough armor, and all of a sudden you just kind of become this brick wall that is so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's got a wave, massive wave, piled up towards him. HLE clearly trying to leverage the fact that their 2v2 is winning, and Xayah is so much stronger in the early game skirmishes. So Marsu going to fall a little bit behind in terms of farm. You can see that gold discrepancy slowly starting to build. Overall, though, FlyQuest.
Gage, Busio, Shattering Strike into the Crashdown, but Peanut is here. He's got the Impale, and this is surely first blood for HLE, and they're putting it on the dude who wants it most. Viper's getting paid.
And Peanut again finding these plays up towards the top side, this time getting Viper paid, who had such a strong game last game on the Ezreal. Was almost 1v9 in that situation. He did something like 45,000 damage, 1,200 DPM. You know, was really the big hope for HLE in that last one, where FlyQuest could get to a lot of the other carries and burst them down, but they couldn't really get to Viper. And he was doing such a good job in these skirmishes, in these fights. And again, now on the Xayah, set up for success here. Getting that early kill creates another solid advantage for HLE.
They've now actually swapped the lanes back. They've moved Busio into mids to help Quad get this push out, and Marsu's going to go and catch the remnants of the wave in bot lane.
Zeka just firing off the stolen petrifying gaze there. Always the thing with Sylas, sometimes you just have to throw the ulti out there because the timer's running out. As Whippo back up in the top side, gonna mine some plate money.
But look at that Essence Reaver, finished for Viper, 9 minutes into the game. Like, Desire is strong. And the thing about Ezreal is you can be self-sufficient, which is where I think Viper really thrives. But on top of that, Desire is the same, right? You're not afraid of this dive. If the Vi comes onto you, you're just making it even easier for Desire to play. And so, yeah, I think that HLE find themselves in a very good position. A 1k gold lead, largely sitting on top of Viper. The objectives are equally traded. The Grub's going to be spawning in about a minute 10. Inspired, making his way into the bot lane.
Inspired with that ulti, ready to use it, but no target. HLE not going to overplay their hand here. They've got the ward inside that middle brush in this bottom lane, and it looks like Inspired gonna... Nope, just chilling still.
Yeah, we'll see how long they want to wait for this. You can see Peanut again heading out towards top. He's just trying to be very efficient with his time. And they do cancel recall one more time. Whippo could be in some danger. They're going to look for a wraparound.
Yeah, remember that Whippo does have the ability to use the ulti to try to get away, but they stand right in front of him, exactly the way you want to outplay the Sion ulti. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Busio and Inspired trying to make the play here on Delight, but a beautiful amount of damage from Viper there with a Feather Call. Now he tries to get a little bit more, and Viper outplays him and slays him down here in the bottom lane. HLE's AD carry does not want to lose this series.
Viper is absolutely popping off. They go for a play onto the bot lane 2 versus 2. But you've got to remember, this Essence Reaver gives Viper so much damage. The feathers truly did fly, and they sowed destruction for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and Delight just played that so well. The CC on Masu right as he tried to fly in, really punishing. Now HLE going to be able to take 6 Grubs. This is a very commanding position for them.
And crucially, it's a situation where both junglers are making plays on opposite sides of the map. On HLE's side, it succeeds. It gets them kills, it gets them plates, it gets them Grubs. On the bot side, it fails. And on top of that, Viper is the one to benefit from the kills.
Yeah, exactly. And to make matters worse, they spent so much time in this brush waiting for this play here, and they have to give up the wave on the tower. Masu has to run away from it here, and watch as the ulti comes in from Delight right as he goes in. He's insta-CC'd. The Feather Pull is there across all 3 members from Viper. The timing on the ulti was perfect from Delight, and even though it's a good flash from Viper to avoid the redirect on the ulti, it just doesn't really matter.
Delight and Viper couldn't have played that better, right? You're in a 2v3, you come out on top, the knock up into the 3-man Blade Caller is just ideal for Hanwha Life. Now up almost 3,000 gold, 12 minutes into the game, plus 6 Grubs. Insane start for them.
And to add insult to injury, the kill went over to Busio. So it doesn't even go on to either Inspired or Masu, which just makes things even harder for them as Viper sets his sights on that tower. The plates haven't even finished yet. We're not 14 minutes in, but HLE can just continue to play around the strength of their bottom lane right now, move them around the map. I say that typically you'd expect them to be pushing bot so they could secure the Drake, but they're going to move Zeka off to bot. Doran's going to catch mid, and they're going to get themselves their first dragon of the game.
But we'll see what FlyQuest can do from here, because obviously they were down 3,000 gold, this early or even earlier last game.
They've been down every game.
And, so it's a less significant disadvantage than they were in last game. I still feel like their spot is okay. But obviously, if HLE can get that big fight to really kind of throw it over the line, that's going to be the problem. But I mean, Quad is in a good spot. Bwipo's still in a good spot. The real problem here is Masu has been put quite far down, and that hasn't really happened thus far this series.
Yeah, the biggest advantage on the Rift right now, you can see it on the scoreboard at the bottom, plus 1.6 thousand gold, roll for roll for Viper. First items coming online across the board, really. Rod of Ages again for the Cassiopeia. Peanut wanting to make a gank up here into the top lane, but this time, Bwipo can use that ultimate to get himself away in time. The Impale interrupts his decimating smash. They're looking for a little bit more damage onto him here. Viper free firing pretty hard onto the Scion, but Bwipo again just knocking him back up into the air. Blade Caller takes him low, but it won't take him down. As Hanwha Life still just trying to get this wave pushed up. They would love to be able to knock down the last little bit of this turret. Bwipo barely hanging on, almost no HP left. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, another fight's going to be breaking out as Zeka and Delight try to stay in a fight, but Bwipo's going to be killed underneath the tier 1 turret at the top lane at the same time. A little bit more damage onto Zeka. Ain't going to do it here just yet. Inspired critically low. Zeka still fighting. A slam back at the wall. Inspired is alive, and Zeka's down.
I think that's a kill across the board from both sides. The problem is that Viper's getting a tower as well. Peanut is continuing to invest resources into making sure that Viper is being snowballed. But FlyQuest are doing the smart thing. They're cross-mapping. They're moving into an area of the map that should belong to them, and HLE is fighting them for it. Zeka overstays his welcome, and he ends up giving over a kill.
3,500 gold lead for HLE as the turret plates fall, and the numbers popped up on your screen there. It was 7 plates to just the single plate over there for FlyQuest. It's plus 750 of that 3.5k just in the plates from the lane control that HLE has asserted.
And even with the kill on Masu, Viper has a 2,000 gold advantage here. He got all of that plate gold, got the first tower gold on top side, got the kill on Bwipo as well. Bwipo is obviously just trying to delay while they look for a cross-map play, trying to soak pressure from those two members. This lane economy snapshot powered by MasterCard showcases the enormous hill that they will have to climb now that this advantage has really gotten out of control for Viper.
I will say, though, that Quad, I think, is still in a good position. He can match into Zeka very comfortably right now, especially with all the mana he's now been able to stockpile. It makes it that much harder for Zeka to play in the side lane. But you are right in that the big scary point is Viper.
Yeah.
But the good news is that if you take out Viper, the scary point disappears.
Ah.
Now, I'm not saying it's easy to take out Viper.
Pretty difficult, actually.
Yeah, in fact, his whole toolkit is designed for
Maybe
being
down 10k, but the good point is if you kill their Nexus, the lead doesn't matter.
I mean, but you've got to remember, in these team fights, this is where I give FlyQuest a lot of credit, is that they are very good at finding that target, the target that they need. And while, no, they don't have an Amumu. No, they don't have the Nunu. I'm noticing a trend. But it is going to be harder this time around because Viper's on a champion that is about that self-sufficiency. It welcomes the dive. It wants to be able to find those outplays. In the event that they're able to shut down Viper, then FlyQuest have the tools to turn those fights.
Well, it's really interesting because I don't know that they do have the tools to actually kill off Viper, early on in the fight, unless he really misplays. But I do think they have the ability to still potentially absorb and engage and have someone like Bwipo just kind of zoning Viper out, giving his life and having the team win on the other side. So I think that's going to be what they're looking for. But the problem is HLE is doing such a good job of extending the gold lead. Yeah. It really stalled out in those other games. Last game it was about a 3k gold lead around 10 minutes, which was massive, but it really stalled from there. And now this is nearly a 5,000 gold lead here.
Nicely maneuvered there with the Herald from Zeka to drive it from the bottom lane into the mid lane. The previous 2 games, we have seen the Herald crash into the wall, not quite get the value you were hoping for with that lane-to-lane drift. This time around, Zeka's got his driver's license. He's making sure that Herald hits exactly on the mark. But it is the biggest gold lead we've seen in this early, slowly transitioning into mid-game point in the series so far, with a 4.5, nearly 5,000 gold lead for HLE and 30 seconds until the 3rd Drake of the game spawns.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how quickly this game is snowballing snowballing out of control. FlyQuest, it's true that so far in this series, they haven't been able to find much footing in the early game. But as you rightly said, Azael, the deficit wasn't that bad, but just like that off the back of the Herald, they're ballooning it so rapidly with a lot of the gold advantage sitting on Peanut and Viper, who really have been the stars of the series when we think about the entire best of 3.
Yeah, I think Doran was very big in game 1 on the Jax as well. You know, I think Peanut for sure, to me, is by far the standout player for HLE thus far this series. His early game has been so strong. He's been pathing well, and we're going to see another tower die here as HLE just step forward, threaten it, and continue to build that gold lead here. Now just a hair under 5,000 at this point. But we're going to be trying to push up on that top side as Quad farms on bot. FlyQuest has no intention, obviously, of fighting for this dragon. Again, just trying to play for that cross map, see if they can get some gold back.
Yeah, the name of the game for FlyQuest is stall, 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 because HLE is so far in control of this game. You can see the inventory of Quad. The Rod of Ages stacked up to 6. He's got about 2/3 of the stacks on the tier as well, so around the time that he completes that Archangel staff, it should be nearly ready to immediately evolve as Bwipo is once again in a compromised position. He flashes away so he can use the ulti to continue escaping and avoid another death.
Fortunately for Bwipo, his base was interrupted there by Delight, who was able to find, he was able to find Bwipo and be annoying, is the TLDR. They get the flash out, and so that's a nice win. The Dragon was also secured there in favor of HLE. And Marsu now being sent bot lane to catch that wave. Ultimately, it's just a map game once again for HLE. They're not really trying to overforce any fights. They're just leveraging the pressure that they have to kind of split FlyQuest apart and slowly but surely kind of dissect them of their resources, suffocate them with jungle farm, deny them any vision, and look for these type of picks.
So what I'm kind of looking at right now is this sort of 9-minute timer on FlyQuest for the Dragon Soul. That's the point where you're really going to start to feel this, okay, we can't really stall anymore type of moment. Since they got that first Drake, luckily it's not super soon. But you're looking at about, what, 28 minutes on the clock, and that's about how long FlyQuest is going to have to scale. You can see that Archangel staff that I talked about is now fully completed, so the stacking towards the Seraphs is going to be that much further accelerated for Quad. Still only 1 item on Inspired, not feeling super strong on that Vi. As soon as he presses R, it's pretty much a guaranteed one-way ticket. 2 items completed now on Masu with the Kaisa, though. Really wants to hit 3 to feel like he's got some good firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always this difficult situation when you are a 2-threat comp like FlyQuest have, is that HLE can just full send it on the 1 strong member potentially, and if you don't have that secondary carry to really kind of punish, that can be very problematic, and that's a situation that I think FlyQuest are finding themselves in a little bit now. Masu does have 2 items though, so he's not in a horrible spot, but you know, we'll see if HLE can continue to push the pace here. Still maintaining just about that 5,000 gold lead, but now the Baron is here. This is really on the precipice for FlyQuest. If they can hold on, win a team fight, you know, they can pull it back, but one good team fight from HLE and this game is probably going to get out of reach.
I mean, the good news for FlyQuest is this first Baron so far has been the turning point. So all you're relying on is HLE to force the objective. And for what it's worth, I don't think HLE's Barons have ever been like a wrong decision. I genuinely think that FlyQuest have just been outplaying HLE when it comes to the Baron setup. Perhaps you could question the one of like doing a Baron in the face of a Nunu. That one probably was a little bit more questionable. But ultimately, FlyQuest have been better at punishing the Baron setups and starting. So we'll see if FlyQuest can do the same thing here in Game 3.
Well, if we want to talk about good things for HLE, let's talk about Viper, plus over 2,000 gold, Essence Reaver, plus Navori Quick Blades, both already completed. You can see also building towards the complete evolution of the Last Whisper as well. He's almost on 3-item Power Spike. This Xayah is an absolute monster.
You can see Bwipo trying to answer that as Delight will be forced to flash there.
Bit of an ambitious ward he was going for there, I will admit.
Inspired looking for a collapse. They may try to see if they can get something more, but not going to fully commit to the play. Yeah, Bwipo obviously just going to be fully stacking armor. I really see his job as basically walking at Viper and trying to make Viper hit only you while your team plays a 4v4. And we'll see if he's going to be able to actually get into a good position to really try to accomplish that, because, you know, Zeka versus Quad, that's pretty even, and we'll see if they can find any sort of a play here.
Yeah, because the the argument that you're proposing, right, is into a Cassio, front to back is great, right? She's just going to melt any front line that comes into her. And so when you have Rel plus Sion, you don't have to, this is what Azale was saying in draft, right? You don't have to overforce this dive, especially into someone like Azaya. Instead, you save those ultimates for later on into the fight, where maybe you can catch a straggler who's off guard, maybe you can burn a flash and then use that on that target. There are options the FlyQuest have to approach the fight.
And that's always the risk when you play a 4 melee comp, is that you just naturally stack up, right? As you're trying to target someone, and then that can mean form in, you know, Cassio ult or a Rel combo. And in some of these situations, it'll be interesting to see how Inspired plays it, but like, I don't know how successful it's going to be throwing that ult on Desire. We have HLE on Baron.
Yeah, HLE's starting this one up. They know how powerful their carry is. Now with Immortal Reminder fully completed. Down there in the bottom lane, Whippo having to back away from Doran at the same time. HLE unchallenged with the Baron so far, but now FlyQuest trying to step up. Delight here with the very front. They try to jump in. Inspired wants to go after the Poppy, but it ain't going to matter a whole lot. Quad's going to get caught. Nice Feather Collar, but it doesn't matter. Viper's already down. Whippo teleports into the fight, but so does Doran. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Peanut trying to get away. Masu needs to buy a little bit of time. Busio here in the front line, but it ain't going to matter. Masu now in trouble. Meganar misses. Sidestep comes out, but the Proto Belt is still there. It's a 1v3, and Masu's done for. That's a nice fight for HLE. Yeah, they lost their Fed guy, but it took way too much from FlyQuest, and the remaining 3 men from Hanwha Life go right back to the Baron.
FlyQuest successfully shut down Viper, but they had to commit absolutely everything to do it. With Zeka still alive, they were able to turn the fight onto Quad, and as Azale has been saying, when you have this 2 damage threat composition, if you lose one of those sources, your damage is cut in half. A promising start to the fight in favor of FlyQuest, but HLE close it out.
Yeah, and they can even delay the Baron take there, so they got Baron buff on all 5 members. Some slight mispositions, some slight misplays there from FlyQuest, I do think made that fight a lot harder for themselves. Inspired gave Delight a way to E out. Delight had no flash from the earlier play. Watch as Inspired gets behind him. It gives Delight a way to actually get out of the fight. Had he not done that, it could have been a very different look. Then Quad flashes in. They all try to go for this play here. They do get Viper, but Quad is CC'd 100-0 by the stolen Vial, and then Peanut CC in on the back line. And Busio and Whippo just can't buy enough space here for Masu. As soon as Doran is going to mega out, they know there's no shot at winning this fight. Just these slight differences really meant a lot here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, the idea as well from, I mean, when Quad flashes in with the W and he connects it onto both Viper and Delight, you're like, oh nice, now they can't do anything, but that's the beauty of the Xayah ulti. You can just throw that up and you're completely safe in that situation while making that dive so much harder.
FlyQuest now in a really tough spot. They're down over 8,000 gold, and HLE wants to end this game fast. They do not want to allow FlyQuest to try to scale to a point where they can come back into this game. Doran's going to be split pushing over in mid lane, while the remaining 4 players on HLE put the pressure on the tier 3 turret bottom. They've still got this Baron for another minute and a half, and they are going to suffocate FlyQuest out of the rift.
2 towers fall. They put themselves at soul point. They steal away all the jungle camps. 8.7k is the goal difference between them and Hanwha Life. They recognize the failures of their previous Barons, and instead they use this one to turn and fight. And while the start of the fight did look a little scary for them, they're ultimately able to execute. And now they can play the map with confidence, knowing that they are the ones with full wallets as they set their sights on FlyQuest base.
And this lead now, you know, you really are depending upon mistakes from HLE. You know, it kind of is a game that becomes a little bit out of FlyQuest's hands when you are down, you know, over 8,000 gold, when you have your opponents at soul point, when you have your opponents with that Baron buff. So FlyQuest gonna have to wait for mistakes and see if they can find an opportunity.
Zeka's the target, but he uses the stasis to get away from the Vi ultimate. Magnet Storm followed by the Killer Instinct from Masu. A pick for FlyQuest on the HLE mid laner, but at the cost of so many resources. Whippo now trying to defend underneath the tier 2 turret here in the top lane, but the rest of FlyQuest is coming to collapse. Inspired has gone over the wall, coming up behind Delight. Whippo surely going to be killed here, but remember that he comes back to life. FlyQuest still trying to keep the fight going. Busio goes over the wall. Delight's going to be your target here with a Shattering Strike coming out, but a little bit more damage is still going to be required. Busio grabbing the kill on that one. Petrifying Gaze onto Peanut. Viper and Dawn still trying to fight, but a massive impale from Peanut to turn it right back around. That might just be the game from the Hanwha Life jungler.
Quad is forced to retreat as Hanwha find a massive fight. Viper and Peanut do it once again. The 3-man ultimate into the feathers mean that the inhibitor will fall and HLE set their sights on the Nexus.
HLE on the victory march. FlyQuest did everything they could to try to stop it. They pushed HLE to a game 3, but you don't become #1 in the LCK for nothing. They're on to the Nexus turrets, and they want to end the game and end the series here. Doran down to about 1/3 HP as Zeka has to retreat now as well. Peanut trying to get away back through the bottom lane. He cruises through the wall. HLE heading back away. Peanut going to try to execute to the turret. The shield to buy a little bit of extra time, but it still doesn't matter. Busio will get the kill credit. FlyQuest hang on ever so barely.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, FlyQuest do hang on. I love the attempt at that play after the pick onto Zeka, and honestly, if it wasn't for that buffered ulti there from Peanut, I think FlyQuest win that fight. They were in a great situation. They land the Petrifying Gaze stun onto Peanut, but that ulti, the buffer there, really changed the whole game. Because Bwipo obviously is getting taken down, but FlyQuest, no, this is our chance. This is a 5v4. If we can ace them here, we can make something happen. Delight is sectioned out and really goes down pretty much for free. Bwipo buys a lot of time. Quad is poking around on the side. Doran has no Mega, but it all comes down to this ultimate. From this spot, this is a very winnable fight here. No Mega on Doran, the stun lands, but this ulti comes out right before he gets stunned from the Vi Q, buffers it perfectly in time, the Blade Caller is there, and it is absolute cinema from the HLE side. The FlyQuest coaching staff knew that was their moment to try to come back.
You could not have a bigger, badder, better Skarner ult than what Peanut just did to guarantee the victory in a fight that otherwise looked doomed for HLE. Now, Dragon Soul spawning in a little bit over 30 seconds. Baron spawning in a little bit under 1 minute. FlyQuest backs are against the wall. The slightest, smallest mistake is the end of the game and the end of the series as HLE take to the rift once again, ready to force FlyQuest back.
And look at top lane. All they have to do is just delay. FlyQuest have no TPs to be able to answer here, but if they base, they give up soul. So HLE just needs to just keep them here and buy time for the supers.
Super minions continuing their march. You can see a recall from Masu, but he cancels it. Quad has teleport, but not yet. It's still got a little bit of that cooldown left on it. No teleports available for either one of the players on HLE either. And it looks like FlyQuest is just saying, give it. Don't bother fighting for this. It's not going to work out. Free Chemtech Soul for HLE.
And I think this is the right call here from FlyQuest. I think you're almost guaranteed to lose from that spot. And honestly, one Dragon doesn't get you back into the game, even if you're able to steal it. So, you know, having a hope at maybe an Elder flip or something like that, when you're this monumentally behind, is actually a better shot. You know, you look for a 50-50 at an Elder, you look for a 50-50 at a Baron. That's the kind of objective that might be able to get you back into it. But that being said, you're still down 10,000 gold, and there's a soul on top of it. It is a nearly impossible game for FlyQuest to play.
It certainly is, and they're not going to be given any opportunity to steal this one away. The vision has been denied. Delight is hovering on the outside of the pit. There's Doran acting as bodyguard as well. And that's going to be a Baron secured for Hanwha Life.
Zeka even stealing away the Vi ultimate, so in case anybody from FlyQuest tries to stop it, he can immediately jump in to punish. Doran jumps in, wants to go for the Mega Gnar, but he doesn't find a whole lot of success with it. Zeka versus Inspired off to the side as FlyQuest try to hold the line. Miasma to stop HLE from stepping any further forward. Doran at about half HP, Bwipo doing the same. Over the wall goes Zeka, he's into the back line, but he uses the stasis. Magnet Storm from Busio looking to keep everybody locked up, but Viper is already unstoppable and FlyQuest is crumbling. A little bit more damage from Doran might get it done, but Quad kills Delight. FlyQuest scrambling, but it will not matter. HLE will not be denied. The LCK's #1 seed will earn their win, earn their ticket to the quarterfinals. 19-8, 30 minutes in, they'll take the series.
And what a heroic performance by Peanut. He was crushing it in this series. The early games from Peanut, absolutely incredible. And really the lone shot of a comeback for FlyQuest in this one, absolutely denied by an incredible Skarner ult. Really showcasing his class in this one.
Beautifully done by HLE. FlyQuest pushed him, but HLE was ready to answer. Desk, what do you think?
We think that it is a magnificent game plan from HLE in that last one. They said game 3, yeah, we're gonna wake up. But I can't, and they are a deserved quarterfinalist, absolutely right. But you keep on thinking to what could have been if FlyQuest won that game one. But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes at Worlds.
Yeah, I was gonna say more than this game, I feel like FlyQuest are probably looking at their game one and are like, oh man, like that was something that we did have compositionally. We were in a very good position to deal with what they had. And they were not able to get that win, even when it looked like they had opportunities. But congrats to HLE. They really pulled it together in this final game. They're like, okay. Their draft was also, again, this is not the first time in this series that I felt like they understood their draft, because I felt like they understood their draft in the other two games as well, but they came in with a good response to what FlyQuest ended up blocking in early on.
Yeah, I thought the Xayah ended up being incredibly pivotal.
Yeah.
Partially because of the player, because it is Viper, and he had been so far ahead in previous games and then didn't have the pick to interact with the enemy team comp where he could actually carry. But once that Xayah got 2,000 gold ahead, there really didn't feel like a strong play for FlyQuest to make. And even with that, like they did actually manage to kill him once in that river fight down towards the Baron. So, I mean, HLE is the #1 seed from the LCK.
Yeah.
They are
bleed, though.
Incredible players.
They bleed.
But they absolutely bleed. I think FlyQuest absolutely came to play today, even in this game 3, right? Even in this game 3 where they lost in 26 minutes. Because from incredibly losing states, they still managed to find ways to make the game interesting, both in the Baron fight that they ended up losing after killing Viper, and even that top fight, which needed the hero triple Skarner ult into Xayah Feathers in order to win. So, you know, FlyQuest actually never stopped fighting, and I hope they continue this mentality in the 2-2 series.
I'm just going to say they look like the scariest Western team at this point in Swiss.
So far.
So far, yes, but I mean, this is the #1 seed, right? They took a game off HLE with a super sick combo, but in the end, it wasn't enough, and it's HLE that goes on, and Viper is standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the stage as LoL Esports advances to quarterfinal. And Viper, thank you so much for joining me. Ji-sun, thank you so much for being with us as well. First question I have for you, not really a question actually. Any comments on Nunu?
가장 먼저 누누 픽에 대한 반응이 어땠나요?
완전 아무무까지는 생각을 했는데 누누는 예상 밖이었고 좀 좋았던 것 같아요, 챔피언.
I definitely had a Mumu on my list, but definitely not Nunu.
All right.
I think it's a very good champion. It was very strong.
How did you guys react when Inspired picked the champion?
픽 당시 선수분들 반응은 어땠나요?
좀 안 보던 픽이라서 그런 좀 생각이 뭔가 어떻게 해야 될지를 일단 생각을 했는데 뚜렷하게 잘 파괴한 것 같지는 않네요.
So because we don't get to see that champion pretty much at all, like we were trying to come up with like how we're going to deal with it, what are we going to do, but we were not able to find the right solution.
All right, and when you think of the prep that FlyQuest did against you and your preparation, is there anything that surprised you outside of the champions?
챔피언 픽 말고도 이제 하나생명도 준비해온 그런 부분이 있을 거고 상대팀도 준비해온 부분이 있었을 텐데 조금 많이 당황스러웠다든지 새로웠던 부분도 있을까요?
사실 챔피언 이런 것보다도 좀 오늘 상대했을 때 뭔가 플레이에 자신감이 있어 보여서 그런 게 되게 좋아 보였습니다.
I mean, definitely, I could feel their confidence from their play. Like, I could feel the aura, so I was having a lot of respect to them.
Incredible aura on the side of FlyQuest, of course. Focusing a bit more on you, Viper. You've played amazing this series, this year. I feel like when people talk about you, they talked about the textbook of AD carries, an example for all the AD carries. How does that make you feel that people look up to you so much?
바이퍼 선수 오늘 경기도 정말 세 세트 내내 놀라운 활약을 보여주셨고 올해 내내 정말 좋은 퍼포먼스를 유지하셨는데 많은 분들이 원딜의 교과서다, 원딜의 정석이다 라고 말씀해 주시는데 이런 부분에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
우선 첫 번째로 오늘 그렇게 잘했다고는 생각을 안 하고요. 오늘 실수도 많았고 좀 보완해야 될 게 많다고 생각하고 좋게 생각해 주시는 건 감사하지만 지금 당장은 최고라고 말할 수 없을 것 같아서 다음 경기에 제대로 보여드리겠습니다.
Firstly, I don't think I performed well today. There were a lot of mistakes, and I'm very grateful for the compliments. But right now, I don't think I can claim myself as the world's best. Yes, the next match, I'm going to show the real deal.
Looking forward to the quarterfinals in that sense. Last question for you. You will be playing in Paris. You will be playing in quarterfinals. Do you have a message for all the Western fans cheering for Hanwha Life and looking forward to seeing you?
마지막으로 이제 8강에 진출하셨고요. 파리 무대에서 경기를 치르실 예정입니다. 많은 서양 팬분들도 한화생명의 선전을 기원하고 있는데요. 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
이렇게 멀리서도 가까이 있죠 지금은. 네. 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 꼭 4강에 가는 모습을 파리에서 보여드리겠습니다.
Thank you so much for supporting us from far away. I mean, right now they're very close, but from far, far away. And I will make sure to display that we are able to make it to the semis as well in Paris.
Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you there. Ji-san, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Viper, for the interview as well. Looking forward to seeing you in Paris. And that's all for us here. Hanwha Life advances to quarterfinals.
They sure do. Those spots in quarterfinals, they're going fast. You need to grab one. They're running out. Viper is also our Oppo player of the series, which I think we were discussing between Peanut and Viper, which makes a lot of sense. I do think kind of his ability to maybe even single-handedly in some skirmishes make you so afraid of what he could be doing, even in the game that they lost. And then the Xayah pick, which was also executed to perfection. I think you make a good argument for both.
I'm curious to see which clips we have, because from my memory, there are so many like game-saving or game-winning plays that he made. That was game 1.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa play reminded me of that Ashe play he had to keep HLE in their series against Gen G in finals for LCK Summer. But yeah, like I love hearing interviews with Viper, and he's like, well, I don't really think I played that well today. I made a lot of mistakes. I'd love to like sit down and see him break down like a game of his. He's someone who's really, really smart, and I've enjoyed talking to him in interviews previously, so it's always fun to like hear his opinion, because he also understands the game really
I think he just has impossible standards. Like, he made 99 of 100 free throws, and he's like, shouldn't have missed that one. Shouldn't have missed it.
And then he's like, and I lost to Nunu. Oh, I'll never hear the end of it.
He did like 1,250 DPM in that Ezreal game that they lost, and he nearly saved the game when he dodged Flippo at his own Nexus turrets to save the game. Like, even in the game that he lost, he played great.
Very LCK mindset to aspire to be like Viper for sure. So, are you able to kind of break apart? We have the entire series, right? But things we've seen from HLE in games 1 and 2, you know, aside from the last game where they definitely... The understanding is that when they get into those best of 5, they are now only going to do what they did in game 3, probably, in terms of like, okay, we're really hunker down on the picks. You know, we're going to be very tight in the moves that we make and make sure that we don't overstep as much. Is that what we can expect now? Or do you think, well, hey, there's a possibility here for whoever plays them?
I mean, I actually think that they didn't play badly in games 1 and 2. I think they played mostly the same in all 3 games, and they're a very high-level team. I just think the team compositions that they were up against in game 1 and 2, they had. I wish you had your book here.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
no,
if
I
there's
left it
this
over
book
there.
of League of Legends, right? HLE is incredibly good in early game. Peanut's one of the best pathers in the world, and they have some of the best laners in the world. And they know how to achieve victory against like the first 100 pages of team comps, but they haven't gotten to like chapter 327 where Nunu is and where Bwipo, like where the rest of the weird FlyQuest stuff is. So like I think if they were to run into this exact same team in these exact same drafts again, they'd be better in round 2 for sure. And I still think they're actually an incredibly good team because they generated leads consistently in all 3 of their games.
And comfortably.
To your point, I think going forward, this will make them a lot more cognizant of team compositions that do counter what they like to do, right? Because I know Vedi brought it up in Cast where he's like, sure, they could be playing fast and loose, but also part of it can be that they're locking in a lot of these melee, like dive compositions where they really want to get on you, like with the Yone, right? So I think going forward, this can only help HLE in terms of, okay, we've seen now 2 team compositions that do really well into the things that we know and love to play.
And if we flip it on the other side, for FlyQuest, if we take a look at the bracket, which they are still very much in, and I think they have made perhaps some teams looking a little bit more trepidatious going into that possible matchup. But is there more in the book of FlyQuest? I want to know.
I hope so. I mean, they reran the Scion top, and it wasn't as effective as it was against GAM. But I think they're definitely a strong team, but it's going to depend on the draw. Look at all the other teams they can still face. The loser of G2 T1, and then the winner of so either G2 or T1 is going to be there, and then probably BLG, Weibo, TL in there. Like, nothing's easy.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me for FlyQuest is, yes, they have like crazy picks that they can pull out, especially in these red side drafts. But I also think the big things for me that have been consistent with this team from here, from their LCS finals win, from watching them, even in some of their like shakier wins in LCS, is that they do have a really strong understanding of where they want to put gold into, like especially their solo laners when you're looking at their lane assignments. And I think that's something, when their opponent gets out to a lead, they're very good at kind of backing off and being like, okay, here's what we want to do. And that's not something that's credited to their picks. It's just something that they consistently, throughout a variety of drafts, have proven to be pretty good at understanding.
And they haven't even...
Oh.
What is this?
There's a minion in the fridge.
They haven't even brought out their secret weapon.
No, it's right here if you need it. All jokes aside, though, let's preview tomorrow for just a second because your girl is a little bit nervous already.
Yeah.
So
T1,
series,
G2 first.
series
BLG,
score for the
PSG.
season, 2-6.
2-6 for the season. Generally, I think every team should be very afraid of T1, and I think you're more afraid of them because of how they played their best of ones until now. I think very much so. Huge glow up, huge adaptations made by T1, and you take that regardless, even if they didn't, you still would have given it to them because of because of generally how good they are in situations like this. Even more at Worlds than at MSI, I would wager. So
Can I bright side this for you?
Yeah.
T1's only played in best of ones at Worlds.
Yeah.
Why are we so sure that their level is their BLG game and not the game that they lost?
I don't know.
Like, they had one good one, one bad one, and we're just expecting the good one to be their form? I don't know.
Yeah. G2 lost to HLE, but it was close. And they had Yone, though.
I was going to say, even in the game they lost, the thing that makes me confident in T1 is just the fact that they look so much more comfortable in this meta. And they've been able to execute really well, I think.
More comfortable than G2 in the meta?
That's a good question.
Yeah. G2 are so weird because I know what they're capable of, right? And this is a match with a lot of history between the two organizations at Internationals, so that makes it really fun. I'm still siding on the T1 side, though. I don't know. G2 fans are going to attack me on Twitter now, but it's fine.
You shouldn't be afraid of that. Someone's going to attack you either way because that's how Twitter is. Don't worry about it. And we're going to head into a story meeting in just a second where we're going to discuss what of the history you want to talk about tomorrow before that match because there's a lot.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, BLG PSG. PSG is still thinking about that Game 5 at MSI. Yeah. I guarantee it. And perhaps BLG is also thinking about it because it's elimination this time around.
Yeah, and BLG are in our, like, all of the pressure is on BLG, right? Like, and especially with the way that they came out against PSG in MSI, I thought they were playing incredibly fast and loose. They did not seem to respect them in those first few games until they were forced into like refocusing. So this is also, like, we talk about all the history between G2, T1, and Internationals. BLG PSG is a really interesting grudge match from what we saw at MSI.
Chat, final notes.
I mean, it just felt like that MSI series wasn't real.
Yeah.
I think so many people forgot that it was actually one game away from BLG losing to PSG. I don't actually see it happening again. It's one of those weird things. Like, if PSG, if their logo actually said like TSM, people would definitely remember that. But just because there was no fan attachment to PSG from the Western audience, that people kind of forget that that was like one of the most impressive series of Eastern region versus not Eastern region of the entire year.
You said the key word there, Western audiences, because I think our global League of Legends audience and our LPL audience and our PCS audience most definitely remembers it. And we do as well. And we're really excited to see the rematch tomorrow. Oh, FlyQuest, you were so close.
They were.
But
you know what?
in the chat.
The
Good night.
was fun.
What do you
They lost.
They did, unfortunately.
And they made HLE stronger.
My glass is half full, as it always is. I'm going to drink it. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, the trick with best of threes is to come as close to losing as possible while still winning. Then you learn the most.
It's true.
Popping the counter strike, staying alive for now. Nice two-man stun coming out, but Kingen down to about 50 HP, still staying alive somehow. But the volley, jungler fight off to the side ain't gonna matter because Moham is already dead. The arrows fly, and DK dies. Top Esports. Second, unless this turns into something absolutely crazy. There's your wombo combo with the engage.
That's the solution when you're having to deal with a 1,000-year-old samurai, just to pay them into a wall with a giant scorpion from 1,000 years ago as well.
He's down to about death's door, and they finally get him. Creep takes the kill. Lucid's trying to get away, and 369 goes all out, all in, all the way forward for Top Esports. One in trouble. Nice engage from Zeka, going in for the fate sealed. One little bit more damage on the quad, and the minions finish him off.
I feel like if I ult flash him and Casio has W, she will die. Their ball lane is gonna be theirs. We are killing. Actually, wait, I think they're going top, Whippo. Whippo, we didn't see them on Vision.
I'm gonna clear the wave. After Axe.
Yeah, play for fight, play for fight.
I'm going on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he has no plans already. Nice.
Nice. We went down.
Crucially, we want to
Viper with the kill instinct. He goes in after Masu. The bailout is not there in time. Viper with 1v2 shows his fangs.
I'm going in.
Help. Here.
We don't win.
I think it's not bad.
Okay. Front to back. Play slow.
Q in 2.
Yeah, that guy's dead. Go Poppy next.
Yeah. Yo. Huh? Never mind. It's fine.
What? Speak your mind.
Don't make emotional calls. Just play the game and watch what's happening.
I'm f***ing Desire, okay?
Yeah.
Just watch me.
You can go out. You can go. Yeah. You guys, yeah. He's coming this way. So they can leave.
Desire's on you. Go Poppy first. Dire next.
Yasuo will go.
Yasuo. Kill them all. Nice. No.
Busio here with the front line, but it ain't gonna matter. Masu now in trouble. Meganar misses. Sidestep comes out, but the Proto Belt is still there. It's a 1v3, and Masu's done for. Petrifying gaze onto Peanut. Viper is doing stuff to the fight, but a massive impale from Peanut. That might just be the game from the Hot Wildlife Jungler.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one porn, I get the boy a hug. 3 bomb beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Going to the country club, yeah, you never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man, so he wishes he was us, and my lady has no trust, so let me tell you that's the crux, so you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup, yeah, she on track, and she spent a couple racks, yeah, some tats, and a fifth, make it lame, let's smash, yeah, I'm on the ass, I love her ass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint, I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me see you in a minute. I mean. But I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one porn, I get the boy a hug. 3 bomb beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one porn, I get the boy a hug. 3 bomb beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man, yeah, he wishes he was us. I'm never going to the country club, yeah.